He held the president responsible for the food seller, the vendor, not providing
extra.
So it speaks to how Nigerians, blame the government for practically everything. I know that government takes responsibility, but there are also things that we should be able to do on our own. Are we fulfilling that responsibility? I'm afraid we are not. And so that is why it takes two to tango. While the government does its own, let's also do our own bit.
Oh yes, let's do our own bit. Well, let's run to the papers now. Let's see what the headlines have for us this morning, and we'll take the headlines. Much later at 10 o'clock, we'll get into the analysis of the headlines. But in the meantime, let's see what the papers have for us this morning. And I can't find the papers here yet.
Okay, so let's start with the Guardian newspaper. The Guardian newspaper says, the window headlines, by the way, says, high petrol prices persist as Nigeria faces $11.5 billion crude oil loss. Power debt row deepens as Gencos challenge ministers' 50 billion naira payment claim. Well, appeal court to hear ADC order suits against the registration, July. The big story, for service or sanctuary, posers over ex-governors push for legislative seats. For some ex-governors, the journey doesn't end, it just changes. Guardian is very good at infographics. Governor's office, 8 years of power, privilege, protocol, and control, and from there they move to Senate. Next chapter, blah, blah, blah. We'll get into all of that in the course of newspaper review. Ramaphosa denounces xenophobia as more Nigerians, others leave South Africa. I'll take that again for emphasis. Ramaphosa denounces xenophobia as more Nigerians, others leave South Africa. State Police, article PRP following a raise concerns as LP, Afenifere, Sanwo-Olu back move. INEC yet to get 2027 election funds 21 days to deadline. Army, police reject fresh moves to deploy repentant terrorists. I'll take that again for emphasis. Army, police reject fresh moves to deploy repentant terrorists. And the CBN freezes accounts linked to terrorism financiers, seeks enhanced monitoring. And that's it from the Guardian newspaper.
And then let's go to Nigerian Tribune now. FG to review minimum wage. Bajabia Miller says 70,000 naira not in tune with current economic realities. Appeal court adjourns hearing in suit against the registration of ADC, Accord, 3 others till July 7. CBN orders banks to freeze assets of BDCs, 6 individuals over alleged terrorism funding. LG Autonomy State Police. Stakeholders put governors on the spot. And we'll touch on the riders much later. 2 dead, 16 rescued as 3-story building collapse in Lagos. INEC opens candidates nomination portal tomorrow. And then we also have former security guard planned executed murder of ex-OGTV broadcaster. That's coming from the police. Says, we killed her to teach her a lesson. Principal suspect. Can you imagine? He's blaming her for killing her. Tinubu harps on rebirth of national assets, inaugurates remodeled 154-bed Premier Hotel, promises safe release of Orire kidnapped students and teachers. And then on health, menstrual blood test to help detect endometriosis, according to experts. Now, those are the headlines we'll take at this moment, and at 10 o'clock, we'll get into the analysis of these headlines, help you make sense of it all. But in the meantime, let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll be looking at the state police bill that's been passed as governors get over 2.8 trillion naira for security and infrastructure. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. In a major development, the National Assembly has passed President Bola Tinubu's State Police Bill, paving the way for states to establish their own police forces to tackle local crimes like banditry, kidnapping, and cultism, while rebranded Federal Police Service handles national threats such as terrorism and cybercrime. While states and the FCT have already received a staggering 2.9 trillion naira in special FAC interventions. Now, FAC is the Federal Account Allocation Committee for Security and Infrastructure between 2024 and 2026. Yet, many ordinary citizens continue to face daily fears on the roads, in markets and farmlands, with critics like former Vice President Atiku Abubakar slamming the presidency for blaming the media and citizens instead of fixing governance failures. Senate Deputy Chief Whip Onyekachi Nweboyi clarified that state police will focus on local offenses while federal forces tackle nationwide issues with safeguards including gubernatorial appointments subject to assembly confirmation and prohibitions on using the force to suppress critics. However, former Commissioner of Police Balarabe Sule and Senator Einea Baribe warn of potential collapse due to poor funding, governor's possible abuse, and risk of repeating true federalism and better community policing. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, who are broadcasting from by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter, but he appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for joining.
Good morning.
We do appreciate your presence.
My
as
pleasure.
always. And virtually from Port Harcourt in Rivers State, we have been joined by Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer, but he appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. He's going to join us in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's come to the studio where we have Dele present here. Now, Dele, state police, we talked a bit about it yesterday, but we need to expand the conversation now. State policing bill passed at the Senate level, harmonized with the House of Representatives passage and all of that. So, but Nigerians have shared concerns. What are your concerns with regard to the passage of the bill and the eventual establishment of state police in Nigeria, alongside running concurrently with federal police institutions? What concerns do you have, good and bad?
Well, let me start by saying that the bill proposing state police is a welcome development, and I have been one of the people championing the state police. And even over time, we would expect that we should also have local authority or local government police, you know. And you see, there's no way you can start a project that along the way you will not meet challenges. And so as you move on with this project, you begin to dot the I's and cross the T's until you have a near perfect project. So not starting at all would always be the problem. But now we're starting. But my concerns about some of the highlights of the proposed bill that has not been accented to is that the policing system is still almost centralized. Because if there are some encumbrances on the part of the state governors in implementing this, then we are just beating around the whole process. I'll give you an example. That bill seeks the removal of absolute control of the state governor on the commissioner of police, who is supposed to be the head of that state police. For instance, it cannot hire, it cannot fire. Whoever becomes the state commissioner is dependent on what the federal level police service commission would endorse, and it will now give 3 out of the potential commissioner of police to the governor. At that level, he is constrained. It cannot go beyond those recommendations. Now, if there is an erring commissioner of police, the state governor, no matter the level of infraction, which may be detrimental to the development of that state at that particular point in time, cannot unilaterally sack that commissioner of police. He has to take recourse to the state assembly, and the state assembly must give 2/3 majority before that commissioner of police is removed.
I think where the problem is not in hiring, but in firing, because in terms of hiring, the State Police Service Commission doesn't have to make recourse to the National Police Council. The State Police Service Commission nominates 3 people
That's
and
what I'm
sends to the
saying.
governor. No, you said that,
Maybe I made a mistake by
yes,
saying federal.
Federal, yes.
Yes.
No, that they have to
Yes.
report to the federal police. No, they don't.
No. You see, they have not clearly defined the role of the state police and the federal police in clear terms. You're talking about terrorism, and you're also talking about violent crimes that the state police can also handle. And terrorism is part of violent crimes, because these people, why are they called terrorists? Because they instill fear and they unleash violence. So in a case of somebody being arrested for violent crime, that means that person must be submitted to the federal police,
Okay.
which in a way may not have the local intelligence to do due diligence in investigation, interrogation before prosecution.
As a matter of fact, I think Nigerians, because the reason why Nigerians have been asking for state policing is the fact that, we have been enveloped by terrorism.
Exactly.
And so if we have to go back to the federal police,
then,
like you said, looks like we are
defeated. The purpose is defeated.
All right, we'll come back to you in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's quickly run to Barrister Asim Adams, the constitutional lawyer who has joined us virtually from Port Harcourt in Rivers State. Let him tell us, all that he understands, the constitutional implications of the state policing as passed by the Senate going to the state assemblies, 24 of them that we need their approval before the president can assent. Good morning, Barrister Adams, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Okoro. Everybody, good morning to you.
Good to have you, sir. I'm sure that you have followed the conversation. Now, let's hear you. What are your takes on the state police? Good, welcome, or what? What are your concerns? Let's hear from you, sir.
Yeah, my own take is that state police is a good one. I have been supporting it, that we need state policing and state police in Nigeria. That is number one. Number two is that we are trying to, I think the Tinubu administration is trying to practice what the NADECO people were talking about, true federalism. True federalism. If you look at it now, through the administration, autonomy, local government, now state police. Maybe the next one will be a resource control. I think that is the area is going to come up again now. But these are novel ideas and very good tweaking of our federalism. Now, state police, Nigeria is, I think, one of the few states in the world that operates a centralized police system. And we have argued that it is not proper. Why centralized? Why not decentralized? Now it has come. People are pessimistic. Many pessimists. Oh, this is going to happen. Oh, this is going to happen. Yes, of course. But there's something I want to tell everybody. If a man waits for everything to be perfect before he acts, that man will die old, having never achieved anything at all. If the government of Nigeria want everything about state policing to be perfect, then it's going to take about another 1,000 years to get perfection before you now introduce state police. Now, with every novel ideas, when you begin it like this, then you are bound to have what they call teething problems. Even when you set up a company or business, you are bound to have what they call teething problems. But with time, if you consciously and patriotically follow those ideas and principles, you may perfect the system to near perfection. That is what this state police is all about. Now, my fear is not even the law. The only fear I have is the people who operate it. No matter how beautiful a law is, if you have selfish politicians wicked politicians who are not patriotic, that law will become a bad law. Now, in other crimes, what happens? Governors appoint commissioners of their state police, etc. Because the people who are executing, who are governors, are patriotic people and they are not selfish politicians. They love their country and they want it to work. That is why it is working in the US, Britain, Germany, etc. as the case may be. In the case of Nigeria, where I'm having a little fear is control. We have seen how governors have used their powers in Nigerian states. Look at local governments, for instance. There is a good law that has granted autonomy to local governments in Nigeria. But the governors of the various states do not implement. They don't want to execute that particular order of Supreme Court and even the law. Up to today, state governors take the monies meant for local governments and dispense of it the way they love and they like. Not that the law is not there. The law is there. The law is so very straightforward that once this money comes, sent to this third tier of government. But they don't do that because of their selfishness. I believe a similar thing may happen with the state police. Because a governor who feels that he can appoint, and he's like an alpha and omega, might decide to appoint his brother, might decide to appoint his party man, might even decide to appoint his friend as commissioner of police. And that person will be dancing to his tune, the whims and caprices. And where it does not go well for him, he may distort the system and even hold us hostage. In Rivers State, where I am, people forget. Rotimi Amechi, one time in Rivers State here, held the judiciary, hostage for a year, where all courts were locked and closed, all because of the fact of the appointment of the CJ of the state. A governor held the judiciary hostage for that period. So that is my fear. That is the only fear I have.
Okay.
Apart
All right.
from that, I think it's a very
All right.
idea.
Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. You have said quite a lot and raised many talking points. I want to start with the idea that, governors might abuse it the way that they have abused the local government autonomy, which the government of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been pushing, vehemently to ensure that there is autonomy. But you see how it is. We're still going back and forth. Now, talking about abuse, there are clauses, that look more like safeguards, in the state police bill that was sent to the National Assembly, to the Senate. Now, one of those safeguards is that, that if the governor gives the state police commissioner an order which the commissioner feels is at variance with excellent policing, he can refuse and say, excuse me, governor, let me make reference to the National Police Council, which is a federal government agency. Now, it is the federal government agency that will determine whether the state police commissioner should go ahead and carry out the order of the governor. Is that state policing or still, we are going back to where we started from?
We are going back, thank you, Mr. Okoro, we are going back to where we started from. Because if, for instance, you ask a commissioner of police, as a governor, I've asked him to do this, and the commissioner of police now, the bill seems to give the commissioner of police appointed the discretion to now say this is an illegal act, this is a legal act. So he's the one that will even judge which is legal and which is not illegal for him to execute or not to execute. So the discretion will be with the commissioner of police. And with what we have seen, where people see idiosyncrasies, very stubborn people who play politics, he might be looking up to the government at the top in Abuja to say, you can't even do many things, Mr. Governor. I will not go for this. I would rather go to Abuja and take permission. What is the difference with what we have right now? That is anathema, to the particular, state policing system we are trying to introduce. That is going to cause a lot of problems, Mr. Okurum, from what I've seen. For instance, if you disobey the orders of a governor, and you say, Mr. Governor, I cannot do this, and the governor feels that he has given you a legal instruction, but you, the commissioner of police, is not saying this particular instruction is not legal. there's going to be conflict there. But like I said before,
Okay.
if we have good purpose and conscientize Nigerians in power or in positions, if they will do the right thing by following what the Constitution says.
Okay, now
and there'll be no problem.
Beautiful. Now,
But I
if you
think-
have well-meaning Nigerians, they will do right. You know, people that have conscience and all of that. You said something like about the governor appointing probably his brother or his friend, you know, or his party man as a police commissioner. We have seen such things happen before, and so we don't need to travel far to speculate that it might just happen. Now, let's interrogate the moral responsibility of the governor having to appoint someone that he knows. In recent times, we also know that the president has appointed people close to him. We understand that the present IGP of police is one of the Tinubu boys, you know, in quote. And so he is the IGP. Morally, do you expect a governor or a president to appoint someone that he doesn't know, someone that he doesn't trust, especially as it has to do with security and intelligence? Will it be morally edifying for the governor to say, well, they have recommended you, I don't know you very well, but I want you to be my state commissioner of police? How safe would that governor be in the hands of an unknown person?
Yes, you see, positions of security is not just the governor's affair alone. Everybody, or as they normally say, security is everybody's problem. Under our constitution, the section 14 sub 2B didn't say welfare and security of the governor or president. He said welfare and security of the Nigerian people. So if the governor is thinking right and he wants to really secure the Nigerian people and not just himself, he should bring experts, because this is not a domestic whatever like chief of staff. This is not, you know, people who cook for him, people who sleep in his house. No, those are domestic staff. Those domestic staff, he can take care of them. He can choose his brothers to be with them, because you cannot bring an enemy to come and cook your food or lay your bed for you. But this is commissioner of police. It's a job for the nation, a job that is created by the Constitution. You are aware that the office of the chief of staff is not a creation of the Constitution, but the office of the commissioner of police is a creation of the Constitution. So if you are bringing somebody there, you must bring in someone that has the expertise, somebody that you know will actually work. That is what I'm talking about, patriotism. Now, if you really want it to work, I wouldn't mind as a governor, pick somebody from Borno State who I feel has the expertise, has the knack, and can deliver and secure my state for me. I wouldn't mind where he comes from. You understand the point? If we have that kind of mindset, I believe, you know, this thing is going to work. Like there was a time in India, also one of these countries in, I think in Asia, where the finance minister was from, he was an Englishman. He was not from that particular country. The president or prime minister of that country felt that, oh, look, for me to get the best expertise, I have to headhunt. And he brought in, you know, somebody from UK to come and be his finance minister from Europe. So that is what we have to do. The issue of security is not a personal affair. So the government must not politicize it, in my own opinion. I believe that the governor must look at it and say, to the general well-being and security, to secure my state of 5 million people, somebody, I must not be biased in choosing who should lead this. That is what I'm talking about, that people with patriotic zeal and zest, if we have them in power, we will not even be debating all these things. Because we know that the person that is there is a round peg in a round hole.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Asim Adams. Now, but the analogy you just gave purports to the fact that it's possible for a governor to pick a commissioner from outside his state. I mean, that's what I get from the analogy that you just gave. Wouldn't that in itself defeat the ideology of state policing, where the members, the hierarchy, those are the top brass of the police, and basically the police themselves are citizens, indigents of the particular state we are talking about, which makes it easy for them to identify who might be doing wrong and, police the states more seamlessly. Wouldn't that defeat the purpose?
If you see, the purpose, in my own opinion, is that if you look at those states, the countries that practice state police, let me give you for an example. We have 36 states in Nigeria. Not all the states will pay good salaries to the police, the state police people they are recruiting. Lagos State might be paying about 200,000 naira per police officer. Instead like Zamfara might be paying 60,000. What stops me as a Zamfara man, seeing that Lagos is paying 200 and something thousand monthly, what stops me as a Nigerian from coming to Lagos to apply for that particular job as a police officer, as case may be, and let them recruit me? Recruitment should not be based on locality. Recruitment should be based on nationality. And looking at it that Nigeria is a whole entity. Because when you say that it is only people from Edo State that you recruit at your state police, whatever, I disagree with that. You can recruit people from other who are qualified, eminently qualified, and you feel can work, in your state and deliver. Then you can give a feeling where you say, okay, out of this particular force, about 70% of the force will come from my locality, which is the Edo State. Then the 30%, because of expertise and experience, I have to source them outside of Edo State, as the case may be. That is what should be. Because issue of security should not be politicized. It should not be localized. That is why we are having issues today. Because you look at what is happening, they have politicized security. That is why you find that a man comes and says it's an Hausa man that is doing all this. It's an Igbo man that is doing. No, it shouldn't be. Crime has no ethnicity. So if crime has no ethnicity, you see robbers who are Igbos, Yoruba, and Hausa working together to go and rob. Bandits who are Igbo, even Yoruba and Hausa working together. Why can't those who secure, also come from Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, who are there to deter them and go after them and flush them out? So it should be about expertise and not about, ethnicity or locality or any other political suasion. But let it be that the man that is there is a man that is going to do the job, as the case may be. All these things also, like I said, boils down to people with patriotic zest and zeal.
All right.
If you are patriotic and you have Nigeria and your state at heart, you will not even look at these shenanigans of ethnicity. Whatever. You can go and get somebody. Like you look at what happened in Lagos State, Anambra. You find Anambra, Peter, what's his name? Soludo. I think one of his commissioners is from Edo State or whatever. I think one of them is from Edo State. In Lagos, you also have one from Lagos, from Southeastern State. The government didn't go for ethnicity, didn't go for locality. He went for national, people that can deliver. And he saw this boat just like that. So that is how I feel they should operate the state police. Otherwise, if you want to concentrate on your state alone, you might not even have the workforce, that is required to police your state. You may need from somewhere and coming over to that state and work, even though you are not from there, because of the salary structure and because of the expertise. And that is the area they should be looking at.
All right.
Rather than politicizing.
Thank you very much. Let me bring this back to Mr. Fanimo here, even as we wrap up the conversation now. The same question, really. Should recruitment be localized or nationalized, especially at the top?
Well, I disagree with Barrister Asim on the fact that you can bring a commissioner or the top brass of the police from anywhere in the country. It would end up defeating the essence of having state police. As it is today, across the nation, there are enough manpower from each state. Don't forget that when recruitment is to be made across the nation, you are enjoined to go back to your state, to your local government, for local government identification before you are enlisted.
Okay.
So already there is a quota system in operation, which gives every state the opportunity to access the force. And they also undergo same training. They are also exposed to same experience. So there can be a that of manpower in any of these states. One. Two, you can't tell me that the best of the corps in Adamawa would operate in Enugu seamlessly. It's not going to happen. Because it will take time for him to know his environment, to understand the statistics, to interpret the statistics, and to be embraced by the locals. I'm from Ondo State. If I'm a police officer and I'm going back to Ondo State, I don't need anybody to show me around. I know the traditional rulers. I know the bad boys. So taking off will be like immediately as soon as I assume office as commissioner of police in that state. Unlike somebody that is coming from Abia, who will also have to have series of meetings, buy-in of the stakeholders.
And you don't think familiarity itself will be a problem?
It's not a problem. Let me tell you, I've had close interactions with some of these criminals when they are arrested. I know, because I covered crime for some years, I know that an average criminal does not want to be identified. So the fact that a policeman knows you is a minus as a criminal. Right. Because he knows that he can go for you at any time.
Okay, now in itself, you mentioned recruitment into the police,
yes,
enlistment and all of that, and how quotas have been shared.
Yes.
But if you check in recent time, when you go through the quota system, you see that in Lagos, for example, some years back when recruitment was taking place, a lot of those who claimed to be from local governments in Lagos were not even Lagosians.
And that's where corruption steps in.
So how then do we fix that if people have entered based on coming from a particular state and they are not even indigents of that state, but they've risen, in the ranks and have gotten to, a top
it's
spot.
Very easy.
Very
now.
easy. By the way, bear in mind that recruitment into the police and the military in general, we have more of a certain people, a certain ethnic group more than others. For example, governors in the Southeast were complaining the last recruitment that Southeasterners were not interested in joining the force. So what then would happen if you have almost no Southeasterner in the police force? Who then will be there to police the Southeast?
Now, to amplify your question, you recall that sometime during the military recruitment that happened last, there was this information that 8 of the people that applied from Lagos were even from the north.
Exactly.
You recall, but they applied as northerners.
Now, you see.
But they are northerners, but they applied as Lagosians.
When the problem becomes a general problem, it's not located in a particular place. But when it becomes individual problem, you know that you have to carry your cross. Now, I can tell you what happened during the pseudo-federal period cannot happen when it devolves back to the states. Because I don't need, if I see somebody that is not from my local government, I don't need any soothsayer to tell me that, how did this man get into the force? That means the local government chairman or executive secretary of that local government would have taken bribe to give that person that is non-indigent that form, endorse that form, and if it's from the chief of the locality, that endorsed non-indigent of that community, then the chief will be in trouble because we would have to explain how Chukwudi became a Akure person, or how Yaya Ahmed, that I know is from Adamawa, is enlisted into Ondo State Police. Okay. So it's not hard to detect.
All right, I understand that Chief Asim Adams wants to react. Let's have your reaction.
I wanted to react. What I'm saying, I want to tell my brother Fanimo that the popular LASMA in Lagos, if you remember, the first head of LASMA in Lagos was one Arebame. I think it was during Tinubu's time also that LASMA came into operation. LASMA was headed LASTMA was created and headed by one ex-commissioner of police known as Arebame. The guy is from Edo State. If you look at the locality, the VIOs you have, all the states have their various VIO sections. Go through the members of the VIOs in those. All of them are not from that particular. Some of them are not from that particular state.
Okay.
But they were recruited based on need for manpower. They were recruited based on expertise. So that is what I'm trying to let you know, the only area I wanted to add.
Okay.
LASTMA, you can fact check me. The head of LASTMA at that time was one Arebame, an Edo man, you know. So we are looking at it. It was state police does not mean that it's a Yoruba police or Edo police. States in the constitution mean 36 states. And what does that mean? As an indigenous, I can apply. Like I said the ceiling can be that, okay, out of 100%, maybe 70% are indigenous, whereas the other 30% or 10% are recruited based on their expertise and the ability to assist in gathering information. If, for instance, a former DSS man who is retired, and I know he has a lot of security, load or whatever on his experience. He has so much experience, but it's not from my state. Why can't I recruit him as a governor to come and help me? Because he has worked with DSS. He knows exactly, he has the expertise. He knows what and what the technical know-how to now assist my state to flush out criminals and gather investigation, gather information, intelligence. Why won't I recruit him if I know he's from Ondo State? But he has that requisite experience to help and we don't have any Edo man that has such. I mean, I don't think that is just like my opinion, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. Bright Onovio Kuka, who joins the conversation. Good morning to you. Well, Dr.
Hello,
Bright, yes, good to have you. Good to have you. Now, let's get your reaction to the conversation so far. I understand that you've been following. Let's get your broad reaction to the conversation.
Okay, well, I think at the time I joined, I was saying about the issue of state police, probably maybe their jurisdiction or whatever. I think what's most important about the issue of the state police, it has been on the front burner of discussion for quite some time, is the control. Who actually has the control? Because for some concerns at the moment is, the commissioner of police probably is in Edo State, but it takes directly from the IG who is in Abuja, who may not even be abreast fully, except he's being briefed of what is happening in Edo. So the commissioner of police should have his own information or other orders from the state governor, as the case may be. However, for me, the discussion has been on for quite some time, and so many divergent views have come. But now that the president has kind of given the assent, or maybe there is a bill before the House of Assembly for it, let's give it a try. Let's work it out. Because even as we speak, there are some state architecture that are working on issues of security, but I think coordination and other things has been some challenge. But if the state police should come, the police are already there. It's a question of jurisdiction and who gives the order, and also who also caters for them. Because again, the many police officers, for example, now their barracks and their condition of service are so poor, as the case may be. The governor of the state can say, well, they are not under my jurisdiction, they are not under my control. Whatever thing they will be doing, it's just like it's a support. But now, if we now have state police, it becomes their responsibility. But again, let's give it
a try. Let's give it a try. Okay.
The SOP, what they believe to operate. let it be clearly stated so that somebody will not use it to his own personal advantage tomorrow.
Okay, all right then. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Onovokiku. Let's give state police a trial. By the way, I like your Urobo dressing. You dress like you are going to attend a meeting between the Urobo and the Shekiri to see the delimitation, the gerrymandering of constituencies in Warri. Are you dressed for that meeting?
No, I'm not. I'm not dressed for that meeting. The hat is not there now.
Okay, the hat is not there. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Now, away from policing, let's move away from policing and talk about infrastructure and economy. Now, we have information that between 2024 and 2026, that the states shared 2.8 trillion naira for security and infrastructure. Let's talk about the infrastructure part of it. If you look on the screen, now, if you look at the screen, you see April 2024, 259 billion, blah, blah, blah. So for 2 years, 2.9 trillion naira. Dr. Bright Onovokiku, you live in Benin City, but you come from Edo State. Between these two states, how much of the 2.9 trillion naira have you seen reflect in the security and infrastructure of those two states?
Okay, well, first, whatever I'm going to say is going to be on this premise. In my own way of operation and reasoning, when I see figures that are being quoted, you know, I just feel they are being quoted for quoting sake. Like if you say 10 billion for roads, probably inside that 10 billion, it's just 1 billion that will be going for road. Others may find their way into private pocket. Well, that's my personal opinion. But come think of it, from 2024 to 2025 and 2026, Edo State, for example, has been under some form of transition. And in all fairness, in as much as the money, we may say, oh, well, the value and some other things that may have happened to the money, we are seeing some infrastructure or rather some equipment or some things being bought. Some persons to say, yes, the money is inflated, whichever way. But like the governor, the current governor of Edo State, just yesterday, I went to drop a letter inside the government house, and I saw some of the vehicles that were bought, and I looked at it. They are brand new vehicle, and I said, "Oh wow!" Even the other ones that have been bought before, you know, somehow, the governor has tried in purchasing some vehicles. I've seen some bikes, all some to support security architecture. And recently, he also kind of, at the moment now, in the local government of Edo State, you have this the bulldozer,
Okay.
this the caterpillar, you know, and you still see the name of the local government written on it. But I don't know how the payment plan is,
Okay.
whatever, but at least it is there
All
for
right.
each local government.
Okay.
So the question of opening up rules and some other things is also there. And let me also say the one that is currently going on. I know we have the first ever flyover, or we call it interchange.
Okay. More like you are giving.
There, but
Okay, you are giving Edo State governor a pass mark. Now let's talk a bit about Delta before we move to Barrister Asim Adams. Delta State. I was in Delta the other day, and I spent like 3 hours between the airport and Onitsha Head Bridge. How much of that, do you think is normal? Is it a good thing, considering that, well, Delta State, apart from sharing this 2.8 trillion naira, is also an NDC state and gets 13% derivation. Has the governor done enough for the people in terms of security and infrastructure? That's your state. What do you think? What do you know, sir?
Well, as it is, for us to always be the Oliver we will never say it's enough. Why? Because the money they're supposed to spend is not their personal money. The staff payers money that has been allocated for them to use. So I will not give the governor at the moment a pass mark. That is just the truth.
All right.
Like that issue of the airports to Onitsha, is something that they need to really work on, because yes, the roads used to be smooth, but now the roads are bad. So they should be able to fix it. And again, because of the second Niger bridge, some people just divert. Fine, those are going to other areas. but Onitsha and Asaba. Onitsha majorly because of the market that is there, the traffic is high. So those are areas where the government or they should not just wait. They should just fix whatever issues that is in that place. That 3 hours is spent between the airport and Onitsha. Somebody going to Benin would have been in Benin taking his bath and eating at least a meal or even a bottle of drink if he wants to. So I won't give him a pass mark.
All right, then. Thank you very much,
in
Dr. Bright Onovokuku. We'll like for you to stay with us as we get into other discussions. In the meantime, let's quickly run to Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Asim Adams, River State, 2.9 trillion, 8 trillion naira shared, between all the states. How much of that has reflected in River State? Clearly, Rivers didn't get 2.8 trillion, but they got a part of the money. They also ended this state, 13% derivation. How much of that do you see in River State at the moment in terms of security and infrastructure?
It's not visible. Rather, the government officials are living in opulence and engaging in fugacious razzmatazz with their convoys, and if you go to clubs, you're going to see them, the boys in government, doing shindigs and drinking expensive wines, etc. Whereas the infrastructural development of the state is in comatose, is in decay, is in haphazard, situation. Now, I have not seen any visible development that has taken place in this state for the past 3 years. Even the ring road that they said they started 3 years ago has been abandoned. If you drive through some of the conurbations, you are going to be seeing dilapidated primary health centers. Unfortunately, or fortunately, will I say that it was Rotimi Amechi that built, world standard health centers then. But these health centers today are in mortal decay. Amechi also built the modern schools that we saw that it was an example to the extent that UNESCO even had to award him because the way he built those schools were so great. But those schools today are in dilapidated, position.
Barrister Adams,
employment?
Barrister Adams, please permit me to butt in at this moment. In the thick of the disagreement between Nyesom Wike and Sim Fubara, Zim was busy mentioning this particular road. I'm the one that started it, and it is ongoing. He was busy commissioning roads here and there. And all of that happened in the past 2 years. So how come you say that these developments are not visible? Where are they? Are they on the air or are they on, is it audio? And mind you, there's a certain 600 billion naira that has been at stake, in River State. Does it look like it is warehoused somewhere, and they are not using it to work for the people?
Yes, Mr. Okoro. Yes, honestly, the tradition in most of the states is that they commission projects before they complete them. You see, when they want to, inaugurate what should be groundbreaking, they will tell you they want to commission a 4-kilometer road. You don't know that they are just starting the project. Now, I understand I know exactly what we are talking about in the early stages of his administration. One of them is the circular road, what we call the ring road, that made so much publicity all over. Before then, himself and Yesuke were not quarreling. They, commissioned that particular ring road project. Please ask any Rivers man whether he has seen that project completed. No. The bridges there that crosses some of the areas, they are just like monuments, standing like Egyptian sphinxes. Nothing is going on. The roads are bad. The other day, there was a visual optic that I saw on social media where people were fishing in the waters, in the ponds, in an area they call Rumokwachi. That Rumokwachi area is a conurbation that has middle class, people. but many of them cannot drive to their homes today. Now, the construction of the so-called ring road, hampered, the access to that particular community. And because the road has been abandoned, when it rains, in fact, you have an ocean. We call it Ocean Rumokwachi. It's a very big one. And people are fishing. They were fishing inside there. Or is it the main Port Harcourt town itself? As the case may be, what has happened there? Nothing. Education, nothing. Health, nothing, like I said. The government hospital they call BMH here is not working. If you go there, you see people crying. So what exactly are they doing? The housing project he said he started, where nothing has come up. The 1,000 houses, whatever. Even though I heard that the duplex will cost about 220 million. How many people will have that money to buy? A 5-bedroom duplex for 120 million. And you say you are building for the people. The project is close to where I am. Nothing is going on there. It's all has been abandoned. So I don't know what they are using the money for. For the 600 billion, we don't know where it is. It is just yesterday or 2 days ago that we saw the governor present the MTEF, to the House of Assembly, which is a precursor to the appropriation bill. Now, the question we've been asking is that for about 8 months or thereabout now, what has happened? Nothing. We don't have commissioners. This man has only 2 commissioners or 3 commissioners. Apart from Attorney General of the Commissioner of Justice, I don't know any other commissioner. Whether we have commissioner for health, we don't even know.
All right then.
Commissioner for works, I don't even know whether we have. And so the money is being given to Rivers State. Only God knows and himself knows where the money is cocooned. And I am saying there's no visible development. At least during our military time, we were seeing those things I mentioned. Yes, a weekend time, by this time we were seeing people were being invited. Even the vice president of the ruling party at that time, when Yosewike was in opposition, Sibanjo, who gave me Mr. Project, came to commission. Every month you had 1 or 2 or 3 or 11 projects being commissioned to their conclusion. This one we have not seen. So I don't really know exactly what is happening. For me, the money is budgeted should be somewhere, but I believe only God help us. Maybe if he's careful enough or he has a heart of humanity, he might not touch the money, but it's something that I doubt. Let me finally say this. Are you aware that even as I speak, some of his aides who worked under him that were sacked, in this particular adventure they engaged, they are dashing out cars to their girlfriends and their friends. Cars, brand new cars, every week. So I'm saying that where did they get the money? I've questioned that before on radio, and they told me that where they are going to explain. I don't know where they got it. This is a governor that has operated outside of Section 121, 122, 123, 124 to 126 of the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria, talking about presentation of budget and this MTEF that he brought in. He has been dipping his hand in the consolidated revenue account under Section 126, right from that December till now. And when you dip your hand into that consolidated revenue account,
all right,
the House of Assembly is not even holding him responsible. So this is a problem we're having in the state.
All right, thank you very much.
So the money, I'm sure, is not in his pocket.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Asim Adams. That's quite wholesome, quite a lot there. Well, let's quickly come to Mr. Fanimo now. 2.9 trillion between 2024 and 2026. What has your governor done? Can you give him the thumbs up? Can we do that in 2 minutes?
Nothing of note, as I speak.
Sorry, which of the governors now?
I don't have 2 governors.
You live in Oyo State.
And if you want me to do the Ondo and governor,
like Delta and Edo, like
yes,
Delta and Edo.
Oyo, fantastic guy.
Okay.
He has done so well. In fact, somebody was telling me about Circular Road yesterday, and he said it was marvelous when he drove through that Circular Road, though not yet commissioned. But Makinde will not do funfair when he constructs roads. As soon as the road is ready, you open it up and you drive in.
Now, Oyo is where you reside, but
you
not
understand?
where you're from.
Now, my own state,
about where you're from.
My own state. Unfortunately, it is even a shame to put Makinde side aside my governor, because Makinde is also from Ondo State. Maternal mother is from Ondo State, Akure, to be precise. my brother, the only thing that this man is still in the realm of promise. Oh, this Ayedatiwa is still in that realm. He said he wants to construct in a busy highway, major highway in the town, in Akure, state capital. He wants to construct a flyover that is about 2 kilometers over the existing road. I don't understand. The other day he said he was going to construct a golden gate in the government house. He allocated monies, over 700 million. We have not seen any foundation laid. The whole city is dirty. Go to Ondo town, go to Owo. The only legacy you see in Owo are those things Akeredolu did for Owo, his people. This money, I think we should rise up and ask him where he kept this money.
But you never know. Maybe the Golden Gate will descend from above.
Well.
Oh, well, we have plenty more still ahead. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll be talking about mental health, but this time around as it concerns men. So stay with us.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Around mental health continues. As a growing mental health crisis among Nigerian men, many fathers say they are struggling under the weight of rising economic hardship, unemployment, family responsibilities, and the societal expectation to always remain strong regardless of personal challenges. Mental health advocates warn that these pressures are leaving many men stressed, emotionally exhausted, and unwilling to seek help due to fear of stigma and appearing weak. Some stakeholders are now calling for stronger support systems and increased awareness around men's mental health, arguing that while men are often expected to provide solutions for everyone around them, very little attention is paid to their own emotional well-being. The development raises important questions about how society supports men, the pressures they face, and whether enough is being done to encourage them to speak up when they're struggling.
Well, there you have it. We have Demilade Oshinloye, who is a clinical psychologist and mental health expert, join the conversation. He joins us virtually. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Good morning, sir.
Good to have you. Good to
my
have
sincere
you.
apology. The video is not able to come up now because of my background. Good morning to you. I hope you're having a great morning.
Oh well, it's going great. Well, let's talk about us men, and interestingly, we have men on the show today. Our guest. Well, there's a lot of pressure on men to provide, a lot of pressure to be a certain way, especially when you're going through things. You are told to take it like a man. Don't show. A lot of us grew up learning not to show so much emotion, as showing so much emotion makes you look less of a man. Now, how has that impacted on the health of men? Because we are seeing a lot more men commit suicide. We are seeing a lot more men take out pent-up anger on colleagues and spouses, when they're unable to handle the issues that are affecting them. How can we correct that?
Okay, thank you. Good morning to you once again. Well, one of the key things we must understand is that before we are a man, the first thing we must understand that we were made up with a soul, which is our mind. And if we always fake the fact that because of the responsibility of being a man, we don't pay keen attention to what makes up our soul, which is our mind, our wills, our emotions, we leave out the fact that we must take care of ourselves consistently. The cultural man and the traditional man must man up. The societal picture of man, he must man up. And we leave out the fact that the state of man, which is its psychological being, its emotion, is not made to man up. So it means that if the expectation from us is to man up, our current reality, which is our biological, psychological makeup, is not made to man up. So the more we keep the bridge and we are not bringing the bridge together, we will keep having more people committing suicide, which is men, and we keep having men man up. What I have to say is this. We cannot continue to say men should man up when their body can no longer take it. So it is important that we must understand that if our body, our soul is not made for that kind of a structure, we must find a way to make sure that we ease the stress. You see, the major burden for the man is that the expectation for the man is more than what he can offer. So that's why we get to do more than we can do. So what I'm going to say is, first of all, what I prepared to talk about was the psychological burden of being a man in a changing world. The man is burdened and is not finding a way to relieve the burden. Let me say this, that you talk about something to a man because of his logical being, sometimes is not satisfied. So how do we unwind is very key. How do we truly unwind? Most of the time we blame men when you find them in the beer parlor, you find men doing different things, trying to unwind. But most of the times it's not enough for them, because when they get solutions to the problems on ground, they are finally fine. So, and after that, nobody cares about them again. So how do men unwind? Number one, be very clear about what is bothering you and make sure you find proper way to speak to people that can help you, relieve you. Now, it means that the pressure of finances is too much. Either you can meet up or you can't meet up. You get the problem solved. It doesn't mean that you have found your soul to be very peaceful. There is pressure. So what I'm saying, number one, the man must find a way to make sure that he unwinds carefully. If we don't have partners and we don't have friends that we can unwind through thoroughly or carefully, we will be at stake of being more pressured. So men should be intentional about finding counselors. Men should be intentional about finding true friends. And I want to say this too. Number two, a man should be clear about what brings fulfillment to him. The success picture of a man in the community might not be the success picture of the man individually. So it means that a man can be successful in the sight of his community, and personally he has not found success. So it means that in the heart of the man he has not found fulfillment. So it is important that a man must be clear about what brings success to him, and he must be intentional about achieving it. And when he achieves it, he finds peace to his soul.
All right.
He finds peace to his soul.
That
Okay.
that in
You want to
itself
say
is-
something?
That in itself is pressure. Achieving. Oh well, let me bring this. Let me get a doctor's view on some of these issues, and then we'll come back to you. We have Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright, you're never cooker.
Thank you.
Dr. Bright, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good. So talking about men's mental health, Demilade has spoken about unwinding, identifying what your problem is. Some more often than not, the man feels, oh, there's a lot on his mind. He needs to have a space to think properly. So he goes to a beer parlor and maybe takes a few bottles as a way of clearing his mind, thinking. Because, sometimes you want to process whatever you're going through. You don't want your partner talking into your ears at that time. So you go out there. But going out there has its own downsides, because too much consumption of those things have their own health implication. How do we balance these things now? Emotional demands and how you take off the burden. And another question, if time allows us, another question. Is the problem, and I would also like Demilade to respond to this question now. Is the problem men manning up, society expecting men to man up to their responsibilities, or the fact that we have raised men who have very low adversity quotient and are unable to face things wholesomely without breaking? Two questions in one, if you can, please. Go right ahead.
Okay, first and foremost, when we talk about unwinding, does not mean that you must go and sink yourself inside alcohol or go to beer parlor or take drugs or take anything. You may just look at something that can be relaxing to you and you just get involved in it. You can go take a walk. You can go sit somewhere and enjoy the cool breeze of nature. For those who like football or wherever, you can get involved. It's just a question of getting to do something that will free your mind. So when we talk about going to unwind, it does not really mean that you must go and sit inside the alcohol. You can go unwind even with your partner. Let's say, for example, you can tell your partner, please, let's leave out that. Let's just have our normal talk. You can play with your kids. It's just something that can actually relieve. It does not mean that it is alcohol, because if you go into alcohol or drug, the moment what it will just is kind of suppress the effect of what you are feeling. Once it has worn off, you will still come back to the reality of what you have. Now, talking about the issue of man up, you see, the truth of the matter is, when we look at the society we are in today, we're not actually living for ourselves. We're not living for ourselves. When you were growing up, you have to live to satisfy your parents. When you get married, you have to put yourself in a certain standard. Just like, for example, now, I came in this studio this morning. If what I feel like wearing is maybe just a singlet or maybe one kind of top, then people will wonder, oh, why should this man come up like this? But if I don't care, it satisfies me. Good. But in our system, more especially in the African system, it is not, oh, look at the way you are dressed, look at the way you are this, look at the way. Those little ways those individuals saying they have a way of putting pressure on the mind of that particular person that you now get to a point you don't even have a mind of your own. Your mind has been taken over by the environment that we are in. This now also takes us to let the people also try to lift people, let them do what they feel like that will relax them. So long it is not against the laws. They are not committing crime, they are not committing
all right.
it will go a long way to help us. And for us as men, we must also know that we are living our lives. We are not living for others. And if we allow others to regulate our life, the pressure will be too much. Because when you turn to A, they will give you an option. When you turn to B, an option,
All
C, an option. And before you know it, you are confused. Why not just be consistent with yourself and be who you are?
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Brighton Never-Cooker. Back to Demilade now. The issue of manning up, are we raising weak men? Straightforward question. Are we raising weak men? Because we have a lot of men being raised by single parents, women more often than not. So is the issue raising weak men, men who cannot stand for themselves?
Okay, well, the issue, thank you so much for the question again. Doctor, also welcome. Thank you, sir. The issue of manning up, are we raising weak men? Well, the concept of weakness will be much more specific based on the context we are analyzing it. But I will not say we are raising weak men. I will say that when we tell men to man up, I think we make them distracted towards becoming or growing to who they should properly become to the society. In a way, societal validation, societal expectations are quite to put us in a form. But in a way, if we continue in that way, the boy child, the man trying to get married and the man trying to raise his children or to leave posterity is in the middle of just trying to find himself and finding balance. So I will say, when we say men should keep manning up, we keep taking men to become who they don't want to become in a way, and it will limit them from becoming what they should stand for. In a way, it is good when man up, they stand for the people, but they will not become who they should become because they will be left in a tension, and the tension will be leaving them in this question: who I am. The next question, what people expect me to do. The next question they will also be battling is who I'm trying to become. And the last part is who I fear becoming. They will find themselves in that cycle. Let me throw it to you. So many men are trying not to become like their fathers, and others are trying to become like their fathers. So some people are trying to become something, and some are trying not to become something. And the man caught up in that zigzag something is trying to also find balance for himself. So if we tell him to man up, there are different scenarios. If we tell him to man up and he keeps manning up, he may not become who he stands to be. So my submission here is when we tell men to man up, they get to become who they don't want to become in a way, and it leaves them out of becoming they should stand for. If I look at you as a presenter right now, you are good at what you do. You are a great presenter. And if something had happened before coming to the show this morning, and we keep telling you to man up, and it keeps continuing every day, the more we keep telling you to man up, it begins to make you and put you into a version that we are not going to be prepared for. Number one, you will not be effective to us. Number two, you begin to crash. And if we keep telling you to man up, when you are supposed to begin to find help to solve the problem, then we keep finding out that people become who they should not become. So people can man up, become what they should not become. And in the long run, we keep losing our men because we feel they should man up. So I say again that if we look at the traditional and the cultural perspective to man, and we hold on to that concept consistently, and we don't allow men to truly evolve, we will keep having men crash. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a good way to wrap up the conversation. Thank you very much, Demilade Oshiloye, who is a clinical psychologist, a mental health expert. But we have somebody who, that has a stint of psychology itself, studied it at some point. The issue of, men manning up and the rest of them. Now, Demilade touched on something, for what we do, presenters. You come on the job and you've had something before, or you're on the job and then you're told that you've lost a loved one, a parent or something, but you cannot stop. You're about to take the news. I mean, it has happened to people. It happened to me. You've lost someone, but you're about to get on the show and you're expected to be happy. They tell you that the people don't care what you're going through. They tune in so you make them happy. And then you get on the show and you sound all excited, and all of that. And then when you leave the show, you pick up your problems. I mean, that's how a lot of us were trained. What is that detrimental?
You see, it's a momentary thing. Just a spate of maybe 1 hour or so. It doesn't detract from the fact that you are being eaten up by some kind of emotion or depressive state. Even pastors, they go through that. You see a pastor leaving a dead son in the house and still go back to preach. But that has not distracted. Just like Dr. Bright said, the fact that you go to the beer parlor to drink, you have only solved that problem momentarily. You are coming back to it as soon as that bout of alcohol is out of your system. But the important thing is that I want to say here, Nigerians should embrace having psychological therapy to solve some of these problems. There are problems that you cannot solve on your own. Peter Okodua, that ace broadcaster, had stroke, and that ended his life because he bottled up when 3 or 4 of his children drowned in Ogun River. And so, anytime you go to him, he will smile and say, no. He will even be the one doing the preachment. But it was being eaten up down there. Eventually, it was down with stroke, and that consumed his life. So, manning up is not an option when you have emotional issues around you.
All right. Thank you very much. Good place to drop it. Odele Fanimo is a reporter and a public affairs commentator. We've also had Barrister Asim Adams join the conversation, and Dr. Bright Kuko is a medical doctor, coordinator of the Indomitable Youth Organization, and he has quite a lot under his belt there. Also, coordinator of the Town Hall and Administration of Criminal Justice, member coalition of civil society organizations, former district governor of the Lions Club. Oh, right. He had to put that in there so we know that he's a member of the Lions Club. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bright Kuko, for coming on the program. Barrister C. Adams, Daily Fanimo, and Demilade Oshiloye. Well, gentlemen, thank you for your time and your contribution. Well, that's how far we go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next at 10 o'clock. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, Dissecting the news without fear or favor. Through factual and
We uncover, because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop Tv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, we have Daily Fanimo with us, and Dr. Brighton Ivakuka joins us virtually as well from Benin. Well, let's dive into the papers now. Let's look at the headlines here. From The Guardian, these are the headlines from The Guardian newspaper. For service or sanctuary, as a big story. Posers over ex-governors push for legislative seats. And then you have for some ex-governors, the journey doesn't end. It just changes. Governor's office, 8 years of power, privilege, protocol, control. Next chapter, legislative comfort. Security, allowances, influence, relevance. That's the story heading to the Senate. Interesting one there. Well, let's okay. So basically, that's the big story. We'll touch on that, and then let's also look at some other headlines here. The riders here: high petrol prices persist as Nigeria faces $11.5 billion crude oil loss. Power debt row deepens as Gencos challenge ministers' 501 billion naira payment claim. Appeal court to hear ADC, other suits against deregistration, July. All right, gentlemen. So let's touch on these headlines. Now, for the high petrol price, the riders to that story, but the story once again says high petrol price persists as Nigeria faces $11.5 billion crude oil loss. Stakeholders justify demand for price reduction, seek pricing reform. Dangote cuts petrol ex-country price to 1,000 naira, 125 a litre.
You see, they are just playing games with us. Why is it that we always defy the law of nature? Anytime there is increase in crude oil price in the international market, immediately, not a second, there will be hiking price of petrol. But when there is reduction, it takes a lot of bureaucratic bottleneck, argument back and forth. I've not exhausted my dump. I've not exhausted the crude I bought. But when you bought crude at maybe $70 to $80 a barrel, and suddenly in a matter of days, when that consignment is still in your refinery, you suddenly realize that the thing has jumped to 110. Immediately you adjust, you escalate the price. Why is it so? Is economic selfish interest. Okay, economic selfish interest. Now, in the last 5 days or so, well, I mean, crude oil price had been hovering between $73 and $76 per barrel. A sharp drop from last month when it was 114, between 110 and 114. Imagine, I mean, a gap of about $50 per barrel or 40. Now, if you have that gap, I think for those who had suffered when the price was 114, it is reasonable and justifiable for such people to enjoy price decrease commensurate with that gap when the price has dropped. But what do you have today? Today, a token of 20 naira, tomorrow at best a token of 35 naira drop. Fuel is still between 1,200 and 1,300 depending on your location as we speak now. But crude oil has dropped by as much as 40%. What is the fraction of 35 naira to what we used to pay? It's more or less like 1-2%. Why do we make Nigerians suffer on the altar of we hold the aces? monopoly. And unfortunately, because of deregulation, we are here where we are today. You can't control price because the market is deregulated. Then you ask yourself, if it was not profitable, and if it is still not profitable, why are the independent marketers and some of these IOCs, why are they still importing refined products? Even when the local production can take care of Nigeria and Nigerians. It's a mix of maybe somebody who had been in the upstream, is it upstream or midstream sector of the petroleum industry would shed more light on it. Chukuma.
Me?
Yes, now. Because I'm getting confused.
Well,
you need to help me.
Well, you reported business and oil and gas for a very long time. So let us run with what you told us.
But you run.
But like I said in the morning, it's what we are trying to. Our fears have been confirmed.
Yeah.
Because we were trying to run away from monopoly. And all of a sudden we have. It has made on us whether we like it or not. That is the reality now. Because when one man sets the price, and others have to follow. There is nothing more than less monopoly or less monopolistic than that. I said, I talked a bit about it in the morning. The fact that, well, the geopolitics of it is that when prices increase at the international level, we get a sharp increase. But when it falls,
and it's always immediate.
It becomes immediate when there's an increase. Yes. But when the prices drop, like now, I think it's about 70-something.
$73
per barrel. Mind you, our own budget benchmark is 64. So we are still making money. At some point, it got to $110.
$114.
$114.
Yeah.
So that's about $50 per barrel.
That's what I'm saying.
And
Increase.
And
that was not expected.
I think there must be a lot of money in our excess crude account. Governors are sharing. Governors are sharing. That is one aspect of it. And the geopolitics of it is that anytime there's an increase, they tell us that, well, it got to a head that we were even told that we couldn't get power, the power supply, because of the crisis.
Gas supply.
Because of the crisis in the Middle East. And I was like, at some time, we reeled out there was a chart, how the Gulf War had impacted on several economies in the world, different continents. And so that chart showed that, well, it had impacted, differently in certain economies. There was an increase, in almost every price of fuel in all parts of the world. But then it was instructive to us as Nigerians, because Nigeria being an oil-producing country, we were affected more than non-oil producing countries. And so there's a question mark there. If we are producing oil and then it impacts on us negatively than countries that don't even produce oil, then there's a problem there. There's a gap that needs to be filled by the economic handlers, people that handle the macroeconomic contractions of this country. That is another one. And so Nigerians like to profiteer at the expense of their fellow countrymen. It's something that we should act responsibly. Dangote has become the primus inter pares. He's the one that determines fuel price. Last time he removed 75 naira. The other time, now it is 50 naira. And so, but we see a gradual decrease. NNPCL, are they still importing? And so when they import, how much are they going to sell? So Dangote has become the denominator in terms of pricing of fuel in Nigeria. Going back to what we were running away from. Again, it's a call on people in government, to expand, the market opportunities so that we can get more players into that sector. We've been told for over how many years, even before Buhari left, that South Koreans, were angling to come build refineries in Nigeria. We have not seen them, at least, even if they are building, they have not started refining. We also know about BOA, whose own his refinery has been at 85% completion in the past 3 years. At every turn, 85% completion. At every turn, 85% completion. So how about the modular refineries? There's one in Edo State, Walter Smith.
Benin, yeah.
What is going on with Walter Smith? So at the end of the day, we still have a sole player. Our own NPCL, we don't even talk about it. And so we have a sole player, that is Dangote, who is expanding, by the way, not just expanding in Nigeria to other parts of Africa. And for those that are importing, what quality do they import? You know, so these are questions that I have NUPRC, I have NMDPRA, you know, the regulators within the petroleum industry. What do they do in all of this to ensure that Nigerians have fair, you know, and cheap, as a matter of fact? So Moses, as I would like for you, I would like to take a story on the big story, which is Prosa over ex-governors, push for legislative seats. So I'd like for us to get some context to it. Is it that the governors are saying, when we finish serving as governors, you must make some seats available, some concession? Or is it that is what they're asking for legally, or is it that it has become a convention? Because we see that so many of them now retire.
That's what they look for.
That's what
they look forward to.
No. That's
I think
what
it's
they look forward
the
to.
convention.
But are they trying to give it a legal stamp? That's a constitutional stamp, like.
Maybe the riders would give us an idea.
The riders doesn't really speak to that. The rider really says, well, okay.
It's an intro, not a rider.
Yes. Well, I have to take this one. It says, with the National Assembly, especially the states, already branded as retirement home for former state governors, another nomenclature is silhouetted in the background, a strategic sanctuary for some high-profile suspects. No thanks to the number of ex-governors trooping there after their tour of duty as state helmsmen. I think it's just, speaking to
the convention.
New trend.
Okay,
Yes.
a new trend. A new trend. I'm good that it's a new trend. We see these things happen.
Should it be tagged a new trend or a trend? Because it's been on.
Okay, now the new thing is that I'm trying to think that they are trying to give it a legal stamp. That like when women are asking for a certain number of seats in parliament. Now, ex-governors, okay, that is not what it is. Okay, then if that is not what it is, it's become a trend. But unfortunately, if you look through all of these ex-governor senators, half of them have question marks. You know, some of them are undergoing interrogation and investigation by the EFCC, so that the time they will have used at plenary and executive committee level, committee work and all of that, they spend all of that time at the EFCC. You know, two of my own former governors, Ojo Zokalo, 12-year trial, T.A. Oji, back and forth. You know, it's only Ibazo that the EFCC has not visited. And so other governors, Yaya Bello wants to go to Senate. Godswill Akpabio is in Senate. I mean, it has become a retirement home for them. But, I mean, they are right, you know, to contest. Okezi Bazo wanted to go to Senate. The people didn't vote for him. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi wanted to go to Senate. He failed. What's his name again? One of those G5 governors. I think there were three of them that tried, and three of them failed. Autumn, did he try? I think he tried and lost two. So, okay, but they gave him ambassadorial appointment. He said he doesn't want to go. And so Ugwuanyi and Okezi took up those appointments. Ugwuanyi, yes, I think. So the thing is this, they have the right to go. They are Nigerians, so long as they have not been criminalized, because if you have been convicted as a criminal, you won't be qualified to vote and be voted for. But now, it is the people's will to say, well, you did well as a governor. Go ahead, go and represent us. If your people say you should go, you go. If your people say you don't go, like I told you, in my class, one boy said, my people said I should come out. My people said I should come out. He scored one vote during the elections. And so, if the governor, your people say you should go, well, you have to go. Chukwuma Okoro will not say don't go. It's the call of the people to decide.
All right, then. Dr. Brighton Never Cooker, let's have your take on this one. We would like for you to unmute your device so we can get your audio.
Yeah, it's unmuted. If you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. First, I want to quickly correct something. I'm not a past district governor. I'm just a member of the Lions Club. I think you can leave it at that. I think in the early morning session, you mentioned that
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Then, two things. First, okay.
Go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
two things. First, on the issue of, I wanted to talk about the prices of fuel. The prices of fuel. What I still want, I'm not, still confused about is the fact that, let's say for like Dangote refinery now, they get the crude oil from Nigeria. Did they still have to send it outside the country, bring it back for the prices outside to kind of affect it? And even with what they have that is enough to take off Nigeria, who are those still importing that is still making the prices of fuel? It's also good that the Nigerians should get to understand how does this thing go from start to finish. Because when we were in school, we were taught that the nearness to source of raw material is would kind of help the cost of production. So I don't know how that is playing. Nigerians need to understand some of the things that are playing in there. The crude oil in Nigeria, refinery in Nigeria, yet we are being regulated by other prices outside. It calls for worry. Then for the ex-governors, I think why are the Senate? It's like they have some level of immunity and they just see it as a place where they can really go and hide. But like here, like as we mentioned, it's not automatic for some states, in some areas, but some states, they've actually had real hold on the people that it is only them that will really be going there. It still calls for Nigerians to be educated, for the fact that a past governor does not automatically give you a ticket to go and represent us. So the citizens need to be educated. If he's qualified and is qualified enough, good, but not just because he has been a past governor, he will not just go to Senate as a place for retirement. I think it's not something that should be encouraged and they should not be given that room at all.
All right. All right, then. Now let's go to this story here. Army, police reject moves to deploy repentant terrorists. Now, the story has it that there are moves by certain individuals at the helm of affairs insisting that
the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Well, we do apologize for that break in transmission. Welcome back to the program. It's still newspaper review on VOP TV. Now, just before the break, we still have with us in the studio Dele Fanimo, and also we will reconnect to Dr. Bright Onyeve-Kuko, who joins us virtually. Well, just before that interruption, we're talking about this story from the Guardian newspaper. The story says, Army police reject fresh moves to deploy repentant terrorists. Now, to break it down, the members of the police force and some army officials have said, look, there is an order from above that they accommodate some repentant terrorists. They are pointing accusing finger at the government in Borno State, insisting that they take at least 40 repentant terrorists into the JTF. And they are saying, and more findings has revealed that when these repentant terrorists are accommodated, are taken in, there is a segregation. They are separated. The soldiers themselves refuse to associate with them. So they have to stay in a separate room while soldiers who have worked together, been together for years, stay in a separate room. So there is that segregation. So they don't feel comfortable. The soldiers themselves don't feel comfortable working with these individuals. But the government is insisting. And record has it that so far, the government's Operation Safe Corridor has passed, have put out about 350,000 repentant terrorists that are, they've taught one skill or the other, and they're looking to reintegrate them into the security architecture. Some have been reintegrated already, but that's the number since the start of that project up until now, about 350,000.
My major worry is, what instrument did they use in profiling these so-called repentant Boko Haram members? What clinical psychiatric treatment have they gone through? What therapy have they gone through for you to say you have done everything? And within a space of how many years did you de-radicalize over 350 Nigerians and possibly non-Nigerians? It's a seamless thing for you to have a Nigerian, Chadian, and other nationals coming to this country, and they are easily assimilated to the various communities. But like it or not, psychologically, they belong to the other side. No matter how well you treat Bello Turji today, he's a Nigerian, and there's no pretext about it. Two, somebody who has lived part of his life working against the state, and you want to radicalize that person within 1 year, take him through military training, and you want the conventional soldiers to trust that kind of person when there have been reports that those trained went back to Sambisa Forest to join their compatriots with state-owned rifles. Not that they drop these rifles. Now, that person becomes doubly dangerous to the state because he has been taken through military drills. If, perchance, he has been trained in the signal department, he has the strength, the capabilities, and capacity to intercept radio messages. So, today, that is why that Major General that was killed in the forest, not Rabe, retired Major General, but a serving brigade commander in the theater of war, his radio was intercepted.
General Uba.
Is it Uba?
Uba.
Okay.
Uba.
Yeah, yes. Uba. His radio, which is not like our conventional telephone, was intercepted. It takes somebody who understands that particular aspect of the military training for that person to do that. And then you now have, there was a story of a soldier who said a particular guy was so close to their base that they send him on errands. They give him money. That almost everybody assumed that he is a personnel. But the day Boko Haram wanted to attack that base, that guy was the person that led that operation on the side of Boko Haram against those people that were with him. So how much of trust? These people, they have blood in their veins. How can you put snake, a venomous snake, in the trench and you want a soldier to sleep with that snake? It's not going to be possible. No matter how you have decided to say you want to sign away your life for the territorial integrity of Nigeria, you have family you left behind. You want to go back to that family. You want to go back to the warm embrace of your sons, daughters, and even your wife. And you are now forced to cohabit with somebody whose mental state had not been tested to ascertain his level of compliance with his new found rule. For me, I won't blame those soldiers and the policemen because we have seen cases in the past that they easily go back to where they came from.
All right. I'm happy that this is coming out now, and there are many layers to it. Now, the army has spoken out, the police. The army have spoken out, the police have spoken out. You recall that at some point, when these repentant terrorists were integrated into our national life, into the military, into the immigration, into the customs, even when we saw the pictures and the videos, we had the military say it is not true. You recall?
Yes.
Several times the military said, well, we have not taken any of them. But here it is, it's the same military that they say we are under pressure. You know, more like lending credence to the fact that at some points in the past they have been taken into our national life in terms of military. I mean, there was a parade where they were initiated into the immigration, and the immigration, the government authorities kept saying, no, it is not true. But now we know that it is true. Now, Borno State happens to be the flashpoint of insecurity in Nigeria in the past 15 years or even more. I mean, that is the hotbed. That has been the hotbed, you know, and the starting point, the takeoff point of Boko Haram insurgency. Sometime last year, the Shehu of Borno cried out. He says, look, almost all the local government areas have been taken over by insurgency. The state governor, Babagana Sulum, also complained a few months ago that, look, politicians are the ones behind insecurity. Now, it is this same man that 2 or 3 months ago said Nigeria is not yet ripe for state policy. When he was asked, he said, well, because some ethnicities will be wiped out in other localities where they don't belong, whatever he meant by that. Now, this same government is now forcing the military to take in repentant terrorists into the JTF, Joint Task Force. Meanwhile, the Joint Task Force is that institution that we understand has been doing wonders in Borno State. So how come the governor is making preachments, asking that these people should be taken in? I mean, it defies simple logic. And so it goes back to the issue of the sincerity or otherwise, the intentionality or otherwise of the government in fighting Boko Haram. Now, let's examine it. What authority does the state government have over the military? Now, to pressure the military to accept repentant Boko Haram. The military is a federal establishment. I mean, the JTF, do they report to? If soldiers and policemen are embedded in joint task force, who do they report to? Is it to the governor or to the state commissioner of police or to the brigade commander in that locality? Essentially, to the brigade commander. If you have men of the DSS, they should be reporting to the director of DSS, who reports, the state director, who reports directly to the DG of DSS and the Inspector General and the Chief of Army Staff, as the case may be. So why are we having this conversation? Why is the state government now putting pressure on the army, which is a federal institution, to take people that the army doesn't want to take? So these are questions that we should answer. At some point, in Nigeria, we just let things slide. We talk about it. And so people in appropriate authorities don't take responsibility. There are no consequences. And because we don't punish small crimes, the big crimes thrive. And that is why we are where we are today. So we need the government, the federal government, the Chief of Army Staff, the Inspector General of Police to tell us why the state government is putting pressure on the brigade commander and the Commissioner of Police to take in repentant Boko Haram into their joint task force. I'll leave it at that.
It's troubling indeed. Very troubling. A report also has it that about 9,680 formally reintegrated into society after ongoing vocational training. Now, communities are pushing back. The police pushing back. The army pushing back. And the government that should be protecting the people, both at the state, fingers are pointing at Borno State now, and also the federal government are saying these are repentant terrorists, take them in. It's a troubling time. And if the soldiers don't feel comfortable working with them, I wonder what sort of work they will be doing. Do the soldiers feel like we don't want to associate with you because you've been on the other side? In fact, the soldiers have said that most of the IEDs that they encounter, the revelation of their routes to terrorists are done by these new intakes. So they are blaming them for terrorists knowing where they take and knowing how they can plant IEDs that have
these are moles.
They are moles.
They are moles.
So if the soldiers are saying we don't want to work with them, why are they being compelled to work with them?
That tells you what will happen. One of the downsides of state policing. We are the center of the discussion now.
Absolutely.
This is what will happen if we eventually sign up state police. The president assents to that bill. And so a state governor will say, well, I want these people. I want Hisba as my state police.
But then the people will know exactly who to hold responsible.
Like now, who do they hold responsible?
What becomes of your holding somebody to responsible? Somebody is responsible for any action. Because the courts, who owns the courts?
No, but if state police comes into full operation and we still see insecurity thriving in certain parts of the country, then the people can say, look, it's our governor or it's the government in place that are doing this, as against blaming some insurgent who has come in from outside the country.
You see, one poster that somebody raised this morning about this state police is, if a criminal commits crime in Abia and escapes to Enugu, and in the course of pursuit, he gets to the border between Abia and Enugu, what happens if he crosses over to Enugu? Can they still pursue him to Enugu?
Of course, they will have.
There will be interstate cooperation between the forces.
What I'm saying is it embedded in that?
It should be.
It should be. Even if it is not. The fact that, that young man, Tyler Anderson, that shot, that tried to kill Trump the other time, he ran away from one state to the other. They captured him in the other state. It's just
but that's a federal crime.
Federal crime, trying to kill somebody.
Kill the president.
No, trying to kill somebody, not just the president.
Attempt murder on
Attempted
the president.
murder is a state crime.
It's
No, Trump comes from a particular state.
It's a federal crime, actually.
It's a federal crime. Why?
It's a federal crime.
Okay, so murder is a federal crime.
Yes.
Attempting to kill the president is a federal crime.
Attempting to kill somebody.
It's the president.
No, somebody. Okay,
somebody is not
okay, so if he tried to kill Mr. X and runs away from one state to the other.
They can still track it. Well, we're talking about the nature of the crime now.
The nature of the crime is that he tried to kill somebody.
He tried to kill the president.
He's first a human being before he became a president.
Well, he's not just a human being anymore because he's the president.
That's conferred on him, the federal authority.
Well, this is how far we go, but let me just put out a few headlines. So we'll take these ones away. Ramaphosa denounces xenophobia as more Nigerians, others leave South Africa. And the groups pushing for the June 30 deadline have said there's no going back. So I wonder what the president of South Africa is denouncing. State Police, Atiku, PRP, Falana raised concerns as LP, Afenifere, Sanwo-Olu back move. INEC yet to get 2027 election funds, 21 days to deadline. CBN freezes accounts linked to terrorism financiers, 6 enhanced monitoring. Well, these are some headlines that you will find in the dailies today, and they will be discussed in the course of the day right here on VOP TV. Sports comes up next. But much later in the day, Chikuma Okoro makes a comeback on Political Lens at 6 p.m.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. We'll travel around the country to bring you interesting, trending political stories. Join us then. It promises to be quite interesting.
There you have it, and that's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey. Big thanks to Daily Fanimo for joining on the conversation. Unfortunately, we lost connection to Dr. Brighton Nivakuka. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Environmental sanitation has long been a key strategy used by authorities to control waste disposal, prevent flooding, and reduce the spread of diseases linked to poor hygiene. Supporters say the exercise encourages community participation and helps maintain a cleaner environment, especially in densely populated areas. However, others argue the sanitation should be a daily responsibility supported by efficient waste management system rather than a once-a-month activity.
We want the environmental to back because our Lagos is too dirty, our road is too dirty. So we want everywhere to be clean. If they catch anybody to throw away dirty or mess the road, let them take the person to where it's supposed to take and go. They should not collect bribe for anybody. They can do, let them do it. So we want Lagos to be clean.
Some residents expressed optimism that the exercise would improve environmental conditions if properly enforced, while others raised concerns about possible restrictions of movement and the need for government to provide adequate waste disposal facilities. They also emphasized the importance of public awareness, proper monitoring, and collaboration between authorities, communities for the initiative to succeed.
It's good to bring environmental come back to Lagos because some area of Lagos is dirty. So I like it like that. It's good. Before, then they do this environmental and everything is clean. But some people, because of the time or something like that, that 6:30 to 8:30 is still okay for us.
We want the environmental to come back again because Lagos State is too dirty. There's dirty everywhere, even on the road. Express road, there's dirty. So if they should return it back, if the alloy stand, it will clean. If the alloy does not stand, it will not clean.
As long as Lagos continues to grapple with waste management and urban challenges, many residents say sustained effort, not just periodic exercise, will determine the long-term impact of the sanitation policy. From the streets of Lagos, Indamola Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare.
governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
World Cup dey sweet, but some team na dey sweet pass. The one we see yesterday night not be matter. The one we come see early hours of today not be still small matter. We see many match. We see the 1-1. All the Japan they play 1-1. Japan record all tight like person we say they put am for offering based on church matter. Japan record all long like Lagos 10 million bridge. The way Japan say they do their matter, and I'm the one that say they go play you draw. They come clean stadium. You know understand? They go fair play you. They win you. They win you. They'll clean stadium. If you win, then they'll clean stadium. But we see they found go winners since 2019. European team never win all the Japan people. They just get a better result yesterday. We see the goal. When they get correct, Elanga also assist. Gyökeres get Elanga score now 1-1. They don't win then. They still become unbeaten based on European matter. So me they like with me. They see all they made. All those Japan boys maybe say Karu Mitoma not even dey inside. Japan they play ball. Forget them. Whether you like or not, maybe you respect some kind Asian team when you see that they play. Now be some kind talk. We also see we don't want to talk about some kind World Cup match they also play. We are giving an inside World Cup where we go to call around the table. We also check Netherlands. I don't know how Netherlands they go allow Tunisia score 1 goal yesterday for the match they play for the early hours of today. We still see that we're calling 1-3. Netherlands carry the ball go out based on team win hat-trick. 3-1 just to play. But today go still continue. Paraguay will collect 0-0. We say they call and draw. And last time we say me see draw now when I shop for soup. They can go get draw with Australia. Now Turkey can go stay Alagule me must score 3-2 against USABC now host, but we know how they play for the range matter. Now we just jump enter and I welcome 9B Sports Republic show. When we don't come, we'll talk as it be. Not worry, say we'll talk for this matter. When we say on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, what they do for language, ABC and English, ABC you see they like. But based on South representing me they come, we need to align and know say this one now don't be say with the talk for Pidgin and we'll tell and know say the World Cup is sweet. But more your sharply enter some kind of transfer news where you play for area, just small ones. They call her Onana. Not be real matter, first they sing, oh Nana, what's the name? You know that song? Now they call her Onana. They did on your this so they call her new loan because Man United, they say they don't get space for Andrew Onana for their team. No chance. Onana not fit United now. They say major they move, they go because the way the team don't arrange themselves, Makakari don't say arrange my team and I don't need to put Onana for inside the team because space not there. But Onana now, just they happy, they get joy, say yes, me we also they play for so kind of clubs they call transfers for. He do well with the last season, maybe say for Onana should they play. So we enjoy the kind of team we say Onana do last season. But if you be Man United fan, me don't know whether you want me Onana come back. I'm not sure say me go fit pick 1 or 2 United fan, we say, yo, to say me want me Onana come back, you not go to play like that. I'm not sure say go set. But from Onana news, we don't then I know say the Turkish side don't say they won't collect the player. They don't give him 1 more year. Give me 1 more time. It's not just small chance. Give me small opportunity because normally we talk and say now person say not get money to pay landlord. And the landlord please give me some time. Now for 10 hours, they don't get money to pay. So now they say they'll give you 1 more chance. But United say they don't count on Onana now. Say they don't hear Onana like this. If you Onana talk, they don't go hear him. So me Onana just this last time me deal with the transfers for. We just see some kind of report your carry come out about Arsenal matter. They call him Pierre Hincapi. The Sabi playboy, Ecuador player we see him. And this World Cup, man, I'll tell you now some things. People they want to say how some teams till they get their results. Or you both call and say that determination. You get some big for inside because now resilience. You just come out, you play match. I don't know how the Ecuador take one. Wait till maybe they talk about Ecuador because we don't feel promise we will not talk inside match. Now just some kind of surroundings. Maybe all clean everywhere, maybe for make sense. But we look at Cape matter, we look some kind of player on the Plata, all the Caicedo, I say sure, the Enna Valencia. Players come alive. Based on German side on win so World Cup matter. We know say Germany they play World Cup, they good. But because they Ecuador need the results. Now they can't come and come play well, can't get a result. They can't come and carry people Estopian and say na team be this one. See their coach name, normal team just stand. But more talk about their player now we say Arsenal don't collect, say yes, we go there with us. They call him Pierre Hincapi. You go play for Arsenal next season. They don't give him better deal. Now full deal, now this one you'll be so and now 5-year deal. He can't not forget say he did 24 years. He play for Ecuador for this World Cup. We'll continue to see him for more games for the World Cup as they transfer, they move. Now, one man will be beside the same, may God give me a chance, man, get Shama take pass. If you not get Nico, you not fit pass ball because you get Nico inside, you not call Nico pass. Real Madrid don't talk say they expect to activate in release clause 9 million euros. And they call buy back clause. Now all those contracts with the thing they want to say wetin make what they call them, wetin make Man City not put down for Copama head because now club we say they know the business and they put some kind of potential buyback clause for player we say no say go determine enter the real record. Now Nico Pass now Argentina player, he dey for World Cup, they come from bench normally, so you not fit play pass who don't fit the team. But wetin we dey like for the team now be say Madrid now don't take Como say now don't get option. We dey give an option now. Say, me not try, me not do am where option, me not sign am permanently. If you not fit sign am, if you not fit collect am, me not leave am. Once they not tell us say, not fit sign am, me not your open transfer matter. Say, we not fit sign the Copas, we not fit do the Copas they go. If you do that one, you just day. Now me say, Madrid will go press one button, 84, come out for 19. When they press the button, the Copas will come they open to other club transfer. Madrid not they do what is the time. We not the check time. When a club people say everybody know. They know how they do it. The Copas get potential. We like him. He dey play ball. Everybody know. But the matter now be say whether Como go fit pay the money, may they collect am permanently because me just dey observe Fabregas philosophy and methodology. And they check and they look and they observe say you not get go pay say Mr. May they not sign this boy because they need to collect am. Como need am. Como now they play European tournament next season. When they play after World Cup now we enter next season. So me they feel say me they just carry am because Nico Pans na player we say everybody could not say we like him. More emulate some kind of this small boy they possess for football. Young just sit there inside. Now, but more just jump enter one boy be say me they worry say I don't know what team can never win Ballon d'Or. They worry, they pay me, they give me outbreak inside heart. Like man, we be say losing girlfriend for street for Ecowa Road. I just they worry say Vinicius Junior. Now you know man we be say you see the dance, me they like you because enough we come more with Brazilian get. Honestly, so we don't see you don't this Brazil squad not be the one we know that time. Jogo Bonito. They sit him. She say they get Jogo Bonito. You know, this is a clear eye and they tell they put Lucas Paqueta for that team. Manager go do arrangement, you put Vinicius for one side. Rafinha not they can't give that small boy 19 years old, right? I may get shot, me just come inside. But the school now they dance anyhow, they show people say, yeah, Brazil now the different. Vinicius go do one side, they collect for house rent. Not the year word. Now you check that midfield. Casemiro just did the control. Because you get Bruno Guimaraes, that one if you kick person here, go outside. You can't go put you call that one again. Paqueta, we like to the dance. Now, more talk about this boy they call Vinicius Junior. Now, if you talk past Vinicius Junior, as I phone on the young so now you don't join Ronaldo. See record. You don't go join Ronaldo. Maybe say we know that Ronaldo the Lima Nazario. You don't go join Ronaldo as only player. Maybe say you don't win 3 MOTF. You can man of the match award for World Cup group stage. You never see you don't do one based on this matter like this. Vinicius they do one for Brazil record. And again, he don't become the first player for the World Cup so where they play 2026 to score 3 consecutive matches. Anytime we play, they get chance, make they score based on Brazilian way be. Now we don't see some kind of big name there. We don't reach that matter. Other than Jairzinho, when Jairzinho they play, whenever a born person like me. But based on say with record yesterday, Jairzinho do one for 1970. Now old record be that. Now old record be that. Now again, Romario do one for 1994. Ronaldo and Rivaldo do one for 2002. Now Vinicius Junior not go join them for 2026. Now he don't become the first Brazilian to score in all 3 group stage since Ronaldo and Rivaldo do one for 2002. Now, if you look Vinicius, before we go talk about their ranking, based on what they play for World Cup, so more allowing us to say, if you they look Vinicius now, you know, will not say Vinicius Junior suppose don't win some kind of Ballon d'Or award. Me, it pain me because I don't say when he miss out to Rodri, I don't say bye Guado. Because we all this small boy, all they come out now, they play ball, and all they hear what they Gino, all the Alan, all the Mbappe, you see all the change. And if you look Madrid now, you know say Vinicius Junior not gonna be like the biggest player for inside the team, now based on valuation matter. You they give Mbappe matter, all the shake. So Vinicius come to say now second man. You know they carry second from back. But we won't make Vinicius Junior. Me, based on semi like Brazil matter. I will like make Vinicius win Ballon d'Or. I don't know I want to play. The few World Cup, we feel agree and we enter street, take PR matter. Vinicius Junior should win the Ballon d'Or. We never know whether Brazil will win now. But now player will be on the carry the team from this crash. Because one time for this World Cup, they don't World Cup not to it go sweet, but team not too need to play too much like that. You get results. See, you don't go measure Ronaldo records. See, Ronaldo do and you do. People they do, they do. You do me, I do. You please go know what me they sing that song. You do me, I do. You got nothing else because see this record now for 2010. Ronaldo do for 3 matches. Collect man of the match go ask. But Vinicius remember, see, when your time reach, you don't need anybody to tell you say you make him. Because now you will be say they lose guard, now you will cast yourself. Because Vinicius now, see the living dream. They enjoying boy. Be like that boy they play yesterday on Plata for Ecuador. You just enjoy the moment as it comes. And so football just be so. Vinicius Junior, we don't talk. But more jump enter rankings. Now not say for ranking. Brazil now on the second for the World Cup power ranking. We both talk say they just collect themselves for knockout rounds. They all enter round 32. Now more clear in something. I mean, I just feel no. I they play for area. Now see all those rankings. When the World Cup first start, many people they talk say not be Brazil go reach there. Some say now France. Everybody get their own favorite for the World Cup, but now your performance so now be the way they show for screen. So what do you do for the group stage and they'll take point for this level? Now we they ask questions say who go fit beat France team? Because the way France team they come now, we are the one that say EML show they'll fit beat France team. France team now team everybody they say if you win this one, you don't feel win World Cup. Because even the manager self, they take normal medicine, say, I don't know I want to start on. You just they do so kind changing. Then they carry this, they do a put, Komota, put Bacola. The other time they put Manokone, Komot Chomeni. You just change them. But understand, everybody need to play. But Rabiot, they don't they touch all those ones. Don't they leave them they play. We listen, we also there and check if say they show both. We not the see them for World Cup because they score too much. So Martin now say Brazil and they try. Nobody they look them. They never to the city that contender. We don't say their record now. World Cup they come every time. Now you all they look there. But look table, make you see ranking. Which team now? You feel contest, you feel play France team. But Brazil don't try. Because many people, when they ask them, when we enter street, they have to say, bro, I bet Vos Pop, come, follow us online. We go win World Cup. Everybody mad now France. Everybody mad now Spain. Now we say you don't play reach that side now. But the thing now we say, we never know whether it will also connect, reach that side. Because as you ought to be, you're tight. France just today, Brazil day, Argentina day, Messi team on the year world. When they check out the team they there. But the team where they sign up, we say, Spain, England, none of them they worry. But who go believe say Brazil? And I talk for life, anything you find yourself, maybe just understand, say you need to take your chance. If I see Ronaldinho sometimes, I sign to Ronaldinho till the hawk person and Ronaldinho. If I watch Ronaldinho, don't play ball, always go sign for Tetia, so for Serie A. They go sign for Serie A because they get A side, they get Serie A, they get Serie B, because Serie A. They go sign for Serie A now. One club for that side, one small club. Now, Regina, they call them. Now, Vinicius Martin, I be like Ronaldinho, based on the joke go when they connect. Now, when they watch their team, because they do Ronaldinho, like say, man, see they play ball. Understand? Say, man, see they play ball. Understand? Say, we not the year, Okpeo. Understand? Because I say, why? Why this team, why they come on like that? Eh? Why? Because all the team, we say Vinicius, they do. Say, why we don't come out team? When they come out team, they call the shout, Okpeo. You understand? So you need to you go the sound well. And so Brazil team be. But man, I tell you something. Their coach and master class. They get coach, if you carry that on the next line, that team good. See, you don't need Red Barrow to say person good sometimes. Because when I watch their team, I've been at dog class when they play left back. I've been at down when they play for Danilo, they don't mature so. You go check their back. Not be banners they won't use this time around. And Marquinhos, you go lock up backside, you put a lot for pocket. I talk on. You will shout Okpeo, say it cannot be shot. But the matter now be say, if you check their team, Marquinhos they pair with Megales, their team is strong. It is you can go check their midfield. Casemiro, you all go collect Percy leg now. They get a yellow card, you come on the brief Fabinho. See Percy here, focus. Bruno Guimaraes, they find one tackle down. You go the other side, you can go see Paqueta. They play like number 10. They call this one. Akpolo, my guy, they call Vinicius Junior. They play for left side. You go check right side now, you put around. They get scored. They got Thiago. I tell you this thing before. Before talking, Thiago need to take his chance because now Brazil be this. Martinelli they enter like number 10. No space for him to play that side because now Vinicius Junior might be the key for that team. Because we'll still talk about Neymar. Fine boy not get people. We'll reach that side. But Vinicius now be key for this team. We know. If you give him a chance, you go bend post anyhow. If you carry ball go outside, I don't know if you go make a go to miss a chance. You get chance, maybe you bury him. But now you're still join. More leave Vinicius now. What we want to talk about now, the next time I see connect to some kind of Brazil matter. We don't tell the ranking. But again, one thing where if people say go school, they go understand that they kind of meet. Now we don't really shop, where they buy for that side, I mean on that bridge. No. Meat. For sweet. Maybe meat. That's how. It be like waiting person they say go play. So can people call up predestination, so can't matter or not before they connecting straight. Now more talk one team can come and see what day. So they say each time a Brazilian team, you know saying we'll speak out for Igbo, we will translate that for Pidgin, you know saying we have a kind of come out. Saying each time a Brazilian player has scored in all three. No, I'm Pidgin ain't gonna make sense. They say anytime we say Brazil player don't score for 3 group games for World Cup, say Brazil don't carry the World Cup, they don't enter, come become champion. Now, what did they play now for this area? Now we say Vinicius Junior now go score for all 3 group games for this World Cup. So see the record, see the name, so we say they did for there. So you check out for 1970, you call it see Jairzinho. You check out for 94, Romario, all those one not be here. Romario 2 play boards. Now, I'm going to check Ronaldo and Rivaldo for 2002. Korea, Japan, we don't forget. And Ronaldo carry, what was it talking? He carries some kind of people, landlord, they start, take come. But they still win. Ronaldo, the Lima, Nazario, not get meat. Understand? All those ones, they watch and continue from Edson Arantes, Pele, understand? Nascimento. And so all those names. But they hear the names, they say the boss person, Shakwanene. All this, all the Jairzinho, all the Rivaldo, all the Ronaldo. See name. All this one, they play and this one. But now, go check and Vinicius Junior now also join inside the matter. See record. We now, with the thinker now, whether this will come to pass like Bible verse or King James version. Me, the thinker, the warrior, the thinker say, I want to play. Say anytime when they score this kind of goals. What I don't know now me too, because whether I go play now, me don't know. Anytime when Brazil team don't go play, win like the other score, one person they carry ball, they go. Based on winning record, not be hat trick. Say did they go on to win the World Cup. So my mind they tell me, say people don't use to observe that team. Because you see Brazil bench, their bench, if you win some kind of people first 11. But now, you the check and say, Brazil, can they win the World Cup? They are not too good. They don't play like old Brazil. It's not like this one. It's not the Danielson. It's not the Ronaldinho. It's not like that too. Football change. But waiting make their game can't change small. We say, all these Brazil people can't go allow some kind of European for enter. All the academy, they get traits. Brazil get style till they play ball. You don't play match for inside street before. You don't play ball for inside beach. Carlos say, for me to get shot, they play with my left instead, man, they knock on. Say me they play ball for pitch. They play for if one say people they swim, you go beach now, and they all beach, you enter beach. If you swim, finish your play ball, you play 5 aside, monkey post, who score when I win. Understand? For Benin, you come out Rimagba, Okubagba, they play Origba. Who put money inside, you still win. That's what they do for the area at that time. But now, Brazil are not gonna get all those Brazil facilitation. Now if you say you need to go back to a boss in our drawing board, not be person not get T-square. I want to go back to the drawing board. We will go back to the drawing, not get T-square, they go back to the drawing board. Which board you get? You be good way. I beg, more shift in the matter. More job. We are the way I go take play, whether the office correct everything based on Brazil matter. But another one talk now, Neymar. It's not fine when I not get people. Me not carry on Neymar too fine, I beg. Neymar play ball. But before we even enter, my friend they follow me online say, how you take Neymar? What do you think about this performance? Do you think he really play well? Do you think Neymar? I say, but I don't want to talk now. I mean, we are now like 81 days, so 3 years, they never play well for Brazil. Come back. Or say, you know the 2 days like that. See, first of all, injury, don't do one. And one thing me like, now when Neymar they enter, if now see ovation, fans, everybody they shout. People they shout, say Neymar don't show. You don't need to not to get anything to show you, maybe you know it's not world class. You don't understand? You know in Ballon d'Or, we understand. But you know if it say you don't know say Neymar now world class. Guardiola first talk, we know everybody know Neymar. Now player, we say we like. Neymar get footwork. You don't need to come too much impress you. You know the game. Who don't find. Who don't make up now advert. So with Neymar, when he enter, you know see Acuna, come out. See now star boy for a reason with Neymar. You know to get it. See first of all, see on the front of the line say you need to do this. Coach they look on. That's so. Understand? So when you see, don't look all those waiting for. Don't look all those memo. Those places. Who they enter inside match now? Big player. Everybody know. Brazil all-time leading top scorer. Nobody reach him. The rest go watch him. Children wey dey there, they emulate Neymar. Everybody want watch Neymar. Want play Doku. I like Neymar. Foden. I watch Neymar. Yamal. They look Neymar. People like him. Neymar na role model. You understand? But to see Neymar return for football, so it makes sense, and we like him. So we just believe say Neymar just turn around again. But the truth of the matter is say not too sharp. You want to hear? I'm gonna tell you the truth. Neymar not too sharp. Like for the small time with the gear, not too. In first touch, she fell loser. But you not get it to prove to you to not say Neymar good. You know, to You know they try to so but now small. Before you know you enter that team, now be number 10 for that team. So if you say Neymar they fit, me not sure say Paqueta will fit the start. Because they need Bruno Guimaraes work rate. Paqueta not get him. Paqueta they worry you, but that number 10 role. But based on Paqueta and still boy we say 6 we play ball. We say for West Ham. Before you go Flamengo, they carry ball, they play well. But Neymar now for that Brazil team, they need him. Who be your leader? Neymar 1 day back, Vinicius 1 day back. Vinicius go take Neymar 1 day back. Every team need leader. We call on leadership quality now. Trade when you get Neymar for your team. You know say get because you know the imagine say they get Ronaldo for World Cup or Ochoa for Mexico they come, Messi for Argentina they come say you know carry Neymar come World Cup, you know make sense. Neymar don't enter social media, break and carry come back. So a lot you know say I need to include that for my team. Just give us small minutes before you know Baba go enter. Neymar on a very good if you catch you and grind your day. You need see maybe all the game but you want to touch but a player we know when Brazil don't they win some kind of matches, maybe they give some minutes. If he not start, but when Neymar don't enter. Not the player don't enter. I be Neymar. So, but for Neymar, we'll talk about one team now. Because for the more version of their group, say Morocco, Brazil. Brazil top the group. Morocco come second. Space not there for that place. When we see the group, we not say Brazil will top because Brazil can go play draw Morocco. People can feel say the team will be Morocco will come out. Now see group. Now see now 7 points. Now they move. But then Morocco just they pursue them. Come collect 7. Come Morocco just win the last match. Now Scotland so. I don't time for Scotland people. When them again, I they do error for back, not feel ball. And Brazil go show them Pepe. Then Haiti, when I go to sing song, We Are the World. Understand? Why Club G of 10 I take play. Understand? So now so you'll be for the group. So, but we'll talk about Morocco. And also, this is all finished for us. Now 2 now remain. It be like the color of this place. So, color, towel, the like see them. So now Kiseme, Yasin, they play ball. We know I will talk about her. But more later, I know I'll be now. I say Morocco don't qualify for their place. They enter around 32 for the World Cup, so they come and they not become the first African side where officially enter that round 32. Morocco also go make history for knockout stages. And Morocco national team don't qualify for the knockout stages. And when this is the 3rd time, when you call 3rd time, when they don't do one, they do one for 2026, so you're there. So they still go run for 2022 World Cup. Because they do it for 1986. See, Morocco. And from this record now with the Guinea, so we can't gain at this one day. So we also jump enter. They don't become officially, they don't climb to the top of the charts as highest scoring African team. When I see this record, I'm not happy. My face will know I'm not happy. Because now we do Nigeria. To say Nigeria, the year word. To say see, Martin or something. If you say with the year word, because they say it was enough for who? Not we will not the wise like that. Because problem, at the talk problem not the finish, the Nigeria ringtone be that. Because I take play now. Show maybe I observe the matter first. When I check on. When I observe I take play now, they talk about the kind of things. They say Nigeria. Now we they score World Cup go, now we they go World Cup. Now we they get appearances based on who we be. You never to tell me you talk about some kind of thing. You go measure and assist. Now you day. If I say not to pay me, I just say lock up. Man, I'll relax. As I try to relax, now Morocco now not go score more goals now. Hakimi now not go become Hakimi. Highest player don't play World Cup matches for Africa level. Now see Nigeria now. Now only 23 goals now we get to. Morocco not go get 25. He never finished for DL. Now 13 we enter so. Before enter 16, Morocco just score the end and it's not that time with that. But we also jump better Cameroon. Cameroon now score like 22. So I'm not sure say Cameroon go fit match that record as your be. But Morocco, maybe they don't get 25. They call them Nigeria, can't get 23. Now Morocco see they move. I'm not sure if anybody go stop. Morocco be like no stopping. Nobody stop Morocco. Morocco na team will be saying that team will be say get team. So if they check Morocco, you they say their manager know until they change players. When they call now call Boadi Abi, you not play last match like that too. You go start with an Amrabat. See their midfield. You see Raheem enter get chance. They can't even give this small boy chance opportunity. Raheem score goal. Say this is a goal of my life. This is a dream goal. As the score, and next one I get chance. Now I give Geseme Yasin score ball. When I know they see I beg. That more show that boy again. That boy now be the youngest player. Well, now 20 years old. We're not gonna make history. So, youngest Moroccan player to score for World Cup at club level. In the play for Strasbourg. Yasin, you know, Yasin they play ball. Call on Yasin Geseme. Who sabi play ball don't good, I beg for the matter. But you know if you talk about Morocco, may you not talk about Ashraf Hakimi. Who tell na say Hakimi na no abi? Player don't reach level. He work on world class, milestone we don't achieve. He don't win Champions League for Real Madrid before, you know abi? He come PSG, not come like small stand, he come like big player, and Hakimi in the corner. Because Hakimi they worry, forget picking where they for train. Hakimi, all those ones, also they call the right back again, because now right frontiers, 9B. Blood and Denzel don't freeze. They get chance, they'll bet you go one side. Now, more talk about Morocco now, it's Hakimi matter. Captain, he play with all the NS series, you know how that team be. But they watch Kessie, they play, I say, Kessie, you are doing what you need to do, carry your team along. I don't want to talk about Ivory Coast because they win their match, not be Curaçao, not be team MC we celebrate. You understand? We support all African team, but not be when Ghana win match or South Africa. We know the rivalry I play. But now, we'll talk about Kimi, the game man of the match. I win award. Ashraf Hakimi, player of the match. It is smart. You know what I mean like Hakimi? I like Hakimi based on saying mentality too high. Hakimi not allowed to the door himself. Hakimi allowed to get chance. If you just get a chance, so you just play anybody anytime you see. You say, now me be Hakimi. I need to learn and not say me good. He then turn midfield. They play right back row. Vinicius Junior they hard. He not fit pass on. He block everywhere, lock on. Carry per lock, throw away, give your hand to me go buy something for market. I say, so when you look at Hakimi now, you say Hakimi now player, you say Morocco get and they get hope. Not be some kind of Nigeria country matter, renewed hope, not before Hakimi matter. This one, Hakimi now they real renewed hope. Not be down they tell us me renew hope. And for Hakimi matter, me they renew the hope because this Morocco team, who won't play them go do like this. Say I won't play Morocco. Okay, now okay, more tell now. You get one, that one, let me say Hakimi, your player say, boy, enter post, something I won't go, something Hakimi score. Say Hakimi there for that line. You say, see him. Hakimi called it for the line. Say Hakimi won't bench, enter the post. See. People they play ball. People they play ball. See him. I just look this keeper. What do you want to even do for this one? Boy, don't pass you. You know, so this keeper, they get family for area. They don't need to do too much. When they don't go, understand? They don't go cast themselves one side. From Hakimi, Hakimi, I like him. When I don't say Abi, might be Hakimi record so. But mostly they jump and they go from Hakimi matter. They jump better another one. Because on World Cup, you're the sweet. So Nigeria is not in the World Cup. Nigeria is not in the World Cup. It's not interesting. It's not interesting. No see me. No look man. Wait to concern you. You don't need to look for your face see man. Understand? We for Nigeria, we missed the World Cup. Now next World Cup will come. We never even get hope whether we'll go, but we need to use our head like we see me. Whether we'll go World Cup, now they come. From Hakimi, their next match now Canada and a co-host nation. Me don't know. Okay, now South Africa matter. Me don't know. But before we talk about South Africa, me not first. More jump enter Bellingham news. Bellingham talks on Twitter I like. Bellingham, decent player. If he score like this, I like him record. Jude Bellingham, enter where he scored like this. Come around, come to me. They do a normal record the player. The last Jude Bellingham. He say that wasn't not give me. Based on MVP, and I'm not supposed to give me for find one Ghana player give. You understand? You know, I don't feel I need this award. I'll give Ghana player now. IB, go carry award, give Ghana. Because all those Ghana boys, show those Ghana boys. I've been sorry. All those Ghana boys won't go bend person one side. I don't know how they take one. Go get draw against 3 Lions. They go give ball. Go give what you call Hakimi. Go give Hakimi. What you call give Hakimi captain. Say give Hakimi. Give Bellingham, say Bellingham, now you be a player, you say you need to do where Hakimi is in my man, so Hakimi they play ball. But Bellingham say me not deserve to win man of the match. You're not supposed to give me, you're supposed to give all those Ghana boys. Because we don't talk about come radio, come TV, come go on the media outlets. Say na Hakimi, na man will be say with African level. But for England, na England team get Bellingham. Because they talk as if for England team to get draw against Ghana, let me say Ghana strong go. But allow it to Bellingham talk. We both can recognize real. We don't forgive the award. Maybe they forgive Jordan and you where the whole play. I've been a figure Antoine Semenyo. I've been a figure give like Williams when I won't give. But when I cannot go give my friend Thomas, maybe say the entire party where because with the check some see for this like where you're console, you don't need to the doubt person, you know the Bible verse, you know Thomas. If you want to do party now today for anniversary, you know go won't come. I've ever done live on like that. Canada match they come, they play against South Africa. All them my guys. I've been more talk about South Africa small. Me they like Tyler. No talking about Tyler. They like people are not doing. Now president the press now but they work. We they give them a wristwatch. Everybody collect. They get a bonus. Everybody collect. You know if you tell me South Africa now they try. Maseko. You don't hear the Maseko name. On a 10 bands one. No, c'est so le detail. Muta, Modiba, Mungazi. It may all control say play for Nigeria and all agree. See me they like South African people because Nigeria will not celebrate their ball. See if you see with him good, may you talk on. Now they do when she talk. Because say you not be your person, not if they talk on. See, who don't good, who don't fine. And they talk and say road bend, not me say you bend waka put. You see match. You see all these two teams won't play so their match go tight. Because Canada and a co-host. The parents say they not fit playing for us because they travel now, come up from Vancouver, they go America, won't go play. Now, South Africa, see all those boys, they don't get exposure. They never play World Cup before. But if they see South Africa, they carry this matter for like antenna. Look at him, we wait till they do them. If they finish everything they do, they go shout Okpel. Why this thing they come out to Okpel, because they get the match value. Their team, they promise them it work. You understand? So you think good. Say we won't win this World Cup. We don't know that if we win now. South Africa 2010 they host as the winner. Now for the first time ever, after 2 decades, now 20 years be that one now. 9 they don't now enter the next level. I bet me they clap for themselves. Me not see Nigeria people. Me not facing a challenge. Saying I not go World Cup. Not me saying now they beat South Africa. But me not be saying me too like them based on the kind of way they do. We know this xenophobia matter, but based on what football they bring, they go home and corner and say return. So more give them accolade. Say yes, and I don't do well. But from that mostly jump time not today, we need to come out and enter on your today. So they ask us question, say, I bet VOP media, when I tell us IB, how they do how is the 8th best team placed, how is it determined? We'll show you now, no. How they determine, I'm showing I'm for seeing. Understand? You not get matter, everywhere clear. I just like to call your name because you be person who say they do sound. Understand? Everywhere clear. Just more see that's way they call. More just teach them. See IB, everywhere clear now. See how the 8th best team placed are determined, or you both talking for matter. Number 1, more veteran. If you like get barrel of people, when I just say conclude, more teaching. So, greatest number of points obtained in all group matches now be number 1. So, number 2 now be the goal difference, and that one and the result are from all the group matches. Number 3 for inside the later. So, now be resulting from all group matches, goals scored. So, they ask question say how they take one. Number 4 can be highest team conduct. Japan, I don't know how Japan took clean stadium. Maybe they give Japan this record I beg, not today. Based on yellow card and red cards for players and team officials. Number 5 can be highest FIFA and Coca-Cola ranking position. Where they call in the most recent published edition of the ranking. Now be the last time we just see this. So we don't tell I just be now for the team for the area. But lastly, not today, we also jump. The last I won't get so now Thomas Tuchel and Saka mo talking. See. We need to let you know some kind of news now, some kind of things we don't understand. Team, not everybody's supposed to play. This message clear. And waiting me like this Thomas Tuchel man say they do what they mind. Me, I like Thomas Tuchel man because I'm brave heart. See, nobody need to confuse you. You decide what you want to do for yourself because real matter people go talk. So talking is inevitable based on people matter. People must talk. See, I even clear you. Even if you join them for back, people say they talk about you. They go say talk, so you're not gonna need to join them. Because you give them assignments. They're not like him, but that's true. You try, you'll be like Ronaldo, because some people don't like Ronaldo, but they watch him. You not like me, they watch me, I play. Now, so Thomas Tuchel they be. Thomas Tuchel now not talk and say, me not see the message and everything they there. Don't be say we don't want to play Saka now. Saka na national player. If Saka do fit, we go play him. We like him. We don't say now you get position, but because Saka not too sharp. Madueke they try to enter. They enter, they go there. Face your enemy. But Saka, never to. But maybe some kind. Maybe if you pick up, you can't collect space on that side. So we never to know. But I'm not sure if we do pass ourselves. If now they worried, they say I beg Kizikeo, may not tell us of VOPO when we Saka start match. We never know because this coach, the way they take and nobody even feel understand what Thomas Tuchel they do. We don't see gay. We don't see Stones. We see him. We don't see a concert. Which kind of formation? So everything clear. So when I'm not the worry, give me now the ask question, say, how can England play? Thomas Tuchel know I want to do one. Because when you watch their team, more we're talking, England team, that team where everybody feels say they're supposed to win World Cup. They get the squad, they get the value. See, because if I observe their team, I know the one that say, who won't even start? But Thomas Tuchel not sure say some players, for inside the team, they be untouchable. Other than Reece James. The way James say they do everything now, because they for Bible, they marking enemy, anyhow, they come out there. I've been around, it be like Zambia dance, Ezra concert. See person name I not play where they be a concert, I not play where. I been a mark gay. Go mark anybody, come on gay for inside body. Those one. All those ones, they know what they use, but I been a left back. You know if I meant to come out. They not carry look sure because even people they look me, not be all of them sure. But they see they play well. Just Spence, they don't break job before, they collect left back row. I been a Nico Rally. All those one are team. I been a Elliot Anderson. See, I don't know how they tell they do them. I respect England team because Elliot Anderson, now wait till they play, record must be. If they show say yes, I'm a good player, they must sign me. Who again they for there? They already for Bible. If you St. Jude, when we say not get Bellingham. I they talk and say, hey, you see, nobody feel hurt me. Not even Jude can Bellingham me. Because if you watch their team, they play well. I've been at who they for that place again. Their midfield, they say it consists of players. If you say they sabi, their bench not be here. I've been at left side, you won't go. Anthony say if you take God on, so don't bounce everywhere. You go for right now. Just in a clear some clef, they sing that song. Molowo, 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 no, ni. I'm out there killing there. I've been at Hurricane, go can you. So their team good. It makes sense. Understand? Your balance. Their team now team will be say if they play, they talk for TV, you feel where your team well. Correct? Because that's not how you talk about England team. We say no go worry. Say this team is not good. They are good. They feel winner. Morgan Rogers, Eberechi Eze for Nigeria and king. I hope say if we don't do this and finish, we go back watch and we'll like him. Understand? So time to already show your press break. But I beg when I just today with me, I not come out for 12. Wait till be time that time. For 12, we get a person who carry like go African story. If you tell us me not run. If you tell us me not day, David Edwin, where we say the talk say football is like biscuit. You don't know where to crack from. One biscuit you never buy for me for backyard. Now they call David Edwin, but we go say it go be. We don't know where they go for African news. Whether we cannot go Kenya, I've been at Uganda, I've been at Botswana, I not get where David did not they go. You go deal with that. But when I still try to join the boys, based on because they get sports matter for evening. Now 5 p.m. Jerry Apello I go yesterday here. Ekechukwu Agwa anyway they come 2 times. I don't know why. I go asking people why it be 2 times. Then Saturday, we'll come day back to TV. 11 a.m. we'll come give an update based on how I play. They call our weekend kickoff. I better time that reach. I won't come up for radio, come up for TV every day. I better make the record down. Time that reach. Me not take care. Don't finish, don't close.
ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị
n'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ
asaa bụ
ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma
Igbo kwenu Igbo kwenu Igbo kwezuenu ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwa ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ
nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile.
Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu.
Ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị.
Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla.
Asamagasa anyị jikọtara ọnụ.
Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị
anyị ga-aza.
Ọnụ obodo
anyị ga-eme ya.
Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma.
Asamagasa anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu.
Naịjirịa mara mma o. Naịjirịa obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọlịba. Onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
Well, hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Lagos building collapse, death toll rises to 9. Police debunk bomb scare in Mushin. Troops rescue 53 hostages in Borno State. Troops free 8 kidnapped victims in Plateau State. State assemblies ready to consider state police bill. Appeal court adjourns ADC deregistration case to July the 7th. In business, federal government concessions Enugu Airport. And in sports, Team Nigeria begins overseas training camp. And in the world of entertainment, Portable Okocha confirm boxing rematch. And now the news in full. The Lagos State Government Management Agency says 26 persons have been rescued from the rubble while search and rescue operations continues. The building located along Old Ojo Road in the Oriade local council development area collapsed on Thursday, trapping several occupants. LASEMA's permanent secretary Olufemi Oke Oshanyitolu said emergency responders have entered a critical phase of the operation as they work to reach the base of the collapsed structure. He said all emergency response agencies in the state have been mobilized and expressed hope that more survivors could still be found beneath the debris. Authorities are yet to determine the cause of the collapse. Still in Lagos, the State Police Command has dismissed fears of a terrorist attack or improvised explosive device following an explosion on June the 22nd, 2026. In a statement, Commissioner of Police Tijani Fatai said forensic investigations confirmed the incident was a mechanical explosion and not an act of sabotage or terrorism as initially suspected. He said preliminary reports from the scene had raised concerns about a possible IED explosion, prompting the deployment of specialists from the Nigeria Police Force Explosive Ordnance Disposal and Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear units. The team examined the affected vehicle, analyzed recovered fragments and damage patterns, collected evidence, and interviewed witnesses. According to CP Fatai, investigators found no traces of explosive materials, detonators, explosive residue, or other indicators commonly associated with bomb attacks. He added that the vehicle showed none of the structural damage, fragmentation patterns, or crater effects typically linked to explosions involving explosives. The command assured residents that there is no evidence connecting the incident to terrorism, insurgency, sabotage, or any threats to public safety. Elsewhere, troops of Operation Hadinkai have rescued 53 civilians after dismantling a roadblock mounted by suspected Boko Haram ISWAP terrorists on the Burantai Kamuya Road in Buyu local government area of Borno State. The operation was confirmed in a statement by the acting military information officer of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadinkai, Captain Mohammed Goni. He said troops of the 135 Special Forces Battalion under Sector 2 detected the terrorists through surveillance cameras and immediately deployed a quick reaction force. The troops pursued the insurgents towards the Mangari Dora area, engaged them in a firefight, and forced them to flee. The rescued civilians recovered vehicles and other properties were evacuated to Burantai, where the victims are undergoing documentation and medical evaluation. Captain Goni described the operation as another success in the military's campaign against insurgents and urged residents to remain vigilant and report suspicious activities to security agencies. In a related development, troops of Sector Enduring Peace have rescued 8 kidnapped victims from Padam Forest in Kwan Pan local government area of Plateau State. The Joint Task Force confirmed the rescue in a statement on Friday, signed by its media information officer, Captain Chinonso Ote. According to the statement, the operations followed credible intelligence on the presence of kidnappers in the forest. Captain Ote troops deployed to Namu town launched a deliberate offensive, leading to the successful rescue of the victims. He added that the operation reflects the troops' commitment to restoring peace, enhancing security, and protecting lives across the joint operations area. Away from security matters, the Conference of Speakers of State Legislators has welcomed the Senate's second reading of the State Police Bill, describing it as a major step in the constitutional amendments process. In a statement, Chairman of the conference and Speaker of the Delta State House of Assembly, Emomotemi Guo, said the development marks an important milestone in discussions on policing, security, and true federalism. The speakers reaffirmed their support for the bill, saying properly structured community policing would strengthen security, improve response times, and better address local challenges. They argue that security issues are best tackled at the grassroots level and that communities need policing structures that understand their unique needs and concerns. The conference commended the Senate for what it called a bold move and urged stakeholders to continue discussions on the bill in the interest of national unity. The speakers also pledged to work with the National Assembly, the executive, and other arms of government to ensure the successful passage of constitutional amendments aimed at strengthening democracy and governance in Nigeria. Meanwhile, Senate Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Monday Ubani, has warned that the newly passed State Police Bill may not achieve its objectives unless Nigeria strengthens local government administrations and puts in place strong safeguards against abuse. Ubani made the remarks while reacting to the Senate's passage of the bill following its earlier approval by the House of Representatives. He described the development as a historic milestone in Nigeria's constitutional and security evaluation, saying it represents a major shift towards a more federal and community-based policing system. Ubani noted that security experts, constitutional scholars, traditional rulers, and civil society groups have long advocated policing systems that are closer to communities and better positioning to tackle local security challenges. While welcoming the reform, he cautioned that concerns over the possible abuse of state police by governors must not be overlooked. The senior lawyer stressed that recruitment, promotion, discipline, and operational control of state police must be protected from partisan political influence, while oversight bodies remain independent and effective. Ubani, however, identified weak local government administration as the biggest challenge to the proposed state policing framework. Moving on, as debate continues over the Senate's approval of the State Police Bill, residents of Benin City have expressed differing views on who would control the proposed policing system and how accountability and transparency can be guaranteed. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Recent approval of the State Police Bill as part of efforts to strengthen security and tackle rising criminal activities across the country has continued to generate reactions among residents of Benin City. The development has sparked discussions on accountability, oversight, and effectiveness of the proposed policing structure. Some respondents expressed concerns that state police could be abused by state governments if adequate checks and balances are not put in place. They emphasize the need for strong legal safeguards to prevent political interference and ensure the protection of citizens' rights.
We may look at it that
state police, maybe some person will hijack it, but we should not look at that one first. First of all, we look at the security, the area of security and the area of employment. This state police is going to create employment for our youth who are graduates, who have not gotten work since.
Opinions were also divided on who should exercise control over state police, while some respondents supported state governors overseeing the system because of their responsibility for security within their states. Others argued that an independent body would be better positioned to guarantee neutrality and accountability.
It will be better if they are independent. They are not being controlled by the state governors and the legislators. If they can allow them to do their work independently, so it will be better that way. And again, if the law can stand, that the federal police, who is already in the state, will not be oppressing the state policing. So they should allow them to have power to do their thing. Because the way it is now, if this country must be good, every organization should be independently, especially like this policing.
What will happen in future? Because as it is now, they can easily start work now, they will be working. But in future, or after this year or next year, and they will use them as their own state body guide. Independent body should be controlling the state police, because so that you will have people you will be calling. There's problem in this place, so we call the state police control. If with their number, it will be on air. Everybody can have access to call them. Then there will be a rescue to anybody that gave them call.
Respondents also stressed the need for traditional rulers and community leaders to support state police through intelligence sharing and closer engagement with their communities.
Maybe the federal government and the state, they will also have maybe a collaboration so that the thing will not be hijacked. Concerning the traditional ruler, I will also, that is my opinion, that the traditional ruler should also be backing them in their own way, maybe through their prayers or as a royal father of the state.
Brother Johnny, Vop TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. And on some legal notes, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has adjourned until July the 7th the hearing of an appeal challenging the deregistration of the African Democratic Congress, Accord Party, and 3 other political parties. The court shifted the matter to allow parties in the suit's file and exchange their briefs ahead of the substantive hearing. At Wednesday's proceeding, counsel for the Accord Party, Musibao Adetumbi, told the 3-member panel that the record of appeal and the Federal High Court judgment were only obtained earlier this week and had since been transmitted to the appellate court. He requested a short adjournment to enable parties file the necessary processes. The application was not opposed and the court fixed July the 7th for hearing. The appeal rises from the Federal High Court's judgment directing the Independent National Electoral Commission to deregister the African Democratic Congress, Action People's Party, Action Alliance, Accord Party, and Zenith Labour Party. The trial court, held that the parties failed to meet constitutional requirements for continued registration and participation in future elections. INEC, however, opposed the deregistration, arguing that the parties met the constitutional threshold and had won elective positions in previous elections. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining the conversation.
My pleasure.
Also joining us virtually to make sense of these stories is Mr. Juwon Sanyolu. He is a national coordinator, Take It Back movement. He's also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. But I understand that Mr. Sanyolu hasn't joined the conversation yet. But let's start off the analysis segment from the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, looking at these particular shifts in date, and I'm talking about the adjournment by the appeal court on the ADC deregistration from INEC portal, plus other parties that were deregistered. Do you think that there would be an expedite action with the court case, maybe to see a lasting solution to all of this, rather than this adjournment that we're seeing presently?
Well, let me quickly say that as it is now, they have not gotten to the stage of reserving ruling on this matter.
Okay.
And so it's still filing of brief and making sure that the necessary papers are documented and examined. So it might take a while beyond the July 7th date to determine this case. And it's a little dicey because it might be a shade too late if and when these political parties are deregistered. They have candidates as we speak. Osun election is likely to be conducted, I think, second week in July. And it's just like a student that probably passed JAMB and pursued UTME, and there's a ceiling age limit, the 16, and suddenly you now realize that you can be praying against something that, the deadline for admission, for registration is going to end at so date. It happened to me when my son was to be admitted to the university. It was 15 and some few days to, I think about 2 months to attaining 16. He passed everything and they just wrote underage in front of his photograph in the system. But as God will have it, just as I'm saying, as God will have it, ASU went on strike. So the week my son turned 16 was when ASU called off the strike. So I quickly ran to the campus and said, look, I beg remove underage from him. He's now of age. Now, I would have expected that this case is accelerated because we're looking at the possibility of it going to Supreme Court. Now, what if Adeleke wins that election the next 2 weeks or 3? And then suddenly there is a judgment that affirms
the deregistration of the party.
The deregistration of the party. Then that means all his effort would have been in nullity, and then the next person can even take somebody who is just straight out of law school to go and plead this cause that, look, because this man has been disqualified, I am qualified to be the governor. And I hope Sanfara scenario will not play again here. So, and look at even ADC as presidential candidates and some other candidates that will likely run on the ticket of that party. What if at the last minute there's a judgment that says no, that party should be deregistered? So it's a dicey situation, and I always feel uncomfortable when things like this happen, because I imagine what the people that had hinged their hope on this political party, what they will be thinking, because it's like you are waiting endlessly for Uhuru, which may not be after all. It's quite unfortunate.
Now, let's talk about the parts where there have been a conversation that all of this is not far-fetched from the APC having a finger in all of this to just have just the president at the ballot come 2027 election. Now, how much of this sentiment do you share? Plus, looking at the fact that, like you mentioned earlier, the ADC also is having a major presidential candidate in that particular party. And of course, other victims of this situation, like the Adeleke you mentioned. Is there the possibility that there can be an expedite decision by the appeal court, which again might lead to the Supreme Court having an expedite action as well to having these cases sorted out before elections take place, even in the next 3 weeks, as we're talking about the Osun State election?
Nothing is impossible, because nothing is cast in stone. It depends on the disposition of the judges that are going to sit on this case. Because it's not just one man show at this appeal court at the Supreme Court. So it could be expedited based on the position of the lawyers and the disposition of the judges. It can be, but this idea of APC caused all this is what I am not comfortable with. And I'll tell you why. You see, when I was in the secondary school, I was an ardent reader of James Earl Chase. You see, when you are in a hurry to get something, which most criminals do, you would always leave a clue, however minute, that the law enforcer has to pin you down on that case. It's the same thing that is going on here now. There was this rush, having seen that PDP was going under, for a new political party. And the first ship that they felt could accommodate them turned out to be toughy and difficult, which was SDP. They went to NDC, sidestepped the original or aborigines of that political party, not minding the fact that as small as the soldier hand is, look at the soldier hand. If it gets to a particular part of a man's trouser, you won't know when you pull off that trouser. So they looked at those people as minute, inconsequential, and that is what is happening to them. That crisis was precipitated by the people that ran to ADC, without factoring those they met there, who they consider as not consequential. And those are the ones that are rising against those who came and sidestepped them. So how do you now say APC is the one causing this problem? It's just like your wife, you catch your wife inside your bedroom and you are blaming the man. The question is, even if you don't have a fence in your house, there is a main door. From that main door, you would have to break the main door, or somebody opens that main door for you, and then you go into the sitting room before you access the bedroom. So, if I find myself in that position, I will not blame the man. But if I find my wife in another place, I can begin to interrogate it.
So, in other words, this
it's self-inflicted. Whatever ADC is going through today is self-inflicted. Because, most politicians are used to impunity. I'll just go, there's nothing they can do. Don't mind them. Put them aside. Before we came, that party was in ICU. Now that we have come, we have taken over that party. It's not going to happen.
Oh, well, we definitely, it's a progressive story, so we'll see how that goes in the coming days. But let's talk about something that has been, or that is still at the front burner. We're talking about the state police. Nigerians have been very indifferent about it, some Nigerians as well. But, coming from a senior advocate of Nigeria who said clearly that the objective of this particular bill clearly would have more strength should the country strengthen its local government administrative sector. How much of this sentiment do you also share as well? That the local government sectors or government, administration of local government should be more stronger in dealing with this particular state policing system?
I share that sentiment too. Because even if you want to join the police at the state level, they will still refer you to the local government.
Right.
You know, for local government attestation, to be sure you are from that state. And so, again, they are the closest to the grassroots. As a matter of fact, by now, if we have local government autonomy, we should have local government police. And it's not going to be novel. We had it in the First Republic.
Okay.
That's why they call it them native authority police. They are the local government police. You know? And the closer you are to the community, the more efficient you are to manage policing in that community.
That's even going beyond the state policing system.
Yes! Federal government will not impose local government police on the state. But as soon as the state gets police, we should be talking about local authority police.
Okay.
Because it's such elsewhere. You have county, you have state, and you have the FBI.
Now, before we also go extensively into this state policing system, I like the fact that you've also mentioned that you share the sentiment of local government administrative structures being strengthened even more. The part of local government autonomy that you mentioned earlier, from your perspective, how much of an impact, since that particular Supreme Court decision came to light, how much of an impact have you seen across Nigeria, local government fully functional, aside being doctored or cowed by the state government?
You see, the unfortunate thing is that...
And why do you think it possibly is not visible?
Let me tell you, I want to say here that most of the states have not released funds directly to their local governments. And that is why, you see, we are operating a unitary system. Maybe at some point, with the way this current presidency is going, maybe we'll begin to deconstruct those things that have been happening. We only operate pseudo-federalism in this country. Now, let's take each sector. Look at the health sector. If the primary health care centers in the local government are fully funded and made to run efficiently, not many people would ever visit a tertiary hospital like Federal Medical Center, UCH, and teaching hospitals around.
Okay.
Nobody. You will notice that it is only in Nigeria that cases of cancer that is already late are rushed to tertiary hospitals. Whereas, for instance, breast cancer, if you visit a primary health care center that is functional, we will detect through mammography. And if it has to mean that that lump that has not progressed to cancer was removed at that point, you may never visit any chemotherapy hospital to do chemo. And you will not need to go to tertiary hospital. But nobody to examine at primary, and in some cases, state hospitals, they don't even have facilities to detect some of these things. So already that person is already on stage 3.
So automatically that's a systemic problem that has not been handled.
So look at that, that one sector. You know how many people would have lost their life in the process of not having primary health. And from your village to the first state hospital, you may have to travel like 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers. And somebody who is on labor with breached baby in her stomach will have to travel through the rigor of bumpy roads, and in some cases, meet with traffic and all that. So local government autonomy should also go with local government police. I mean, state police.
State police.
So that we can devolve power gradually from the center. As a matter of fact, now we have regional development commission. That is a way to devolve power from the center. Now we have state police. Now state police has sailed through. Regional Development Commission has sailed through.
Well, the part of it sailing through is another conversation that I want us to look at. I mean, for the bill to become law, despite the passage by both chambers of national assembly,
you look 24.
24 states assemblies must approve it. And of course, that, if it fails, it means the amendment process will be halted. As it stands, there are some states that are still saying, right now, we can't even pay our civil servants.
And that's why the federal government is putting up how much has been expended on security and infrastructure. 2.9 trillion. That's about 3 trillion in 2 years. Then you now have to ask your government.
Distributed to states.
Yes. Apart from federal allocation. For instance, my state. What that means is in my state, the governor takes federal allocation, which is statutory. He takes 13% derivation, which is statutory. He has IGR, which is statutory. He now has special grants that is not going to refund across the state, 3 trillion. And yet, you can't boast of any visible or remarkable legacy. And how much are you going to pay this? These are the governors that will come and tell you that out of security vote, they bought pickup vans, they bought AK-47 rifles. The only person that among the state governors is the Lagos state government. Apart from
some would say because he has so much IGR to play with, such the reason why he
the person that would not give you 1,000 naira out of 100,000. If he has 10 million naira, he will not give you 10 million, 10,000. I am telling you of my state, with all the streams of income, has not done anything appreciable in the last 2 years that has been in the saddle. You can't point to a road. That's why the president is delaying visiting Ondo State. There's no project to commission.
It's quite a very alarming situation when we hear this. And just like you mentioned, about 2.9 trillion, close to 3 trillion, has been expended to governors, particularly for infrastructure and security.
Outside of allocation? No?
Outside the allocation, yes. Outside the allocation. So if we look at all of this, it has been said popularly that in Nigeria, policies are not the problem. Carrying out of that implementation is the problem. Looking at the state's police conversation, Mr. Fanimo, we understand that the state police will be working with the federal, and some have said there might be some disparity there by how much some state governors choose to appreciate and enumerate their own state policing system. You think that lacuna would possibly bring up some issues in the near future?
You see, this is where regional government would take hold of some of these things. Okay. For instance, if Amotekun is going to transform to state police, with the nucleus of those people in Amotekun now that have qualification and the right skill.
And proper profiling.
After profiling. Now, I am sure that the Southwest, including Lagos, would sit and determine appropriate remuneration using a band. At least you cannot pay below this.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
So if Lagos State is paying 100,000, if Ondo State is paying 85, it's your choice. Because what you experience in Lagos is quite different from what you experience in Ondo State. You understand? So we will get to that. And that's why it is incumbent on all the regions to begin to harmonize their thoughts now. Because what is coming is big.
Right.
And big on the regions, big on the states. Well, we might, before the 2031 election, we might have to contend with a very weak federal structure that even people will not be so enticed because they want to be president. Because when the president becomes ceremonial, power has devolved to the constituents, which are the states and the region. Then what is the attraction?
Well, honestly,
your
suggestion as concerning the regional agreements truly, if truly implemented, might just be the way to go. But then let's also talk about another part of this state policing bill that might, so for some people, pose the problem. And I'm talking about the fact that the bill empowers the state governors to appoint police commissioners, but is subjected to confirmation by the state assemblies and advice of the National Police Council. Now, conversations are being raised about the fact that should the commissioner want to be removed, it has to be through the two-thirds majority of the state assembly. In the situation whereby the state governor is not in tandem or in agreement, like we have in Rivers State, what do you think would happen in that particular state?
What it simply means is that you have to be a politician to become a commissioner of police in a state. So you'll be doing. That's one of the downside of this new bill. Okay. Why would you allow the president to choose his own IGP amongst the police hierarchy? Until, even as we speak, Tunde Disu never wore the rank of deputy commissioner, deputy inspector general of police. He was taken from AIG straight to IGP. And there were 8 DIGs.
Who has to resign.
Now, why didn't that law, the existing law, tell the president to send 3 names to the National Assembly to scrutinize before appointing?
Talk about Mr. Fadimo, and particularly on this state policing bill, because I would want Nigerians to take this conversation beat by beat so we understand. I mean, that's why we're here, to consistently educate the people. But then we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the media to Mr. Daily Fadimo, seasoned reporter and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator, for chiming his voice on the analysis segment this afternoon. Thank you so very much for being here. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be going straight and entertainment of the rest of the news. Please stay with us. Midday news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. The federal government has concessioned the Akano Imiam International Airport in Enugu to Aero Alliance Limited under a public-private partnership. The agreement, signed by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, at the airport's new terminal, is aimed at modernizing airport's infrastructure, improving efficiency, and attracting private investment into Nigeria's aviation sector. Speaking at the signing ceremony, Keyamo said previous efforts stalled as investors focused on Lagos, Abuja, and Kano airports. He said the successful transaction has boosted investor confidence, with bids already being prepared for 3 more airports. He added that the Port Harcourt International Airport would also be concessioned in the coming weeks. Under the agreement, Aero Alliance Limited will take over the airport's operations and management. Keyamo also commended Enugu State Governor Peter Mba for supporting efforts to attract investors to the project. Sports Team Nigeria's Atlas contingent will embark on a 3-week training camp in Scotland ahead of this year's Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. The Athletics Federation of Nigeria recently unveiled the 29 athletes led to represent the country. The athletes will continue preparations in Abuja before departing for the final phase of training in Aberdeen, Scotland, by the 2nd. The Nigerian Sports Commission expressed confidence that the team will deliver medals at the Games. Leading the squad is 2-time Commonwealth Games champion Toby Amusan, alongside top athletes including Kanyisola Ajayi, Favor Ashe, Ese Brume, and Chukwuebuka Enekwechi. NSC Director General Bukola Olopade said the team reflects Nigeria's determination to challenge for medals, adding that the athletes have consistently shown they can compete at the highest level. The commission said the Abuja camp will provide the final preparations before the team moves to Scotland. And to wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Controversial singer, Portable, and Nollywood actor Charles Okocha to renew their rivalry in a celebrity boxing rematch. The bout, themed Unfinished Business, will take place in Lagos. The rematch comes 3 years after their first showdown with Portable, which Portable won. It also follows Portable's recent defeat to streamer Carter Efe in another celebrity boxing match. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here in Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV. And on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being up with this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philou Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzeye.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
It's your girl Arikel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on Vop TV. Trust me, it's your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And guess what? You know when we say it's Friday, you know what happens? Thank God it's Friday. It's time to party. All right, guys, I'm not doing this alone, and you know that I'm your special host, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Aside B. And you know I'm not only here on the show, I'm here with my darling angel Onyulamola Olukiton. She's here with me, but she's not smiling. I don't know why.
Adorable, darling G, my darling Jesus. Oh, my darling Jesus.
Why are you singing this song?
Promoter must
today?
promote
That
me.
is
Not be that the way you're a promoter saying, I hear I won't promote
God,
me. I
God help you. God will help
to be
you.
on that.
All right, guys, you know what Friday is, and it's always a good time on Fridays, and it's always on the show on Spotlight is always an amazing time. And guess what, guys? We have somebody joining us today. When I want to introduce this kind of person, I suppose they give me drum rolls. But yes, joining me on the show today is one of the Nigerians' most celebrated singers, and we're talking about Jody. Yes, best known for her hit song Kuchi Kuchi, a talented vocalist and songwriter. She has inspired many with her music, resilience, and remarkable journey in the entertainment industry. And it's a pleasure to have her with us today. So, guys, let's welcome Jody to the show. You see, I suppose bring original drum. See, right? That's the sound. Oh my God, Jody, welcome to the show.
Thank you. You guys are so full of life. Thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here today.
How do you feel? Tell me.
I feel good.
I
feel good.
Oh my God, it's always an amazing time here on the Spotlight Show. And Jody, how's your week been for you? Like, the week has been so full of a lot of things going on.
Actually,
And the fact that the weather is, very cold. Weather for two. Like you always say,
duvet no come
they go far. Come back in Jesus' name. Which one be duvet? You dey shout duvet for this kind of condition where you dey.
Duvet now if you help my matter now.
Who
would I help me? I can't believe you guys talk like this. I mean, you are shocking me. I don't even know how to respond.
If na Savior go say, you see, na them be this. You know the way he used to put his hands.
Savior cannot save anybody. So let's just leave him.
Jesus. So he can even save you, even in the condition that you are. It's time for you to go and, give us the Mr. See, the Mr. Right.
He's dragging me for the fact that I don't have a man yet. And he's a married man with kids. Emphasis. With two. So aside his emphasis, nothing else. He cannot save the weather. So as far as I'm concerned, Savior is just Savior. He's not our Lord Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't worry. We are going to be fine. All the single people say hi.
All the single ladies.
All the single. We are going to be fine.
No, and I think this year might be our last year of singlehood. Because if I'm still single next year, I'll just announce myself, married to myself like Jerry.
You know that what if I be a woman of God.
No, you're not a woman of God.
Okay, I don't come back no verse.
Jerry marry himself. We can do it.
Hey, Jesus. If somebody can marry, who am I?
Who am I not to be the one you call me to be?
You guys were looking quiet before. I don't know how to step into this
conversation. It's amazing to have you in here.
It's amazing to be here.
How Nigerian be treating you so far?
Beautiful. We are strong people, Nigerians. We are strong people, so get us a be.
See, if you don't say Nigerians be strong people, I'm telling you the truth.
Anywhere you find us.
Big day.
We be like water.
We balance.
Nowhere we go penetrate, survive.
But that will not come in say no make things easier for
actually you get. So Jody, we're gonna play a game this morning, and I want to see how energetic.
Energy.
This show is always the energy show. So we want to see how energetic you are.
Okay.
So this show is all about, we're going to do the riffs, a little bit of tongue twisting stuff. So we're going to do, let's see the Spotlight games. And yes, it's about a word, and it has to be a proper copper coffee pot. And that's it. A proper copper coffee pot. So you're going to say, the rule of the game is, yes, you're going to say it slowly 3 times, and the next time you're going to say it, you have to be fast with it. So you have to do it 3 times fast. First time, 3 times slow, and 3 times fast. Are you ready for the game?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go.
A proper copper coffee pot. A proper copper coffee pot. A proper copper coffee pot.
All right.
This one is easier.
Yes, and the third one, we have to go fast, and you do it 3 times.
Ready?
On the count of 1, 2, 3, let's go!
A proper copper coffee pot. A proper copper coffee pot. A proper copper coffee pot.
Flower! She deserve it. Not the one where you go to win. See now.
Let's not go into winning segment.
I will still win you.
Every time we had this game, I always get to win Precious.
Hey, Jesus.
Somehow, really? She just never gets to win.
Rub it on my face.
But today, at least, I'm seeing someone whose energy is very similar to mine. So I won't go in a competition spirit because I know you will win me. And I don't want to have an end up
flattery. Like one of my aunts says, flattery will get you many places. Yeah,
it's not like she's always winning. You know, sometimes.
I don't mean any that didn't win you.
Auntie,
mention one.
Don't be
no,
saying.
Mention one. No. Let's just mention one. Mention one.
My people can attest.
No, there's evidence. Evidence is online.
Evidence from here.
If
you cannot. Do you want us to try it now?
Let's not go there because I don't want to have to win you again. Let me
you see the problem. She's making mouths that like she's always.
Well, I have the capacity to because at least we've had this game like 4 or 5 times and I won you.
In all those times, how many times? Just only 3 times.
No, my love.
Nah,
there is none that you won.
Nah, lie.
I said nah, lie. Slower one you win. See as Jody said they look you.
What you want make I do?
Oh my God! See, this my boss is giving me headache. Like I'm literally having a lot of headache because of her. But anyway, I still love her, even regardless of what she's always does.
And the headache will go.
When people quarrel like this, it means they love each other.
This girl.
Thank God she's not a man. I for follow her.
Oh my God!
I'm straight actually. On the most sincere note. You have a heart of gold, so why would I love her?
You have a heart of waiting.
No, your heart
will tell you whether you get gold or not.
No, she's actually talking about you. Calm down, calm down.
Because I know they tell her, so she don't know.
Yeah, actually, you see, sometimes
I used to always
when you start talking to me like this, you know, sometimes things get easier.
No, there's no need for easy. Nigeria is not easy.
Anyway, please let's get. Jody, please don't mind Oidabola. Actually, she's always like that, but I actually love her that way.
Oh, I can tell.
So tell me, like Jody, I've always been a lover of your songs. I listen to them all the time. I think Kuchi Kuchi is my best. So tell me, how did you come about this journey of being into the music industry?
I was born into music. My dad is a bishop, and he wrote, "Oh glory, glory, glory to the Lord." My mom sings. My brother sings. He wasn't.
Was it family thing?
Everybody sings. Everybody sings. So, and being a pastor's child, it's natural for you to be in the choir. At least, you know.
No, that's not pastor child.
It's natural. I'm not saying everyone, but it's quite natural.
Actually, most of the pastors' children will always sing.
Either you're in the choir or you're a musician.
You shall find one worker's work to do.
But especially choir. I don't.
So choir na when you see all these kind plenty things. You go to see raw talent.
Is there any great musician in this world that has not passed through choir? I don't think there is one.
Actually, I don't know. Well, maybe there might be, but exceptions.
Almost all of them always talked about their childhood
Whitney,
choir.
Whitney,
I'm like
my idol. Whitney.
Now I get the vibe.
I love Whitney.
Oh my God. You see,
okay, so if you were into music from childhood and it was church,
no, it was. Yeah, I was trying to say that it was all around me. Music, choir. You get back home, I listen to my dad. I coming back from school, go straight to the vinyl player. That's this thing that plays the vinyl.
Yes.
I listen to music. I love to teach. Even in children's choir, I teach and everything. So it was natural. It was all around me. But I never knew I could make it a career. Wow. When it dawned on me that I could be a musician, like professionally, was when I went for Idols West Africa. Okay. And I got into that competition because I was tired of home, school, church, home, school, church. So I went. And when I got on that stage, I saw people I saw only on TV, live. The judges and, people, guests in the crowd. And I'm like, these people are human beings. These people are human beings. So then on the stage, the sound, the light, I'm like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do this professionally. So I think that was the introduction to me taking music as a profession, formally.
See, be like say, we can't look for our own career now. Be like say, we'll go into music.
What are you doing?
She wanted to drag me, actually. She wanted to drag me. Okay, I think earlier this week, we had one of your promoters.
Oh my God.
And he talked about a lot of things. And only for Precious to now do the final bomb on me and said, oh, he has been planning to do music. I now started to sing. It was not one of my best days. So I just started to just sing one key like that. He now said that only AI can help me. So that's why Precious is bringing it back now. And I tell them, the person that sang Omo Mi Seun Rere Tiri Adara, everyone looked down on the entire thing until after how many times, and finally that's a song we all resonate with till date. So I believe and I know that if God said I'm gonna do music, no Precious, no David Edwin, or Savior Udo, or Mr. Christian can say no.
Wow.
No way.
I want to actually say this. Oh, Damola, please tell me. Because I want to know why you said you want to do music, but
I did not say I want to do music.
Auntie,
I just
you
said
said
I
you
love
have the
music.
voice. Yeah, that be you the time. Even I was even saying, oh, I was going to be your PA. I was going to be your
PA,
you know, promoter.
saying it out of spite. Why didn't you say that to Jody when you saw her? Knowing very well she's fully talented.
Okay, on to the next one.
Well, it's amazing to see how your birth in the industry was for you, and knowing fully well that you had the talent. I think one of the very first things I identified, the very first time I listened to Kuchi Kuchi, was the fact that this is coming from a place of where it is non-existent for me. You know, the raw aspect of you singing with so much passion that even me that did not even understand the words of the song was emotional.
Oh dear.
On a more sincere note. And it was a song that all year round we kept playing it. And even after I grew up, it's a song that I sing on my phone. That when I just feel like, okay, let me just chill and relax, because I'm actually a diehard fan of Simi. The only other musician I listen to is you. Funny enough, I don't know how you did that, but it was very evident that you knew what you were doing, and it was coming from a place of, you know, raw gold.
Yeah.
The way raw gold comes in, and everybody wants to have a share of it. That's how your song actually is. It's evergreen for me. And knowing very well that there was a solid story behind that song, it was a total change of orientation for me. So if you normally you saw the entire film, you could have started to do something like, oh, let's just do caricature. Everybody was always, that's, you know, people tend to leave lyrics and go into more of the showbiz.
Let me tell you something. It's not easy to leave your heart, to go in, to stay with your heart, because the push to go into showbiz is because they want to succeed at. You just want to try and succeed. And you hear advice, you know what, you have to do it like this or else you will not succeed. You have to do, you are hearing different advice from people who have gone there before you. And you feel, sometimes you may not know that if you stay with your heart, you may make it, you may not actually make it in the sense that we understand. Like, when you say successful musician, what comes to your mind? The person don't get car, the person get houses, he has money, he's touring, you know. It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly that way, even though we all aspire to make it that way much more. Yes. But you know, the push to just succeed and you just want to get in there makes a lot of people abandon their heart and now pursue the crowd. So a lot of people you see doing what you just described, a lot of them have what they wanted to really do. Yes.
Yeah, on the most sincere, that brings me to Tiwa Savage recent outburst.
Yeah.
He's stating out the fact that, oh, yes, she's famous, but that's not the line of message she wanted to do.
Oh dear.
So she's trying to take a roots back to that originality. Now, I'm sure she knows it might take time for her, but authenticity is something that will forever sustain and outlive the person who actually brought it to life. And Kuchi Kuchi, was top notch.
Thank
Even
you.
I
actually want to ask this question. How did you even come about writing this particular song? Because there's every depth in it. I listen to the lyrics. You know, see, there's a way people, like I've seen some artists do songs these days. They just want to just blow. They just want to come out there and they be everywhere. And they just go, oh, I think it's about songwriting. And they just come out, you know, just write something and just come out. It will be like, see, we are just doing. But that song was actually crafted with a lot of depth inside. How did you even get to script that kind of awesome and amazing song?
At the time I started, when I did Kuchi Kuchi, I didn't even know that Kuchi Kuchi would be a hit.
Yeah.
It's, you know, there's this saying that when we come as children, we know who we are. Then as you grow,
yes,
people tell you other things and you now get confused along the way. Then later on, you now start trying to find your way.
Yeah.
I think then that time of my life may have been a time life hadn't colored me with challenges enough. Maybe not. Or maybe just inspiration from God, because it was my producer at the time, Fat E, he had produced, we were in the studio just working. He had done like 9 songs or so.
Yeah.
And he was like, or 11 songs, I've forgotten the number now. And he said, this is the final song. You've not done any long song. Why? And at the time I had gone through, I'm a very emotional person. Wow. I'd gone through heartbreak and I'm like, I can't write about romantic love. So he gave me a beat. He created a beat, Zouk beat, said, okay, this song, it must be love. Go and write about love. And for a month, I couldn't write until I changed my perspective. I realized And I remembered, not realized, that love doesn't have to be romance. Love can be between friends, can be between mother and child, you know? So I chose, because I love kids, I chose, okay, if I were a mother, now it was not imaginative. If I were a mom, this was in 2010. Wow. If I were a mom, what would I say to my child? So in the night, around 1 or 2 a.m. And that's how. So if you hear, the lyrics were pure. Your cheeks like butter. Honey from Attica. Attica, not teacup. People have been saying teacup. Oh. Attica is a place in Greece. Greece is known to have one of the world's best honey. Honey from Attica, which is a place in Greece. In the middle of the night, I wake up when I hear you cry. A woman will wake up in the night to hear a guy cry. Or neither for a, you know.
So the guy now.
Why am I saying this? Because people assume, you know, that, oh, it's a romantic love. And it's not bad. Love, if that's how you want to take the song, it's okay. But I just wanted people to know that, okay, this is what the song was all about. A love from a mother to a child, representing love, motherhood, and the love to her child.
Wow. I could actually imagine when you said heartbreak. So, but I don't want to go into that, but I'll have to ask this question. Like, what have I actually learned in the music industry that has maybe, you know, made you better, actually, or, you know, groomed your foundation in music? So what have you actually learned?
I've learned to be more accommodating as a person. Wow. I grew up, like I told you, I grew up in a choir. Yeah. I was automatically a leader from childhood. So I didn't realize it on time. It took me a while to understand. It's been years of going through things and thinking. I grew up teaching. I grew up doing this. So I'm in a place of authority by default. So it took me, being in the music industry, I eventually, and life, other things in life, taught me that you are a learner too. There are people who are leaders and you have a lot to learn. And, you know, it's also, being in the music industry also taught me not to be afraid of failing, because you're going to be failing a lot. Yes, a lot of things won't go the way you want it. So, and not to be just unafraid, but also to push through your pain of failures, and keep doing it. So if you can continue pushing through those failures and keep doing it, then you now start enjoying the journey. And it will not now be just about blowing. I want to be a superstar. It will now be about life's journey. Everybody is you are taking your own life's journey. You are taking your own life's journey. I'm taking, so it's now a journey. So you're learning, you're growing, you're evolving, and that's it. So the industry, one way or the other, deliberately or as in knowingly or somehow, just somehow, has taught me to be more resilient. That's the summary of what I've said. And unafraid, and to understand that I'm also a learner.
Wow. Okay, if I may look at the fact that you talked about failing and rising and learning and unlearning and relearning all over again. What happened after Kuchi Kuchi?
Kuchi Kuchi. A lot happened after Kuchi Kuchi. I don't even know if there's time to go through it. But
you could do a paraphrase for
okay,
us.
Paraphrase. I think I may have chosen who to work with more intentionally. I may not have made the right. I'm just trying to sound
more optimistic.
I'm trying to sound, not too hard, too harsh. Okay. But the truth is I didn't make the right choice of who would manage me. At the time, I didn't know anything. I just wanted to be a musician, but I didn't know what it took to be a musician. So I got the wrong management, and also there was a romance involved, and a lot of things happened, and that decision. I'm stating it not to paint anyone bad, but to let you know, if you're coming into music and industry, you need to go with people who have a track record. You need to, for example, I used to tell one of my nieces, like, if you are in Lagos, you want to go to Ibadan, would you just enter and go to Ibadan?
No.
You ask. When you even ask, you ask another person and ask another person. Yes. So you don't just make decisions like that. Just because you are excited and passionate about what you want to do, you don't make decisions like that. Someone that will handle your business, your branding, a lot of things. Even if it's among friends, you would ask, can this person do this? at your level, it might not be perfect, you know. So I made the wrong the wrong decision of who would manage my business, and things went downhill from there. But I think it's all together turned out for my good, because at that time in my life, I didn't even know who I was or what I wanted from life. I was just a very talented young girl. But going through all those failures and problems, giving birth to my son, a child living with special needs, a lot came together, and it's making me understand more of who I am and what I want, and making me much more appreciative of this gift, no matter how challenging, called life. So it's, I as much as, there were sad times, the truth is it all turned out for my good. And I love myself much more than I have ever.
Okay. You said you love yourself much more. Actually, let me just tell you, I love you more.
Are we allowed to hug on the screen?
Well, the main reason I'm actually saying this because I want to talk about your fashion sense. Tell me, because I've been asking this question a lot of times. I see people, normally do their fashion thing, try to, put some stuff that looks really good, but I need to say this: you look really amazing with your fashion, the stud in your face,
Thank
and
you.
I always see this and I'm like, this is really beautiful.
If you were to choose the country of birth, which country would you choose? Nigeria or India?
I've never been Indian. Maybe I'm biased. I love Nigeria. I love Nigeria. I know Nigeria, we have story, but we somehow are just resilient. We have taste. We have spice.
Nobody can take that away from us.
We have spice. We have the spice. If I tell you now, say you want to start this journey of music, this is easy.
Okay, I think one beautiful thing you said is the fact that, which I have understudied, and it is a proven fact, that every musician today all started on your wrong foot when it comes to management.
Actually.
I could start naming Tiwa, Korede Bello, D'banj, Da Green, even the late people. Even that, Amaomi was, if not for bad management, Amaomi is supposed to be like a top. Something happened.
Why do you think she had bad management?
She talked about it at a certain time. She talked about it. So it brought me back to the fact to understand that maybe because Nigeria, we are just passionate people, and we are all just striving to make a difference. And there is no blueprint. There is no template. Nothing to follow.
There is no roadmap. We are just finding our way somehow.
Dancing to sell a movie. People have things to say, but there's no template.
We're just trying,
And Nigeria, try and error has taken us so far in life.
You know, in certain countries, like you have your makeup artist. Like my aunt, she relocated. She said there will be people that are assigned for your eyebrows alone. That is what, they are very, streamlined and all that. But the advantage of us learning by ourselves, there's a passion Nigerians have. You can't take it away. There is a drive. I know things are not the way they should be, but you won't, this is not PR. This is not me just praising Nigerians. There's a drive we have, like, we must succeed.
With all the force.
So I think that pain of not having things the way they are, having a system that takes care of things the way it should be. A lot of people pay with their lives, though. This thing is not funny.
Yeah, they do.
People die because of, I shouldn't have said that on air. This new age thing. People live because of things not being the way they are, systems not in place. But because of that, the ones that survive, we become hard rock. And I think that's something that you cannot learn from school. You cannot be taught. You just become it. Yeah.
Become it. Become the best version of yourself that you could be.
So what's the most challenging part of being an artist that people don't really see?
I wouldn't say what's the most, because I am just one artist. I can only speak from my perspective. Other artists have their
own perspective.
From my own perspective, one of the challenges is funding. If you're not part of, let's say, a rich, wealthy label that cares about you, or some, you don't have a strong sponsorship. It's not
Yeah.
easy because music is expensive. Studio work, videos to stay and when you have funding, you can now, concentrate on your creativity as much.
Yes,
But
yes.
there's this stress of trying to balance it, funding and all that. Then also people expect this on a Nigeria thing, Sha. They expect that you're a musician, you have everything in the world. It's not necessarily so. So there's this. You have to balance it. Me, I'm balancing it. I'm quite an authentic person. I don't try to paint who I'm not. I happen to be artistic.
Yes.
So there's that artistic part of me that is just making me, thrive. Like this thing, say, you look, how I put it together, you'll be shocked. Some people can have a lot more resources and they won't be able to put it. So God just blessed me with that art thing. I draw and do all that, Yeah. So people expect that I'm Odogu. I don't get.
But if you're Odogu, no, is that?
But you know what I mean.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yes, I understand.
I might not be as they I think they exaggerate.
Exactly. And that's why most artists live beyond their means.
Yes.
I'm not going to do that. I have a child living with special needs. I will look after my son first, take care of my health and take it easy. We have to just take it easy. The people you are trying to impress, a lot of them don't send you.
Actually.
So you just take it easy. I don't care what you think about me. If you think, she doesn't have 5 billion naira or in her account, it's okay. And I'm okay. As long as I have people that love me,
Yes.
I love the people that we are okay. I can eat. I have somewhere I'm sleeping. They called me. I'm on TV, and you get past me. You are not here. Okay, now I'm just pushing it now.
But
All right.
seriously, it's really amazing knowing that you're doing music in this kind of format. And a lot of people have always been your fan. And how do you even cope with fans meeting you maybe somewhere and like, oh my God, is this Jody? How do you even cope with that?
Fans are people, and
Yeah.
I'm just meeting people who love me, and I show that love back. Finish. If you carry nose for me, I don't face.
He's a carrying us and turn face for me.
Oh my God.
But on the most sincere note, your personality is actually very amazing.
Yes.
Knowing fully well that in this industry, I've met quite a number of celebrities, and I could tell for a fact that you're very different and your authenticity is genuine.
Genuine, yes.
We see artists that when they see you, because they know you are bringing camera, they'll be like, but the minute that camera, they're like, I've seen it a lot of times. No, on the most sincere note, and I looked at them, I'm like, okay. So if you check through my phone, I think as a child growing up, I already knew this is where I'm coming to.
Wow.
As a child, I was a done deal for me growing up. So then when I had the opportunity to always go with my uncle to big events, when I go there and they want to do farms because of my uncle to snap with me, and they carry face. So my uncle used to ask me, I said, it's not like they're snapping with you because they are happy to see you. Some of them, even their smile is so fake. They cannot be wondering what's going on. Like, if you're not happy to see someone, you could wave.
Maybe they are stressed.
I agree, but they cannot be stressed every time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I've met a couple of them. Not once. You understand? Not once. I know, funny enough, I'm the kind of person that I read body language. I think Precious can bear me.
I get what you're saying.
There are times I see people that I know that maybe they are not real. Be like, just let them go inside. Don't interview them. Not because you don't want to interview them, but we could see that this person needs to sit down and rest. Yes, I want to get news, but I won't get at the expense of somebody else's convenience.
Yes.
But then when you now come around and make it look like you're doing me a favor, hello, you are favoring ourselves. Like we are favoring ourselves.
Yes,
you be
actually.
celeb. Now me go. If I not post you, no one know you.
No, actually.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't make
It's a
me
symbiotic
lesser.
relationship.
Exactly. And I've seen big time celebrities. I don't want to mention this. Precious, we met them together. So she's
Oh my
a
God,
live testimony.
Yes.
That we meet them and the way
They respond.
When they see you, the minute you'll be like, hello, we've not met them before.
Yeah.
First time, hello. They will clear their bodyguard and say, hi, how you doing? Like, oh, can we have in our red carpet? Okay, because of you, I'll do 5 minutes.
The truth is, a lot of people, we learn every day.
Of course.
We learn.
Some people are not learning,
They will. Don't worry. Don't worry.
But they may have to learn the hard way.
No, why are you like this now?
No, na BDM soccer. No.
Only like we always say, Only is always the boss and I'm the boss because this lady here, she's all with the energy. Anyhow way you want her, I will give her to you at that moment. And I'm the one that now later comes her down and say, Auntie, just calm down, just relax. Just,
okay.
I like.
I'm the hot water. She's the cold. She's the ice. So you know how that mixture
I
is.
can see it. Everything just becomes warm and nice.
So Jody, tell us, in all the songs you've created and all the songs you've made, which one would you say, maybe apart from Chuk, or maybe Kuchi Kuchi, but which song would you say that you that really speaks your heart?
Don't say Kuchi Kuchi.
No, I've done many. You think Kuchi?
No, I know.
Kuchi is old. I've done a lot of songs. I African. I actually did. I would say, speaks my heart. My heart has been in many places. But let me just list like 2 songs.
Yeah.
Or 3.
Okay.
Akmona Igbono, African Woman, the new one, the one done by my new producer, Angel Dr. J Mix. That's what I call him. I love how he did revamp the song and I enjoy it. Another song that speaks to my heart, is Give Me Happiness.
I wanted to ask.
I did not write that. I didn't sit down to write that song.
Oh my God.
I was fresh out of divorce. My heart was bleeding. Hey God.
I really wanted to ask.
My heart was bleeding. This was like 10 years ago.
Yes.
I took a job. In fact, that period, I didn't want to feel my feelings. I took a job far away from home. My parents' house was near Festac. I took a job in Beggar side. So that when I'm tired of, I'll go in the morning, this stress, Lagos traffic and everything, I'll be too stressed. When I get to work, I work. By the time I'm coming back, I'm too tired. I come back, I sleep. I'm too tired to think or cry. That's what I was doing. So that job, I was an assistant production personnel. And we went for a job in Ibadan to cover a documentary. And I had done my own job. Yeah. So I left them it's a complex. There was this other hall inside that complex. It was a church setting. I could see from the chair arrangements and the pulpit. I just walked in and I started crying. I knelt down and I was crying. As I was crying, I started singing something. I just on my phone to record and I sang that song. I didn't sit down to write Give Me Happiness. I sang. It's out, by the way.
Yeah,
it's online. It's on all streaming platforms, all notable streaming platforms. And that's how Give Me Happiness. So by the time I then finally produced it, it's not like I was still in that pain, but I just felt the song needed to be heard because it was an authentic song coming from the soul. And the truth is, forget that thing. We are not always happy. There is pain, there is joy, there is numbness. There are different feelings. And I think we should stop thinking music has to be happy. No, you don't feel good all the time.
Yes.
You know, because when I'm saying this because someone was like, I'm gonna check on Jodio, this guy's song, Nigerians, you know how we be now. I just laughed. The truth is, you should be able to paint different scenarios in life. There should be songs about how many birthday songs we get. There should be songs about birthdays, songs about funerals. Yes, because things happen. This is life.
I think there's one song about funeral that still
only
resonates
one
with me. Yes, and that's when it was sung by this female Yoruba artist. Gospel, when we lost Igodalo's wife.
Oh dear.
And funny enough, that song at that time, it was for funeral. But I didn't know how, somehow, it resonated with what I was going through. I didn't lose anybody, but I lost myself.
Oh dear.
And one of the greatest things you could lose in life is yourself. I was like a moving corpse, and I could not tell anybody. And I was singing that song from morning till night on repeat, and I'll be crying hysterical, and nobody would not be like hug. And nobody, and after like a month plus, consistently every day, except on Sundays, that's the only day I don't cry. My mom looked at me and said, "You are looking so lean. What's going on?" I said, "I'm fine." It was a funeral song, but it was like and by the time I was going to bounce back, it was on a Sunday. I think I heard that song overnight. And when I woke up in the morning, I said, I let it go. The way you've been buried, you're buried for life. But I am renewing myself and I'm standing strong. And boom, everything we didn't think that everything revived from me.
Yes.
And at that time, I looked at it. I said, why don't we have funeral songs? I'm not a musician. Yes, I'm in choir, but my choir na kwakwa. I didn't say that loud. Okay. Nobody heard me.
I don't keep quiet. I won't talk.
Nobody heard me. But then, I always wish I had the ability.
Yeah.
I think my kind of song would not have gone. And that was one of the reasons why the Give Me Joy, when I heard it, Give Me Happiness. I looked at it, I said,
Give Me as in Gimme.
Yes, it's not GIVO. I said, this song is not coming from someone who was happy.
Oh.
But I wish I could place a call to the person I discussed the song with. I said, this song is not coming from someone who is happy at the moment. But it's someone who is yearning for happiness.
Oh dear.
So when you talked about it, I'm like, I was just typing. I'm like, okay. So my hypotheses were right.
Yes.
Because when I listen to that song, I say, yes, it's talking about give me but no. Something is not happy, but yes, longing for the happiness.
Yes.
And that's what we call authenticity. Nigerians, where would we get there? Well, you are in Nigeria and you're there already. Trust me. You
I'm
are
still on that journey.
No, you're on the journey of discovery.
Yeah.
Not on the journey of authenticity. You are already an authentic singer. And we have very few people like that.
You know one thing about women is that when she said Nigerians were strong, I want to specifically say about women because we go through a lot of things that we don't see. A lot of people have been abused, but still stay in that particular relationship because they cannot say anything. I don't know. A lot of people they are carrying a lot of burden. Maybe men, because recently I think this guy just did a song for men that maybe they should come out speak about. But these are ladies.
Mental health.
Yes, these are ladies. We ladies face a lot of things.
Yes.
Maybe more than the guys.
And they don't even want to talk about it.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Maybe more than the guys.
I think we should train our young girls to take care of to choose themselves. Because I'm not giving up on women.
Yes.
But you are now a woman, you are now facing the result of your decisions.
Yes.
But you're actually a full human being. You are complete and you do not need anybody to complete you. You need to open your eyes when you want to fall in love. You need to be very intentional about certain decisions.
Do we still fall in love? Now we're not supposed to sit in love.
I still fall in
We
love.
should sit in love.
Okay, sit in love. Okay,
because
fine.
when you fall, you feel go break your hand though. But if you are sitting, when anything happens, you can stand up.
I get you.
I think we were just talking about relationships today.
Yes.
And something brought me to that point. Now that I don't have a heartbroken situation, don't look at me that way. I'm not heartbroken. Never. No one could do that to me. But on a more sincere note, we look at the fact that as a person, we tend not to understand that when a woman is coming from is deeper. A girl child is trained, do this, do that. They concentrate more on the girl child.
Yes.
But the girl child will leave it a man. And if the men are not being trained on what to do with the girl child, how do we grow?
You're not trained to be empathetic.
That one, Nigeria, we'll get there.
So a lot of people are asking me right now, what song would you love to do for us? Because we want to hear now. We want to hear your voice.
Let's hear you.
Woo. What song? You're putting me on the spot.
I like that. You're on spotlight, actually.
Of course, this is the spotlight show, so you have to be on the spot.
I'm an African woman. Woo. I'm an African woman. I'm an African woman. African woman. Well, I don't care what the people may say. I'm an African woman. Ooh. My body, my culture, and my wear tone make me tick. I work hard and I stand tall. I'm an educated and royal breed. African woman will be like this. African woman will be like this. African woman, yeah. Now sing with me. She walks like this.
She walks like this.
She talks like this.
She talks like this.
She moves like this.
She moves like this.
She's an African woman.
She's an African woman.
Yeah.
I don't get talent finally.
Wait till me that.
No, they say when you work with a giant, you become giant.
Gang gang. So it's Zazu that does that, Nabi. Gang gang. I like that thing. I don't know.
Oh my God! So Jody, you really inspired a lot of people with your resilience, your heart, and a lot of about people talk about you. What would be your advice to young upcoming artists that want to be like you?
My advice is you need to know who you are. You need to be willing to fail. Don't be afraid. I was such a person full of fear growing up. Don't be afraid to fail. And look for people you can learn from.
Yeah.
Experience the world. Don't sit and wait for that music to take you everywhere. And live while you are doing your music.
Yes.
While music is an art. It's just like you have people doing tie and dye. You have people painting, doing sculpture. You know, it's just that, I don't know, there's something about being a musician. You feel like, I must be the prince of peace of this world. No, you are an artist. you are also taking that human journey, like the painter, like the sculptor.
Yeah.
So see yourself like that and put out your art to the world. It may blow in our Niger lingua. It may not blow. Sometimes it will blow after you are gone.
Exactly, oh, that one off me.
That's why you should live while you are doing it. Live well, like enjoy yourself, be happy.
Enjoy, babies. And if I may ask, what's next for Judy?
I'm still on this my music journey. I'm not giving up. I'm having my new works coming out. Like I had a remake of African Woman. It's coming out soon, although I've been performing it. Yes.
But this that I just said is
Yes,
yummy.
it's a remake. If you hear if you go on my page, my new African Woman, it's not like the old one that was then. No. I think I wrote the songs just out of, I studied maybe poetry and I was just trying to be poetic. Now I understand the lyrics. I don't care what the people may say. I'm an African woman. My body, my culture, and my wear tongue make me tick. I work hard and I stand tall. I'm an educated and royal breed. African woman, we be like this. Why am I talking about African woman? Because we seem to be underappreciated. If you look at the world now, mostly men come first than women. Then if you want to talk, the Oyibo woman will come first again.
Yes.
No, I know it's not. It might not sound nice, but that's the truth. So I was like saying, I don't care what you think. I'm an African woman. I'm proud of who I am. You know what? We are goddesses. Of course. We are beautiful. We have our own beauty. We have our own strength. We have what makes us unique. I'm not trying to say, okay, we are better than. No, it's not about that. We are who we are, and I'm proud of it. I am who I am, and I'm proud of it. So I am taking most of my songs that I feel I may not have done well earlier.
Yeah.
Having a remake, I'm going for shows. I'm expressing myself through my art. I'm loving myself, even the way I look. It's a way of me telling myself, Jody, I love you.
Yes.
I love you, because I think I didn't love myself enough when I was younger. So now I am on that journey of, I'm discovering myself now. Okay, wow. You know what? The truth is, sometimes when you're younger, you think there is time. And when I have 5 billion, trillion naira in my account, I'm going to do this. There might not, that time, when you're waiting for that, it may not come. But when you live the journey, you achieve the things you thought you were not, you may not be able to achieve. You achieve it. So, just start somehow. And they say, na person wey lift in hand 90 days.
Of course.
I love the fact that as an African woman, she's ending with a proverb, which means authenticity is pure.
Actually, like she said the best gift you can give to yourself is loving yourself. So please love yourself. Self-love is important.
And you must love me too.
Voila. All right, guys, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us. We had an amazing time here on the Spotlight Show. We had Jody with us. We had Oyindamola with us. It was really an amazing time. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and don't forget to tell them with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And I didn't do this alone today. I was here with my darling angel.
Darling Jesus, baby girl. All
right. Thank you so much for staying with us. See you next time. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Environmental sanitation has long been a key strategy used by authorities to control waste disposal, prevent flooding, and reduce the spread of diseases linked to poor hygiene. Supporters say the exercise encourages community participation and helps maintain a cleaner environment, especially in densely populated areas. However, others argue the sanitation should be a daily responsibility supported by efficient waste management system rather than a once-a-month activity.
We want the environmental to back because our Lagos is too dirty, our road is too dirty. So we want everywhere to be clean. If they catch anybody to throw away dirty or mess the road, let them take the person to where it's supposed to take and go. They should not collect bribe for anybody. They can do, let them do it. So we want Lagos to be clean.
Some residents expressed optimism that the exercise would improve environmental conditions if properly enforced, while others raised concerns about possible restrictions of movement and the need for government to provide adequate waste disposal facilities. They also emphasized the importance of public awareness, proper monitoring, and collaboration between authorities, communities for the initiative to succeed.
It's good to bring environmental come back to Lagos because some area of Lagos is dirty. So I like it like that. It's good. Before, then they do this environmental and everything is clean. But some people, because of the time or something like that, that 6:30 to 8:30 is still okay for us.
We want the environmental to come back again because Lagos State is too dirty. There's dirty everywhere, even on the road. Express road, there's dirty. So if they should return it back, if their law is stand, it will clean. If their law is not stand, it will not clean.
As long as Lagos continues to grapple with waste management and urban challenges, many residents say sustained effort, not just periodic exercise, will determine the long-term impact of the sanitation policy. From the streets of Lagos, Indamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, with the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than...
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from South Africa, where amid a wave of xenophobic attack, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has vowed to crush any attempt to destabilize the nation during next week's planned anti-immigrant marches. Citizens-led groups have set June the 30th as a deadline for undocumented foreigners to leave and called for nationwide marches against illegal immigration, marking a crescendo in months of protests that have at times turned violent. The unofficial ultimatum has stoked fears of a resurgence of xenophobic violence that has claimed several lives in the past. However, Ramaphosa said the government will not tolerate any attempts to destabilize the country by anyone, whether marching or otherwise. He told the upper house of parliament that the security forces are ready and those who transgress the measures being put in place will definitely meet the might of the law. Meanwhile, the police have announced tightened security across the nation for June the 30th, while government officials have stepped up efforts to ensure calm, including meeting the influential Zulu royal office. Still in South Africa, and in another development, businessman Vuzumuzi Mantlala has pleaded guilty to corruption, fraud, and money laundering charges in a deal with state prosecutors. He was accused of bribing top police officials to win a 360 million rand tender for his health company Medicare 24 in 2024. If the court approves the agreement, Matlala will serve an 8-year prison sentence and will also be able to testify against senior officials implicated in the case. Matlala, who is also facing a separate murder charge that he denies, has been named by the witness at the corruption inquiry known as the Madlanga Commission as being part of a drug trafficking cartel that has managed to penetrate the police. State prosecutors said his cooperation could strengthen broader corruption investigations. However, the Democratic Alliance has criticized the proposed deal as overly lenient. Away from that report, prominent Tunisian human rights activist Shihim Ben Sedrin says she has been sentenced to 25 years in prison on charges including falsifying part of a Transitional Justice Commission's final report. Tunisia emerged from the Arab Spring uprising of 2011 as a beacon of hope for the region after decades of authoritarianism, but right groups have reported a democratic backsliding under President Kais Saied. Ben Sedrin said the decision has nothing to do with justice, but rather a totalitarian regime that wants to erase the legacy of the IVD, which is the Truth and Dignity Commission, of which she was president. Set up after the 2011 revolution that ousted longtime ruler Zine Ben Ali, the IVD heard testimonies from thousands of his victims and those of his predecessor, Habib Bourguiba. And in West Africa, the Ghana Education Service has interdicted a teacher at Bo Senior High School in the Savannah region over an alleged sexual relationship with a student. In a statement by the head of public relations, Daniel Fenyi, over the video on social media alleging involving the teacher and the student, GES said it has begun investigations into the matter. It added that the teacher has been interdicted pending the outcome of the investigation in line with GES rules and regulation. GES condemned all forms of anonymous relationship between teachers and students and reiterated Ghana's zero tolerance policy towards sexual misconduct in schools, warning all staff to uphold the highest standards of professional ethics and conduct at all times. The statement added that appropriate disciplinary and legal action would be taken against anyone found culpable after the ongoing investigation. And in Kenya, senior government officials in Kenya have warned that the country is facing a growing national crisis driven by rising substance abuse among young people, as the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, that's NACADA, said about 4.7 million Kenyans aged between 15 and 65 were currently using at least one drug or substance of abuse. Speaking during the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, Itada in Mombasa County, the government says it is intensifying the fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking, with the coast region recording the highest prevalence of 29.3% and Mombasa County as the most affected county at 34.4%. Principal Secretary for Internal Security and National Administration, Raymond Omolo, describes the figures as alarming and called for urgent intervention, adding that behind every number is a life that can either be lost to addiction or restored through timely intervention and support. Omolo said the government would continue implementing a comprehensive strategy that combines law enforcement prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and social integration. Still in Kenya, a police report says Kenya has deported Somalia's Deputy Prime Minister Jibrin Haji after he was allegedly found with a fraudulent acquired Kenyan passport at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. According to the report filed at the JKIA police station, the Somali official arrived at Terminal 2 from Mogadishu aboard a Sasid airline flight on June the 24th around 4 p.m. Haji, who was traveling using a Somali diplomatic passport valid until September 18, 2029, reportedly presented a valid visa during routine immigration clearance. During the clearance process, immigration officers allegedly suspected that he had acquired a Kenyan passport fraudulently. He was said to have admitted possessing the Kenyan passport while questioned by officers, but declined to surrender the document. Reports said authorities subsequently held him at the VIP lounge in Terminal 2 before facilitating his return to Mogadishu. And in Uganda, Amnesty International has condemned Ugandan authorities for detaining and subsequently deporting Kenyan human rights lawyer Martha Karua, describing the incidents as unlawful and outrageous. The organization further urged and argued that the incidents reflected a broader pattern of intimidation targeting lawyers associated with Besegi's defense team. Karua, who is part of the legal team representing detained Ugandan opposition leader Kizza Besigye, was reportedly arrested on June the 22nd at Entebbe International Airport before being held incommunicado and later deported to Kenya. In a statement, Amnesty International's Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, Tegeri Chaguta, said the actions of the Ugandan authorities violated regional legal protections and undermined judicial transparency in the process. According to Chagato, Karua's detention and subsequent deportation are unlawful and outrageous. The rights organization said Karua had traveled to Uganda to observe court proceedings involving prominent Ugandan lawyer Erias Lukwago, who is representing Besigye in an ongoing treason trial. It stated that Karua was not informed of the reason for her arrest and had her mobile phones confiscated during the detention. Moving on, Liberia's former Finance and Development Planning Minister, Samuel Twer Jr., has petitioned the United Nations alleging that the administration of President Joseph Boakai is conducting a systemic political witch hunt against opposition figures. In the letter to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and other international leaders, Twer cited his recent acquittal in a high-profile corruption case, claiming the government's continued efforts to challenging the verdict are politically motivated. Twer, who served under former President George Weah, was acquitted on May the 8th by a 15-member jury of charges including economic sabotage, theft of property, and money laundering related to an alleged $6.2 million financial scheme. In his communication to Gutierrez and other international leaders, Twer alleged that the criminal case formed part of a broader campaign to weaken the CDC ahead of the 2029 presidential election. According to him, the government indicted him and his co-defendants in July 2024 under the guise of fighting corruption and without any iota of evidence, accusing the Unity Party-led administration of weaponizing the justice system against political opponents. Still in Liberia, Liberia's Senate Judiciary Committee has begun consultation of 6 competing bills to establish a war and economic crimes court and a national anti-corruption court, with public hearings expected to begin in July. Advocates say the consultations provide an opportunity to resolve major differences over the appointment of the registrar and prosecutor, the structure of appeals, and other provisions before the bills are presented to the public. However, though civil society organizations and Human Rights Watch welcome the process, they urge senators to preserve international standards and ensure that public hearings are transparent, inclusive, and meaningful. The consultations come after years of competing legislative proposals and months of delays over the office of the establishment of the War and Economic Crimes Court own draft bill. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a publisher right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Doctor, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Also joined us virtually, all the way from Uganda, is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakenye. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist, a legal practitioner in Uganda, and also a public and political affairs commentator and analyst. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you, David, and my friend Peter.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joined us virtually, all the way from Kenya, is Mr. Martins Irerenjwe. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, a financial advisor, and also the CEO and founder Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. David, Mr. Peter, and Sitati.
All right then. Also joining us, interesting you mentioned him, also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Sintati Wasilwa. Mr. Wasilwa is the lead analyst with Asia Pacific Assistant and of course the manager for Europe, Middle East and Africa.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Mr. Sintati, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thanks, David, and good afternoon to you and my other co-panelists. Happy to see you.
All right, then. Well, all the way from Liberia, also joining the conversation is Hansen Blayan. He is a media and communication professional. A very good afternoon to you, Hansen, and thank you for joining the conversation. Well, I understand he has not joined the conversation yet, and we are expecting him to join in the conversation in the course of moving on with it. But let me start off this conversation from Mr. Sintati. Again, this is coming at the backdrop of several conversations from the presidency. And I'm talking about the situation in South Africa, where there is a deadline of the June the 30th. And right now, as we speak, there is what is called the next week's planned anti-immigration marches across South Africa. First off, the president has clearly stated that even though there will be this level of marches across the country, security operatives are carefully around to make sure that law and order is preserved. What do you make of this particular statement by the presidency? Now, you would recall that the president of South Africa, and I'm talking about Cyril Ramaphosa, had before now given a speech on a Sunday. In less than 24 hours, this individual stormed the streets again and continued with protests attacking non-South Africans in South Africa. What do you make of the statement by the president? Mr. Sintati.
Well, David, I think it's very important to go back to history and to try and figure out what has been happening in South Africa as far as these xenophobic attacks are concerned. This is not the first time that the South African government is issuing, safety assurances to foreigners, especially of African descent who are in that particular country, that their safety would be guaranteed. Or, in other words, the South African security agencies will be able to, marshal up themselves and ensure that there is no mayhem during the protests. However, previous incidences indicate that these protests are usually marred by the case of violence. So it is one statement ordinarily to be made by Ramaphosa and his ministers and the heads of all those security agencies, but you can be rest assured that the probability that violent, incidents taking place is pretty much high.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to Nigeria before I go to Uganda. Doctor, as an economist, really, looking at these particular statement by the president, now at the time, unemployment is hovering around 29%, and foreign nationals were scapegoated to be job stealers in South Africa. Thus, the reason for this xenophobic attack. Now, from your position, looking at the fact that the president is also talking tough at this point, do you think that these individuals who consistently go attacking Africans in South Africa would maybe stop this act?
Well, I will use that word, privilege. I was privileged to interview Cyril when he was the president of ANC.
Okay.
And then I discovered he is more of the Robert Mugabe school of thought than Nelson Mandela. Understand? So some people are supposed to be in the opposition rather than being in government, and he is one of those. He had this militant mentality. That's what I discovered in the course of our interview. Understand?
Okay.
He told me that what they got from Nelson Mandela was just a political independence and not economic independence. Understand me? That's what he told me when he was the president of ANC.
Okay.
Understand?
Right.
Which means indirectly he wants South Africa for South Africans. Understand? But now he is in power. Understand? He will now want to a kind of maintain law and order. Understand?
Okay.
But assuming that he's not in power now, he will have been encouraging what is going on.
You think that's also the body language at which these individuals are seen that makes them, after 24 hours of the presidential broadcast, they return back to the streets the next day?
This what I saw, that's in the course of our interview, understand, that he wants South Africa for South Africans, understand, which is what Robert Mugabe did by revoking all the properties of the whites, chasing them out and so on and so forth. So for me, now you are the leader, understand, and your number one priority is protection of life and property of your people. So whether you like it or not, you must do that. But from all indications, he has lost control of South Africa.
Okay.
He has shown that he's not really in charge of South Africa. You cannot, as commander-in-chief of a country, you cannot just make a statement less than 24 hours. People come out to the street to counter what you said. It simply means that you are not in control. But the truth is, South Africans are going to lose big time over what they are doing now. Understand?
Okay. In what sense? In what sense are they going to lose?
MTN in Nigeria is South Africa.
Okay.
They are making billions from Nigeria every month. MTN is the biggest telecom company here in the country, in Nigeria.
All right.
And we allow them stay. Understand? So even DSTV, even though they have sold it, most Nigerians are using DSTV, which is South Africa. But this is that's the brotherly spirit, because in Africa the philosophy should be your brother's keeper. Understand? So, but South Africans don't want to believe in that philosophy. It's going to hurt them. That's
all right. Then. Let me take this conversation back to Kenya, and I'm going to be bringing in Mr. Martins and all of this. Now, you're a financial person. Looking at this entire conversation, there is also the part of unemployment that the government is not talking about. I mean, I just reeled it out. It's at its peak at 29%. And the people, well, we've been told that these are opposition figures who consistently fuel this conversation that foreigners in South Africa has taken the job. From the standpoint of a financial advisor, do you also share the thought that South Africa would lose economically should non-South Africans leave the country? Because you would recall as well, 9.7% of the GDP of South Africa's growth was gotten as a result of these foreign nationals in the country. Mr. Martins, I would like to get your view on the question I asked.
Thank you. I can hear you very well. As my friend in the studio, Peter Anosko, said, South Africa will lose the biggest time. One of it is about South Africa is a tourist hub. I remember some time back about when I visited a province called Limpopo, which is in northern country. They have a nice animal orphanage, Kruger National Park. But right now, that tourist income will be curtailed because of this xenophobic act that is happening in South Africa. Okay. Secondly, when we see these foreigners are investors, and basically some have created employment. And when they are exited from South Africa, it means there will be a gap of unemployment. Secondly, we see there will be boycotting of some of the product. South Africa, some of the country import cars from South Africa, and
Right.
this will affect their business, since everyone across the world is feeling that there is racial segregation. Africa is like it was to separate itself from the rest of the Africa. We have to understand South African government or republic should understand that as African and as international community as whole, we share the collective values, and these values bring benefit to economy, to politics, and to enhance our well-being as a republic of a certain country.
All right,
But
then.
it ends whereby they are fighting other fellow African and other migrant. That is an institution called migration. Migration, or the foreign ministry is the one that are in charge to deal with that incident of illegal migrant. If you are found culpable having false document, you are jailed or deported to your country. But now where we see the public are taking matter into their hand, it shows that an institution is not doing its mandate.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda. Barrister Edward, now looking at these particular conversation, let's talk about the political landscape of all of this. Opposition parties like the Economic Freedom Fighters, as the EFF, has accused the ANC of scapegoating migrants to distracting the people from the corruption and unemployment situation in the country. Do you think that this is a conversation that should be held with, so much weight? Because yes, like I reeled out, 29% of the youths in South Africa are unemployed. Should that be a factor to this particular xenophobic attack that we're experiencing in South Africa?
Thank you, David. To me, I just want to associate myself with some of your own statements, looking at the African continent we are living today. I want you to agree with me. Most of these economic issues are created, in fact, by our leadership. A leadership where the public is not involved in mostly on the issues concerning the country. Let's go back to bilateral agreements these people have. So in Africa, we are lacking policies. Even when we are actually trying to say we bring industrial kind of development from the foreigners, you get that we isolate sometimes our own people. So when you get the South African people actually complaining, you must also need to ask a question. Is this actually a kind of sickness in South Africa alone? You need to look at totally wide in Africa. This is the situation we are going. But the way South Africa probably is handling the situation is totally different. We needed to bring this in a mature manner on the table, on the institutions to look at it and see how this problem should be handled, which the government of South Africa has totally slept. I remember I've had one of my friends, Mr. Stati, is talking of actually these are historical matters. Ramaphosa has always talked of, and he has not actually brought any kind of a solution in the same matter. He is only making pronouncements without solutions. So I think in Africa, we need to have policies which will actually protect our own people, even when we invite the foreigners in this country. We are totally sidelined as the owners. Actually, we need the first people who are supposed to be looked at before you bring the foreign. I just want to give you an example of China. China today, you invite the contractor of your road, you get that the Chinese actually are everything on that road, so, which is very wrong. We need to be practical. We have people, we have engineers, we have doctors, we have actually lower cadres who can do these jobs. But you get that they are dominated by the Chinese. So these are some of the things probably I may not blame the people of South Africa, even when they are actually taking the law in their hands. We need to address some of these issues. It is not only South Africa, but the only problem now is the way they have handled it. We need to see how solutions should be brought.
Barrister, let me still, you said the way it's handled is another problem, but it's not about the first time it's happening. In 2008, during the Thabo Mbeki era, 60 individuals of non-South African descent also were killed on this same particular situation. So it's been over time happening. But then let's talk about the fact that President Cyril Ramaphosa is talking tough because he told the upper house of parliament that the security forces are ready. So more like he has given a direct order to stamp out anyone who is possibly going to be harming non-South Africans. He said severally, let the immigration office handle that situation. But should we say that this is a systemic problem? Because like I said, during the Thabo Mbeki era, it did happen. The Jacob Zuma era, it also did happen. But the difference here is the fact that Cyril Ramaphosa seems to be wanting to take a tougher decision. What do you make of that as well?
It is good as a president to take such a tough decision. But you see, he's making a temporal kind of solutions. He's not actually putting permanent solutions to this. You can give an order today. Tomorrow is not a president of that country. Such a decision goes off. You get that such issues will come back. We need institutions to take over these kind of issues. We need parliaments to actually bring laws to board to make sure that in the event, even when we are making some kind of bilateral agreements with foreigners, there must be a limit to accommodate our own citizens. So it is unfortunate citizens are not involved in most of these discussions on the table. So we need all these things to be addressed by the institutions, not a president waking up to make a pronouncement, and when election comes, he is voted out. And now another one comes with another pronouncement, which should not be the case. Those are temporal issues. We need now permanent solutions in Africa.
All right, maybe in 1 minute, let me stay with you, Barrister Edward. In 30 seconds thereabouts, what do you make of the statement coming from Amnesty International condemning the Ugandan authorities for detaining and subsequently deporting Kenyan human rights lawyer? And we're talking about advocate Martha Kaura. As a lawyer, I mean, you said earlier, not today, that particular move by the Ugandan authorities was actually wrong. But from your own position now, looking at the fact that Amnesty International have clearly made a major statement as concerning this, do you say that again is a plus for the fight held back by opposition figure Kizza Besigye?
Yes, as lawyers, we are actually proud to see partly our colleagues come in actually taking this kind of action and making statements like this. But that's not enough. You know the notorious person we are talking about here. We are talking about Museveni, who has stayed in power for decades, and he is not shaken. You have heard Museveni actually even challenge the superpower countries up with his pronouncements. He says he can live without them. You have heard Museveni say he has an army which is enough. He can fight. So it's not enough, even amnesty, to give probably to write to the president on issues concerning human rights. We need action where actually the government of Uganda should be probably restrained on some other areas to make sure that they should learn a lesson that we are living in an era whereby human rights is protected. The council, the advocate, Martha, is actually a person respected. This lady has fought. This lady is fighting. You get that in East Africa. She's the only Iron Lady we have seen. She's flying borders to rescue the situation of the East African people. So we are really looking for such people. But when you come to restrict movements of such people, then it means that you are enemy of justice, which is not good.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Kenya. And of course, I'm going to be starting off with Mr. Martins. Now, looking at this particular conversation and, of course, the statement by the Amnesty International, they clearly did state that this is reflecting a broader pattern of intimidation targeting lawyers associated with opposition figure in Uganda, Kizza Besigye's defense team. But what do you make of the statement, of course, by the likes of Yoweri Museveni, who has said that he can do without some of these international bodies? In 1 minute, because of our time, we're actually out of time.
Thank you, Mr. David. I think Mr. Museveni is working in cohort with the president of Tanzania Republic. You remember President Sulu deported some of the activists. Karua again was deported. Mother Karua is a respected political class in our country. He is a constitutional lawyer, very respected. She is a senior counsel, and she has a very good reputation when it comes to fight corruption. So basically what is happening in Uganda is what is happening in Tanzania. And it shows that democracy in these two countries is in a wheelchair, and whereby they have detained people in Communicando, people like Bisinje, people like the other one in Tanzania. It is we see even Bob Wine is in exile. So this is democracy we've been speaking is captured by individuals. So I think what it should happen is that Africa Union should restructure, should condone this kind of occurrence. Secondly, they should call these two countries into order, because these are respected people that want to mediate the issue affecting some of the political class in the neighboring country, but they are silenced by deportation. So this is something that should be addressed from the Africa Union.
All right, then let me take it to Mr. Sintati. Now, Mr. Martin just clearly spoke about the intimidation and, of course, the part of African Union. Now, I was going to go there on the part of institutions and particularly the African Union. Now, Amnesty International also noted that Ugandan authorities violated regional legal protection and undermined judicial transparency, not putting out this in any point of fear. There is also cross-border representation across African nations. So from your perspective, how much of intimidation are we seeing here? Plus, what do you think the African Union can do in order to checkmate this kind of situation across African states?
Well, first of all, David, I think impunity, it's important to understand that impunity manifests in different forms. And I can't think of any better term to refer to the deportation of senior counsel Martha Karua other than impunity. And I mean, historically, Mr. Museveni, the president of Uganda, has always demonstrated and is never short of, enhancing or projecting all these forms of impunity. But it does not just stop with Museveni alone. This is a worrying trend across the East African region. Remember that even the case related to what Senior Counsel Martha Karua was going to follow, I mean, the proceedings in Uganda,
right?
The Kizza Besigye, the long-time Ugandan opposition leader, I mean, before he was presented to the courts in Uganda, he was arrested from Kenya here. He was abducted from one of the hotels here in Nairobi and taken to Uganda. We've also seen, I mean, in the past, Martha Karua, crossing over to attend legal-related events in Tanzania with a few other Kenyan activists, and they were arrested and deported. So this is a worrying trend, and definitely because these three presidents and even perhaps more in the region have demonstrated that they're not really, they don't really fear, I mean, going to the extent of using whatever means possible to silence dissent. So you don't really expect much from maybe the East African community to that extent, and even extensively to the African Union. I view the African Union as more or less a moribund organization that is not really capable of achieving its objectives or vision as far as socio-political, economic, or cultural developments are concerned.
Okay. All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to Nigeria, and of course, we'll wrap up here. Doctor, Ugandan presidency have clearly stated before now the confidence it has on the judicial system. But with this deportation of Advocate Martha, is this a clear fact that the likes of Yoweri Museveni clearly is maybe afraid of proof, clearly from an international scrutiny like the person of Advocate Martha?
The question is here, how did the president came into power? That's where all these things began. Museveni and the Tanzanian president has one thing in common. It is manipulated election that brought them into power. Understand? That's where it begins. If you came into power through free, fair, credible election, you know that your people are with you. You are bound to be fair to them. But once you come through a manipulated process, you will be ruled by fear. And when you are ruled by fear, you'll be seeing everybody as a danger. Understand me?
Okay.
So this is the mindset why Museveni, the president of Tanzania, and even William Ruto, and even our own president Tinubu, understand me? They don't want to be criticized because what brought them to power is not free and fair. And once that happens, you see every other person as your enemy.
Can an institution like the African Union mediate in all of this and maybe
African Union that died 100 years ago? That's unless you are talking of a new African Union.
Unfortunately, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Ms. Dr. Peter Anosike, a publisher right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Doctor, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Also, Mr. Tintati Wasilwa, lead analyst of Asia Pacific Assistant and Manager for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Thank you so very much for being here, Mr. Tintati. And of course, Mr. Martin Sirin-Dwe, CEO, WorldGate Insurance Agency, financial advisor, public and political affairs analyst, and commentator. Thank you, gentlemen, for chiming in your voice all the way from Kenya. We appreciate you. And to Barrister Barrister Edward, thank you so very much, all the way from Uganda, for joining the conversation this afternoon. We'll take a very short break right now, and we'll be going straight to business and sports of the African News. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. China's central bank has authorized, alongside the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, that's the ICBC, to declare one currency, the renminbi or RMB, in transaction across Africa. The move gives businesses and financial institutions across the continent direct access to China's onshore financial system for the first time, streamlining cross-border trade and investment flows. The People's Bank of China authorization comes as China-Africa trade rose nearly 18% last year, according to Chinese custom data, and Beijing removed all tariff on imports from 53 countries, African nations, on May the 1st. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Côte d'Ivoire made a peerless record yet in their national team history with their first ever trip to the World Cup knockout round last night, with star forward Nicolas Pepe saying they were not setting any limits for themselves. Los Elephants crashed the party and made it out of their group for the first time in the 4 World Cup appearances, with Pepe scoring in each half for the side to advance with a 2-0 victory over Curacao. Afterwards, the players stripped their jersey, danced, and partied in the locker room for the well-earned and overdue celebration. They had beaten Ecuador 1-0 in their Group E opener at the same Philadelphia Stadium as Thursday's game, but lost to Germany in their second group game. The Elephants will on June the 30th face whichever of the runners-up between France and Norway in Group I. Against this background, Pepe said it does not matter who they play if they aim to go all the way. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Good afternoon and welcome to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. This is where we discuss important angles to your health and your overall well-being. I am Praise Peters, and it is always a pleasure having you join us on the show. You can always watch us on VOP TV Live, on your YouTube channel, and on SLTV channel 264, wherever you're watching from. Today we're talking about something that sits quietly in many homes, something that affects men in workplaces, in relationships, and it is rarely even spoken about. We're talking about men's mental health, and this is not just a medical condition, it is a diagnosis. It is something that is daily lived, something that is daily experienced, and behind many strong men in quotes, we have lots of men that are struggling, silent battles, stress, pressure, emotional exhaustion. A lot of people are experiencing anxiety, burnout, and in some cases, complete emotional shutdown. And this is even confirmed according to the World Health Organization. Globally, they estimated that 1 in 8 people live with a mental health condition, and many men are less likely to seek help early, even though they are the most affected. And in fact, there is a large proportion of men committing suicide worldwide. And this is often linked to delayed help seeking and unspoken emotional stress. So today, we're asking a very simple question, but a very deep one at that. What happens when a man has no safe place to fall apart? And today, this is what we're going to be unpacking. Joining me are 3 experts who will help us unpack this from different angles. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a medical practitioner, a wellness physician, and a public health advocate. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Charles.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome on the show. And yes, we also have Dr. Inyang. He's also a very good medical doctor, and he's here to also unpack this particular topic of conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Inyang.
It's a pleasure to be here.
It's amazing to have you. All right, and virtually, we're going to be joined by Dr. Miracle Ihoma. He's a clinical psychologist and a mental health expert. I believe that in the course of the show, he will join us. All right, thank you so much, doctors, for being here.
Thank you.
All right, let's dive into this conversation today. So we're talking about men's mental health, right? And I believe, I love this conversation already because you are men, and I believe that you can speak from experience. All right, so let's start with something that is very, very common and very simple. So, Dr. Charles, I'm going to be starting with you. So there is this strong idea of what we call the strong man syndrome. Yeah, and actually, I have a dad, I have a brother, I have, so many male figures around me. And these people take so many important roles in my life, so much so that whenever I'm going through anything, they're the ones I cry to. Yes, daddy, I want biscuits. My daddy, I believe that he is the alpha and omega. You should always have an answer to everything. Do you understand? And sometimes you tend to forget that you are also humans. So this whole strong men mentality, what do you think it does to the mindset and the emotional well-being of a man? Knowing that that's how they're trained, that's how you're meant to be, that's what you were trained to be, rather.
So thank you. I think societal expectations of masculinity, brings up the idea that men should be rock solid for their family and people around them. They should be providers, they should be protectors, they should be the ones who are the people that defend the family. So essentially, a lot is expected of them. So the societal expectations, brings up the role of a man to be that person who does not show emotion. They are less expressive emotionally, and they're the kind of people that are expected to suck up all the distress, all the stress, the pressures of life, and all the challenges of life, and still look like nothing has moved them.
Yeah.
So that kind of expectation has now conditioned most men to learn not to be vulnerable. So they rarely look like what they go through. So even when they're going through so much,
they still have to put up the smile on their faces.
They have to put up a smile on their faces, have a sense of calmness, and still project an outlook that everything is fine. Even when they are crumbling inside. So it is so important for us to raise the idea that most men, or a lot of men, may go through depression, and it is easily missed amongst men because of this. And you find out that a lot of men will be going through some huge emotional challenges because they are expected not to vent, they're expected not to complain, they're expected not to, feel weak.
Sorry to cut you off there, but who made these rules?
Society. Society has a certain perception of masculinity. And
so it is passed down from the boy child.
From when the child is in his formative years, the boy is told, no, stop crying like that. Why are you crying?
Men don't cry.
Yes, you're not supposed to cry like that. Even when a little child is crying because an injection is about to be administered, don't you know you're a man? You're not supposed to cry. All those kind of things, they are inculcated in the boy child. And the boy child now grows to feel that, oh, pain is something I should live with. And expressing the feeling of pain amounts to weakness, or is seen as you are not man enough. And when a lot of men grow up with this kind of mentality, when they are going through true hardship, where their humanity now starts, exhibiting the effects of the pain or the extreme distress they are going through, they don't have an outlet for it. And it can manifest in many detrimental ways, where some men are almost like they are emotionless, or or some people say, oh, now this is toxic masculinity. So you actually have situations where, because they've repressed a lot of things over time, certain manifestations are now seen in such men, and the people in their lives are now wondering, why is my father like this? Why is my spouse like this? Why is my brother like this? But they fail to look at where it all started from, what was the background for this kind of behavior, and what are the detrimental effects it can have on the family and the society at large.
Wow, these are really the issues. Okay, let me come to you, Dr. Inyang. You are a medical doctor, and to a very large extent, you've met with cases where lots of people come to you, and most of their problems are associated with stress. So I want to believe that there are built up stress over time in the lives of men, and they tend to suppress it because they want to keep hustling for the family. They want to meet up the demands of the society, the family, their own home, and all of that. So what does overall stress, built up stress, mental stress, physical stress, and all of this do to the overall health of a man? And how does it affect them emotionally, physically, and in all ramifications, really?
Okay, so very good question. Men generally face different problems. By being a man, there are certain expectations that you have, whether it comes with expectations from your family, expectations in your workplace. So there are so many things that can serve as stressors to
to men especially. Chief amongst them is financial stress, for example. A man is expected to take care of his family, man is expected to provide all the time. He's the breadwinner in most instances. And so financial pressure is one of those things. The fact that when you are a man, you're expected to exhibit that strength, as you mentioned, strongman syndrome. Everyone expects you to be rock solid. Everyone expects you to be the one that everyone can rely on. And so that puts immense pressure on men. Aside from that, there are a number of other things too in society, that sometimes unemployment too can be one of those major stressors for men, because if they are not employed, they cannot provide for their family. So all these things affect a man's health in all ramifications, right? It affects both your physical health, it affects your emotional health, and then most especially in this case, your mental health. So it can manifest in different ways. One of those ways is depression, right? One major thing that we've seen is depression in men. But then how does it, manifest? So there are certain things that happen. One is low mood. So a man might be having low mood over a period of time. You think he's fine, because men, we like, using humor to cover up certain things. So if you've not seen low mood in a man, that's not one of the features that are coming up. What are the other things you can look out for? So apart from low mood, you have loss of interest in previously pleasurable activities. If, for example, a man used to like going out with his friends to watch maybe football or just hang out with his friends, he might start withdrawing. That could be a pointer that he's depressed, right? And then other things like appetite changes, right? Loss of concentration. Other things like psychomotor, what we call psychomotor retardation. So he starts having low energy for most of the day. And then sleep disturbances too. So these are all pointers that a man's mental health might be affected. And if it continues for about 2 weeks or more, it is a pointer that this person might be depressed. And then there are other things too, like anxiety, right? That a man might be experiencing. He might just suddenly not want to be in certain places anymore, has constant thoughts or worry about certain things. So these are stressors that can be imposed on a man from societal pressure, from financial pressure, and from other areas. So this is how certain things in society can affect a man's health. And even other things like hypertension too is not so far away. Stress is one of those risk factors for hypertension, amongst other things. So yes.
All right, so I know that men do not really speak up that much.
True.
So I want to believe that there are subtle signs that we should look out for.
Yeah,
so is it that when men say things like, I just need space, I'm fine, I just need some time, it is a sign that you should pay closer attention to them, or do they really need that space?
So that really is, I think it's dependent on the person. For some people, it's fine, they just want some time off. They'll be okay, you understand? They just need some time off to get themselves together. And some people might want to be private, but it's not the same in all cases. There are people who that alone is an indicator that something terrible is about to happen. And so really it's dependent on the person. What I would advise is, if you've noticed a change in someone's behavior, there are certain things this person used to do before, as I mentioned, loss of interest in activities that were enjoyable initially, and then he's suddenly just withdrawing from everyone. If it's someone that liked going out, going to parties or going out with his friends, going out to watch football, and then you notice that for a period of time, this person is not coming out anymore, he's not talking to anyone, that is definitely something you should look out for. And then try as much as possible to, if the person doesn't want to seek help, you can talk to the person, or you can even get the person, try to convince the person to see a mental health professional. Let the person go to the hospital. So yes, I think it's dependent on the person. It's dependent on who this person is, and it's important that these signs are picked up by someone who has been with the person for a while.
Time.
Yes.
So this is a cue. This is a cue for us to pay closer attention to the men around us.
Yes, definitely.
All right. Most of the time, we want the men to be the ones to be paying attention, so they also need attention the other way around. Okay. So, Dr. Charles, we have lots of men who are really addicted to alcohol, they're addicted to smoking, they sometimes overwork and it's intentional. You know, some of them isolate themselves. I just want to be alone, give me some time. And I want to believe that these are coping mechanisms in order to curtail what it is that they are going through at the time. And you would agree with me that they're not really the best options. So what are you going to say to men who are addicted to these things, and how do you expect them to cope without all of this?
The truth is, all these things you listed, the smoking, the alcohol, or use of recreational drugs, or possibly staying out longer or overworking, could also be strategies to distract themselves from the cause of their pain. So most men, because they don't have an outlet to show vulnerability or to explain how they feel, they delve into this kind of habits in order to mask the pain or numb the pain, as the case may be. So typically, that's not, of course, the right step to take to recovery. The proper step to take would involve seeing an expert, seeing a mental health expert, have them evaluate your case, and then actually find out what the root cause of the problem is. Some men live in perpetual anxiety because of inflation, rising prices, deadlines,
Bills.
Bills, exactly.
School fees.
Over a very small budget that you have, and all these, rob them of their sleep, and then, of course, makes their mental health deteriorate further. So this kind of people should go to see a mental health physician, or
then I think everybody should say mental health.
Of course, because the WHO says that for you to be regarded as a healthy person, it has to be a state of complete physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being. It is not just merely the absence of infirmity or a disease that makes you a healthy person. So it's very important that these people seek help. But I also know that in this part of the world, we still stigmatize issues relating to mental health, and a lot of people live in denial. And a lot of people delay intervention or seeking help because of the stigma associated with it. So we as a people must reorientate ourselves, to realize that mental health is a key part of our well-being. And without tackling issues relating to mental health, we are not going to have healthy men, and we are going to have dysfunctional families.
Wow. All right. So we are joined by Dr. Miracle Ihoma. He is a clinical psychologist and a mental health expert. Thank you so much for joining the show, Dr. Miracle.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. All right. So we've been talking about men's mental health, right? And we've laid the foundation as to how that this is almost inevitable for all men. This happens to all men because they are expected to be strong all the time, and this is how society has made them to be. So you're a mental health expert, and I want to believe that you can really relate to the fact that some of these things are inevitable. The stress of going to work, the stress of having to care for the family, and all of the burdens that comes with it. These things, I don't think they are really it's possible for them to be taken away because this is a normal way of life. So from your expertise, how do you think that men should properly take good care of themselves and their mental health, regardless of all of the pressure that society brings, family brings, partners brings, and all of that? How do you expect men to cope better?
All right. Thank you very much for asking that question. So how I think men can cope with the different pressures of life, having to deal with the family space, also deal with work, personal issues, and what have you. I would say that men should prioritize their mental health. Number one. Number two is men should normalize seeking help, because a lot of the times help-seeking behavior seems to be more rampant in women than it is in men, because a lot of the times men are not very open to seeking help. Men are not very vulnerable, but men need to become more open about seeking help, understanding that when you have a problem with your car, you go to a mechanic. When you have When you want to make new clothes, you go to your fashion designer. When you want to wash those clothes or iron them, you go to your dry cleaner. When your health has issues, you go to your medical doctor. When you have a legal issue, you go to a lawyer. When you have a mental health issue, the question I want to ask men is, who do you speak to? Who do you talk to? Where do you go? A lot of times when I ask this question, the response I get is usually, I go to God, or I go to church, or something like that.
Yeah.
You see, but the question would be, why didn't you go to church when your car had issues, or go to God when you had legal issues? You know, and I'm not saying you can't go to God, but even if you went to God in those instances, you still sought professionals. In the same way, you should treat your mental health. You should treat it as something that is important to you and that people have been trained to help you with. So men should normalize or prioritize their mental health. Men should seek help when they need to, right? And also men should have a support system, a support structure, you see, around them, which is why, you know, the statistics for suicide shows that men are 4 times more likely to die by suicide than women. 4 times more likely, meaning that for every one woman who dies by suicide, there are 4 other men who have died by the same thing. And one of the major reasons for that is because a lot of women seek support, but a lot of men do not. If an average man wants to have it all figured out, an average man doesn't want to share his issues, right? Even when he has friends, he wants to talk about his achievements and, you know, the strides he's making in his career, but he doesn't want to share. He doesn't want to be vulnerable. And we need to create a support structure and support system as men, safe spaces where we can have shoulders to lean on, right? And to cry on at the same time. So we need to create those support structures and systems as men as well, among other things that we need to do.
All right.
In prioritizing our mental health.
All right. So one of the things that you mentioned that is really, really important and is quite disheartening is when you talked about the fact that globally men are disproportionately affected by suicide deaths, and it's often due to unaddressed emotional distress and delayed intervention, right? So what are the subtle signs? You're a medical expert, a mental health expert as well. So what are the subtle psychological signs that could connote that a man is currently reaching his crisis point, so that people that are around him can pay closer attention?
All right, there are a lot of signs, but then they can be isolated. And that's why you also want to make sure that you don't diagnose just based on whatever it is you hear here today or anywhere else, or even read online. It's important for an expert to intervene and really decide if a particular man or person is dealing with a mental health issue. But the rule of the thumb that I would always like to share is what I call deviation from the norm. So when an individual begins to deviate from the norm, what has always been a normal behavior for him, then it might be a cause for concern. What does that mean? So this man, for example, used to eat 2 plates of food, but now he can't finish 1 plate of food. Or he used to eat 2 plates of food, and now he can't even, 4 plates are not even enough for him. Or this man used to be a very jovial, friendly, outgoing man, and now he's isolated, withdrawn, and doesn't want to talk to anyone. Or this man used to be introverted, but now he's talking, full of so much energy, can't stop, socializing. Those could be causes for concerns. So those are things that you want to watch out for as men begin to deviate from the norm, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it's important to watch out for that when dealing with men.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's come back to the studio. Dr. Charles Adeogun, you were mentioning earlier how it is really risky that men resort to smoking and all of these things. I believe that if we know the health implications or the negative implications of what we take, we would know how to avoid them better. So when they are addicted to smoking, addicted to all of these things that are not really healthy, what happens in their bodies?
important to talk about substance abuse and the effects of the substances on human. For instance, people that take a lot of alcohol, that binge on alcohol, at an increased risk of so many health implications. First and foremost, you could have alcoholic cardiomyopathy that affects your heart and makes your heart look globular, and general cardiac contractility drops. You could have alcoholic hepatitis, in which there's inflammation of the liver from intense alcohol use. You could also find out that some men may even advance to liver cirrhosis, which ultimately ends up with hepatocellular carcinoma, that's liver cancer, of course, which is lethal unless you have like a liver transplant done. Then, and you also know that a lot of men can also start having a decline in important vitamins, damage to the nerves, peripheral neuritis that comes with alcohol. Then there's a form of psychosis that comes with intense alcohol use called Wernicke's encephalopathy, where, you have some brain-related issues, neurological changes, because a person has been binging heavily on alcohol. It's also important for us to note that it is not only alcohol and smoking that people, play around with. A lot of people use other kinds of harmful drugs too that are also detrimental to their health in so many ways. And smoking in particular, we should talk about smoking because it is very heavily carcinogenic. So it is something that most of the cancers in the body have smoking.
With it.
Yes, as a major association, as a major predisposing factor to most of those cancers. So be it cancer of the lungs, to cancer of oral cancers, to respiratory cancers, to kidney cancer, all of them are related to smoking. So it's very important that you delving into this as a temporary escape or a distraction, ultimately can destroy the human body. And it is also very necessary for us to know that even things that they do, like caffeine, energy drinks, and all that, because some people, for different people, they do different things. So when they are depressed, for instance, it's either you are oversleeping or you are not getting enough sleep at all. Some of these can also be related to what they use, habitually, all in the name of trying to distract themselves or cope with the pressures they have. So it's always best, like the doctor has said, to seek professional help, because that is the only thing that guarantees you getting the help you need in a timely manner. And just like other physical conditions, timely intervention would always improve your outcome generally. So it's important that men speak up. They find a positive outlet, like seeking a professional to actually be vulnerable with, give a detailed history of what they are going through, and let a treatment plan be instituted. That is the only way they can benefit and get the desired outcome.
Well, thank you very much. All right, so while we wrap up the show, Dr. Ian, this is quite normal with men, how that they bottle up so many things and they then resort to self-diagnosis. So probably they are going through, they're having headaches and all of that, lack of sleep and all, and they just start taking the regular roadside native, whatever that we take. So when men start to do all of those things and they don't go for precise medical help, what do you think happens? And what would you advise men to do going forward about that?
Oh, well, there are myriad of things that can happen. The thing about herbs is that sometimes there are things inside, certain contents, you don't really know what they are for. You don't know what was constituted, right, to make that particular herbal mixture. People will tell you, oh, this particular herbal mixture, my forefathers used to use it, it was working for me. Now, the issue with those things is that there's really no regulation, for them. They might have some medical, positive medical effects, but then they are not properly documented. There's no regulation on what amount you're supposed to put or what amount is supposed to be used. And so we advise herbal mixtures are a no, because they can cause a number of things, from kidney problems, right? There might be toxins in there that damage the kidney, cause an acute kidney injury. There could be something that could affect the heart, affect the liver, cause a drug, toxic hepatitis. So it's advised you don't just go pick up herbs from on the road to make you feel better or to improve your condition. What's advised is that you go to see a medical professional, because if you don't, you end up at risk of so many medical conditions. You might you might be thinking everything is working, and then at the end of the day, you discover you have chronic kidney disease or you have hepatitis, and you then ask what probably happened,
And you cannot
and you
trace
cannot
it.
trace exactly where it came from. And so we advise as much as possible, if you have a health condition, go to the hospital. It's very important. So going forward, if you have a health condition, go to a hospital, seek medical attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All right, let's go back to our mental health experts, Dr. Miracle. You're still there? All right, thank you so much. So while we're wrapping up now, we want to talk about solutions. So how do we improve the situation we're talking about? How do we raise boys differently? Because this is even the genesis of the whole thing. We raise boys in this particular manner, and then they grow up to be stoic and all of that. So how do we raise boys differently, and how should families, workplaces, schools, institutions really support men in making sure that these rates of suicides and all of these mental health issues take a very, very big reduction?
Yes, and that's a very important question, because that's where it really starts from. Every man was once a boy. Every woman was once a girl, and it all starts from that point. So it's important that we take raising our boys very seriously. And one of the things that we must pay attention to is helping our boys develop emotional intelligence and emotional regulation, the ability to regulate their emotions and be intelligent about how they feel, and also how they interpret and manage the emotions of other people as well. Because that's really what a lot of men get to be deficits in as they grow up, which affects their relationships and also their mental health. So you will hear a lot of women who complain today that men don't speak to them.
All right, I think we're having a little bit of a network glitch there. Okay, so but let's come back to the studio. So our doctors, we are looking at solutions now. All right, so what do you think men out there should know about their mental health? What would you advise men that are going through a lot of stuff? What would you advise them to do going forward in order to help themselves? Because if they don't take care of themselves, it will be so hard for other people to help them as well. So
it's important that men out there know that by virtue of their position in the family and the role they play, that they get the needed help. So they need a good support system, and your support system can entail your spirituality. It could also entail a good family support, the kind of spouse you have, who is very supportive during hardships and times when, you're in distress. Then also you have some good socialization and, what we call some kind of good social connections, and this can be in form of friends or trusted confidants, people that are there for you unconditionally, people who are present in your life and they are very valuable to you, who can give you wise counsel when you need it, and who can help you, during your trying times. And men want to be sure that whoever they are vulnerable with is highly confidential. So that is why you need to be very, very selective with the kind of people you associate with. Gone are the days where you just make friends for the sake of companionship, or you just want company.
True.
You really need quality friends around you. You really need people who can actually be there for you when the need arises. They are not just there for the good times alone. They're there for the good and the bad times.
Yeah.
So that support system is very key.
Yeah.
Then, of course, if you're already a man going through any hardship and you have delved into substance abuse, you should also seek help, because help is also available for people who deal with substance abuse problems, because this can present in domestic violence, for instance, in the home, or a man being irritable even with his kids, or him being dysfunctional even at work, or not productive at work, like he should, which ultimately will cause more financial constraint and more financial burden on the family. So it's very important that men are open to getting help, and having a good support system will go a long way to help to curb any mental health challenges.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Inyang, one final word for men out there.
Speaking up is not a sign of weakness.
Speaking up is not
And
a
seek
sign of
help
weakness.
when you need one.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Miracle. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. And thank you so much, Dr. Ian, for sharing your time, your insights, and your expertise with us. And thank you so much for watching the show. You can watch this episode again on SLTV and on YouTube at Vop TV Live. And as we leave today, please remember this, that a man can be strong and still need support. He can be successful and still struggle. And he can be respected and still feel alone. So speaking up is not a sign of weakness. It is the beginning of healing. I am Praise Peters. And until next week, please have a healthy day and healthy week. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Children are among the most vulnerable members of society, and in today's rapidly changing world, many are exposed to bullying, abuse, peer pressure, and harmful influences at very tender ages. To mark this year's Children's Day celebration, the Edge Foundation, in collaboration with St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church, Lagos, organized a sensitization program aimed at educating, empowering children to speak up and stay safe. The program began with a Holy Mass held within the church premises before participants proceeded to the sensitization session. Centered on the theme Speak Up, building confidence against bullying, abuse, and peer pressure. The event brought together children, parents, church leaders, and safeguarding advocates in a collective effort towards child protection and awareness. Guest speaker Kasmir, who spoke on the topic End Child Sexual Abuse, educated the children on the dangers of remaining silent in the face of abuse. According to him, abusers often use threats and fear to silence victims, making it important for children to understand the power of speaking up.
Every adult that is always exposed to children should study them and know the stage of children. There are some children, normally they don't talk, some talk, but at the point where you find those that they are kind of jovial, they always talk, at the point you find them where they cannot talk, they stay moody and all that, something has gone wrong. There is a need to call them and ask what is happening. Because of that, discover, and also call them to a private place, solve their appeal, and see, because sometimes when men and boys try to abuse the girl child, and when there's a resistance, there will always be a compelling impression, force applied, that there will be signs of injury and all that. When we see this and know that it's not just that this child felt to be blamed and all that, and the best way to let them know, the best way to keep them off from all this, or to see it and say it, is always educate them, tell them about it. Just like because of that we are here today. Today's Children's Day, we are here telling them about it. In case somebody touch it this way, I need that. By God, it's very easy to notify it.
Using practical illustrations and demonstrations, the children were taught how to protect their private parts, avoid dangerous situations, and report suspicious behaviors through trusted channels. The sensitization also emphasized the see something, say something approach, encouraging children to report abuse, bullying, and criminal activities to parents, teachers, school counselors, and other trusted adults. Children were equally advised against following bad company, engaging in criminal activities, or keeping dangerous secrets from their parents. The interactive session featured questions, answers, and educational games with gifts and prizes presented to children who participated actively.
Tell us, what are the 4 things you're supposed to do if someone sexually harasses you? And I want you to speak up and look at the camera.
I will tell my parents. I will tell my counselor of my school. I will tell my teacher. I will tell the trusted adults.
Please put your hands.
what I learned from the topic is that when we see any sexual abuse, that we should always report to any trusted adult or anybody you trust or your parent that or a nearby police station. And what I like this is that the topic is that they teach me very well and I learned something particular from there, how to end sexual abuse. Thank you.
This program today was, I would say, a very beautiful one because it teaches us many things that if you're sexually abused, you have to run, say no, be able to be confident, be able to say no, run, tell the trusted adults, your parents. Don't hide things from your parents. Even when they give you something, you have to say no. You have to run away. Tell the trusted adults. If you cannot tell your parents, your teachers are there. But you can tell someone which you know that yes, person will help you. We even have the safeguarding team in the church. You can tell one of them and will help you fight the case. And also, I won this prize for answering the question. I feel very happy today for winning this prize. I'll advise parents out there that they should try giving a listening ear to their parents. It's not everything that is work or money. Yes, that money can be there, but your children, you don't know what they are suffering out there. You should be able to give them a listening ear, be able to let them free talking to you. Thank you.
The Associate Parish Priest of St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church highlighted the critical role of faith-based institutions in raising morally sound and confident children.
Having seen what is happening in the world, the rate of abuse, and the lot of peer groups, the challenges, the negative aspect of it, I think it's really necessary for the church to cue in to save the children, secure their future, so that they will not experience also experiencing the trauma and the other things. The church needs also to cue in to create awareness so that they will be aware. Children who are, because most of the times those children, to those who are ignorant of some of what this is, not going some of them fall victim of them. So having checked the experience of the past, the mistake of the past, so the church deemed necessary to also take me to create awareness and let children know when to speak up and when to take necessary actions to curtail this excess abuse.
The leadership of the Edge Foundation says the program was designed to equip children with life-saving information capable of protecting them from abuse and harmful societal influences.
So this initiative is the continuation of something that I've always had in mind since I was little. I decided to go up in a bit with, looking at what is happening around us. 6 out of 10 Nigerian children must have experienced child abuse of incest before they turn 18. So you can imagine that statistic is quite high, right? 6 out of 10. So when you look at Nigeria as well, you see that Nigeria has the highest number of child marriage in West Africa. We've took 3 million early marriage in Nigeria alone. 23 million is some countries' numbers. So imagine having 23 million children giving out in marriage. These are not the statistics. Behind all of these numbers are people's children.
Beyond the celebration, organizers say the program serves as a reminder that protecting children is a collective responsibility requiring constant education, awareness, and open communication. Throughout the event, the atmosphere remained lively and engaging as children learned, interacted, and left with lessons centered on courage, safety.
Indeed, Children's Day is not only a day to celebrate children, but it is also a time to listen to them, to protect them, and to empower them with the right information. From Lagos, I am Grace Peters for Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, we'd love to know. This is the movie Michael. So what is it? What does this movie mean to you? Tell me.
It means a lot.
Let's hear it.
Michael is an icon, living legend. And one day, I know one day the world will celebrate me like this. I guarantee you. The kind of hard work I put in the industry, trust me, it's gonna happen.
So do you know what? We know you are building this Michael. They do. And do you know any of his songs? Would you love to share with us?
Oh my God!
All of them.
All of them.
So let's hear one of them.
I can name. The one I love is baby, baby, with the high heels.
Please make sure.
Where you making me feel? You knock me out of my feet now, baby. Ooh.
All right, guys, we have the energetic, we have the beautiful, we have the amazing Inieto with us. Come on, somebody shout, yeah. Oh my God, Ini, how do you feel this evening?
I feel great. I feel blessed to be alive, to be here.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Meanwhile, you look beautiful. Come on. Who styled you?
I self-styled.
Somebody say clock it.
Okay.
All right, we are here at the movie premiere of Michael. So what are your anticipations for this movie?
Something electric. I mean, in Michael, it has to be electric. It has to be eccentric. It has to be electrifying in all dimensions. So I just want to be blown away.
Come on, tell me, how do you feel this evening?
Pretty tired, but let's hope the movie wakes me up.
Wow! Meanwhile, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Oh,
Michael Jackson, you have to shine.
So tell me, we are here at the movie premiere of Michael. What are your anticipations for this movie?
I want to feel nostalgic because, I mean, whether you're a millennial or Gen X, right? A fundamental part of your childhood memories, especially when it has to do with partying and any social activities, is Michael Jackson. That is one of the biggest celebrities till date.
Oh my God, this is really amazing. By the way, you look beautiful and amazing. Who styled you?
I styled myself. Like, these are just old outfit that we did. I'm an entertainer. I work with legendary P Square.
Yeah.
I'm their choreographer. I performed on stage with them.
Yeah.
And everybody that knows P Square know that they're influenced by Michael Jackson. Yeah. So they have a whole bunch of costumes that looks like Michael Jackson. So I just had to take one, improvise, add a little bit of my style. Michael Jackson has been known for glitz, so I just applied the glitz. Then I added my style, being armless. So yeah.
Nice. So tell me, what are your anticipations for this movie?
Oh my God, you don't want to know, man. You don't see. Let me just summarize it like this. Aside from knowing him as a great entertainer, a musician, and a great dancer, I'm looking out for his childhood background. What went behind the scenes, because my guest has always clamored that he never had a childhood. He became a superstar from 5 years, and he has been working to them, touring the world. So I want to see behind the scenes what happened, the storyline between his relationship between him and his dad, his brothers, to the level he became a beacon to the world. So I'm looking out for that.
From the top.
sounded good.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Ebuka Obi Uchendu, the man who turned hosting into an art form. Born on the 14th of August 1982 in Benin City, Ebuka grew up between Nigeria and the UK before returning home for university. He studied law at the University of Abuja and the Nigerian Law School, but his path would take a different turn. Nigerians first met Ebuka in 2006 as a housemate on the first season of the Big Brother Nigeria. He didn't win, but he won something bigger: attention. Articulate, composed, and unshaken under pressure, he stood out in a house full of noise. After BBN, Ebuka didn't chase fame for fame's sake. He built a brand. He started hosting TV shows, red carpet events, and panel discussions. His style was different, refined, intellectual, but still relatable. Then in 2017, MultiChoice brought him back as the host of Big Brother Nigeria, and that was the turning point. Week after week, Ebuka sat on that stage dressed like he was going to a board meeting and dissected housemates with calm authority. He became the voice of the show, the one viewers trusted to ask the hard questions. Today, he's hosted over 7 seasons of the BB Nigeria. No other host in Africa has matched that run. But Ebuka is more than a host. He's a style icon. His Sunday best looks during BBN became a cultural moment on their own. Designers fought for him to wear that pieces. Young Nigerians studied his outfits like it was a fashion class. He proved that Nigerian men could be fashionable, bold, and elegant without losing masculinity. Off-screen, he is a husband and father, married to Cynthia Obianodo since 2016. He keeps his private life private, and that discipline has only added to his appeal.
You are not even influencer again. Bros, this one more way they manage. You don't want God help us. You don't want to enter Nollywood.
Bros, like, listen, you cannot define the path that you're going to take. You just got to go with the flow and make the best of it.
Yeah, okay.
That's how we roll.
We'll tap into the grace.
He can be funny without being crude, stand without being rude. He reads the room, controls the narrative, and keeps millions of viewers hooked. He's also hosted other major events like the AMVCA, the Voice March.
VOP TV. Now you have more.
Hello there and welcome to the program. Thank God it is Friday. I'm grateful to God. We actually got this particular point in this new weekend as much as we know what is going on in the country, and we also know what life is looking like in these present times. But God has been faithful as regards to keeping us alive and helping us and allowing us to get up from our bed on a daily basis, and we still go out to look for our 2 ends would meet, and we get back home, safe and to meet our families. It is actually a wonderful privilege from God Almighty to all of us, and I just pray that that particular coverage and the peace that we enjoy would continue, and of course, peace would reign in the nation. Welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where since stories shape the narrative, and of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. Court removes NDC. Presidency goes after Obi. Join the conversation with expert insights and seasoned perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Only Wike's enemy won't see his works. This is coming from Akpabio. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio says only Wike's enemy will ignore his works in the FCT. Speaking at the commissioning of the 16 Ring Road of 3 interchange in Jahi, Gwarimpa, Akpabio called Wike a performing minister and a game changer for Tinubu. He credited Wike with turning the FCT around, citing new structures like permanent secretaries and head of service that didn't exist before. FCT staff now, of course, know that they won't retire only as directors. Of course, as he said, the project was among those commissioned to mark Tinubu's 3rd year in office. This is coming from the Senate President. Right away from that particular one, NLC condemns DSS drama over Showere's court arrest. The NLC has condemned the DSS over the arrest of AAC's Omoyele Showere at the Federal High Court. NLC President Joe Ajero called it a threat to democracy and embarrassment, citing the rowdy scenes, intimidations, and humiliation of Showere as totally unnecessary. He also questioned the DSS acting as both complainant and custodian. Showere was held at the court, later returned to Kuje prison pending June 30 bail ruling. And of course, Away from that particular on 2027 elections, INEC awaits 873 billion funding. Others new beavers. INEC says it has to get the 2027 election funds, but preparations are on. Commissioner Muhammad Aruna said that the commission is expecting the budget of 873.78 billion budget, which they are still waiting for the legal window. INEC is buying new beavers units and plans a mock polls to fix 2023 IREF issues. He cited the $6 per voter cost and blamed last-minute court orders for past logistics problem. PAACA warned late funding curses, rushed planning, and of course urged early release of fund. It's quite, funny that the INEC are actually talking about, their funding on time, and it's looking like you're requesting for your money, someone that has promised you in advance. But of course, I will understand, how sensitive this particular, funding, is to the commission. But we just want a free and fair election. That's what, Nigerians are saying. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting the conversation here. Court removes NDC, presidency goes after Obi. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Tinubu's aide, Daniel Bwala, accused Peter Obi of opposing progress, saying Obi gets angry every time Nigeria makes progress over its shifts on a subsidy, state police, and of course, FX. In court, the Court of Appeal fixed July 7th to NDC, the ADC Accord, and three other parties fighting INEC's deregistration in Lokoja. And of course, another federal high court also voided NDC's registration, calling it constitutionally defective over a logo dispute with the Peace Movement Party. The moves have actually sparked debates on whether the 2027 way bill settled at the polls or in court. We're now being joined by Teniola O. Akande, acting state chairman, People's Redemption Party of Ekiti State. Good afternoon, Teniola. Tenny, can you unmute yourself? Good afternoon to you.
Can you hear me back?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing today?
Oh, very well, thank you.
All right, when I've been joined in the studio, Mr. Delefanimo, a season reporter, and of course, a senior political analyst. Good afternoon, Mr. Delefanimo.
Good afternoon.
How's it been?
Well.
The tension is rising already.
Pretty well. The weather is clement.
It's actually, been a roller coaster for the politicians in Nigeria. And today we have another, wonderful headline there. Court removes NDC, president goes after, Peter Obi. But let us pick it up from that of presidency versus Obi. I will start off with you before I go back to my virtual guest. Bwala actually said that Obi is totally like someone saying that he's allergic to Nigerians' progress. Is Bwala's attack on Obi about policy, or is it about the early 2027, positioning by the presidency? Because this is looking like almost everyone has actually forgotten what they were meant to do now. If they don't mention Obi, they are not okay. It is normal that they don't even talk about the party as per se, but the Obi now is, everybody has to just talk about it. And it looks like both the ruling party and other opposition party are talking about Obi And now we've actually seen another situation as regards to the NDC. What's your take as regards to this?
Who else will not talk about Obi? Somebody who was accused of now having structures and he garnered over 6 million votes. If you were in the shoes of those people that are talking about him, who else would have talked about? Is it Showore of AAC?
But Showore can also be talked about. You should talk about Showore as well. He's also a presidential candidate.
No.
Why would you say no? Is it not?
The best of Showore, I think he got about 8,000 votes.
Regardless, he's the presidential candidate.
It's not regardless. It's regardful in this case. You see, talking seriously,
okay,
there's no way you will not talk about Obi. Obi came as a game changer. He almost upsetted the books during 2023 election. Even when nobody gave him a chance. He took the ticket of Labour Party in less than 4 months and transformed a comatose party to a mega party of sorts. And apart from losing that election, some people won on the ticket of Obi and not on the ticket of Labour Party. And that is why majority of them have been camped now. So if an Obi is going into an election next year with the incumbent, who was also a co-contestant in the last election, who else would that be that opposition incumbent will be talking about if not him? We have seen the best of Atiku that didn't translate to winning an election. So, but this is somebody that just came to the fray. And you imagine if probably there was enough time for him to contest the last election. What we are saying may not be the case now. So, if anybody is talking about P2B, I think is the talking point, and you can't shy away from it. And then again, you're talking about Boala saying it's not attuned with realities and all that. Who else is providing credible opposition? Atiku would only come around when election is near. But since 2023, except occasionally when Peter Obi moves out of the country to probably transact business or to do his visits, private visits, he has not left Nigeria for up to a month since 2023. And he's been the one providing credible opposition to the government. So, and he's doing what he ought to do.
So is it a criteria now for you to stay in the country before we can, before one can be recognized as a viable opposition?
See,
is that a criteria?
Let me tell you something.
Is it a yardstick?
Well,
just like
it is.
Why should it
when
be?
You come down to...
You just mentioned that Obi also travels for any private, meetings.
See,
what if Atiku also is going for international
Atiku was always in Dubai until when it is about a year to election.
What if he's going for consultation as regards to all of these days he's been going?
See, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
If you want to kill somebody politically, make him an ambassador. Because those so-called structures are human beings and not tables and chairs that remains permanent. They are fluids. And so, if you have somebody who is a politician, that structure is built around him, show me one particular person that stayed out of this country as a politician, as an ambassador, and came back to wrestle and win an election, even at governorship level. I can't remember one. If people now go on deniers and all that, Peter Obi, as at the time he was saying what he said, he also has his reasons for saying so. And if he's now turning around, maybe after seeing the aftermath effect of removal of subsidy and the merger of Forex, and he feels that he could have done it the other way around. Then if he's saying it now, but the point is, he actually didn't oppose removal of subsidy, and he also didn't say dual exchange rates should continue. So But the only thing I would, and I've not heard him denying that he ever said they should remove subsidy, and that he will remove subsidy if he eventually becomes the president. But if he's now saying that from what he has seen over a period of time between 2023 and 2026, that it is no longer expedient for him to remove subsidy if he's eventually voted in, then he should explain to us further what he's going to do.
Okay. All right, let me take it to the virtual. Thank you so much, Mr. Delefanimo. Let me take it to...
I'm sorry, let me add this.
Okay.
You see, subsidy itself is not the problem.
So what is the problem?
The problem is the abuse of the subsidy.
How do you mean, please?
Round tripping, invoices that were raised for jobs not done. People were raising paper, the government with over 6 trillion naira subsidy debt. But when the auditors came, they paid off about 3.8 trillion. And up to today, the over 2 trillion that people claimed, nobody has come up to say, my money is not paid. That is to show you the kind of endemic corruption in the subsidy regime. So if Peter Obi has the courage to say, I can pin those people and I can bring them to book, let them face justice. Subsidy is not wrong if properly administered. Even in America, they still subsidize agriculture. And that's why farmers will produce.
So when you are actually saying subsidy is not wrong, don't you think...
But implementation is wrong.
Now, regardless of the implementation, don't you think in one way you would be indirectly enhancing corruption in the country?
I'm doing what?
You will be enhancing corruption in one way or the other.
I'll be anti-corruption.
You will be enhancing it.
No! You see, the point is...
If we want to check all of, the backstories, you check how this whole subsidy situation has been over time.
Those who were emerged in the corruption element of subsidy, they were not UFO. Flying objects.
Yes.
They were human beings.
Okay.
And the political class, they know them. So if somebody has the capacity and the courage to go after them, and they are brought to book, and money is recovered from them, the only person that had been convicted over this subsidy fraud is a former PDP chairman's son, who was given 12 years sentence about 2 years ago or thereabout, or early last year. But there are, for every conviction, there are over 100 roaming the streets without being taken to court, without being punished. And that is why subsidy becomes a wrong thing to do. But if we do it the way it should be done, people who are taking fail across the borders. And that's why if you go to the border communities, you find more filling stations than even in the cities.
Mr. Fanimo, let me quickly bring you up to speed as regards to Dangote's statement. He said that he has been in different industries for decades, but ever since he joined the oil industry, he realized that the cabal in the oil industry is quite, enormous and, more dangerous and very, very serious than all of the other industries, he ventured into combined together. Now, this is not the first time we hear the word cabal. Just like someone once mentioned, a particular analyst once said, and I think I remembered that the analyst said, if the president had waited to say, I'm not going to announce the subsidy removal, let me have meetings with the so-called cabals, every other person to see how we can gradually take it off, that they would have actually, ruined that process of not making him remove the subsidy. Now, when a whole Dangote, who presently we have his own refinery as a private sector working in this country for the country, and of course outside, if Dangote can say the cabal in the oil industry is quite strong, and do you think it would be quite seamless for Peter Obi to say he would not remove subsidy, but he would rather go against the people that are corrupt, the so-called cabals?
You see, what I'm saying is, Peter Obi said, he would also remove subsidy.
So he said, but it's looking like there was a U-turn, that's it.
Atiku also said he was going to remove subsidy.
Okay.
So it's a question of whoever emerged at that time would have removed subsidy. But the only thing that may be different is the timing of the removal. Tinubu saw the need to remove it on his first day in office after the swearing in, because he probably must have been abreast of the extent to which we have allowed corruption in that system, and that these people have grown to be monsters that are very difficult to tame. That was why he had to remove subsidy at the time he removed subsidy. But nothing is perfect. Nothing is cast in stone. If after studying the way the thing went between now and 2023 and now, and the man who said he was going to remove subsidy at that time now feels that he could have done it another way, and is now saying that he is now looking at the possibility of not removing subsidy and probably going after those who made it difficult for subsidy to work, those who profited from it without sweating, those who made mincemeat of our economy without addressing what subsidy should. Because government is about the welfare of citizenry. If in the international market, you see, subsidy started in 1977 during Obasanjo's regime.
And the corruption has been deep ever since then.
You understand? But it was not as manifest as this.
Whose fault?
Of successive administrations who felt that there was a time, don't forget, this dual exchange rate came in form of import license in the early 80s.
Okay. Mr. Fanimo, I would like you to hold it on so that I can actually go to Teniola. We have a lot to actually discuss, and I think we have to look for another day that we'll talk about Nigerian subsidy in this country, because we have to look into that particular one. Teniola, are you there? I'd like you to unmute your mic.
I am. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Being the acting state chairman of People's Redemption Party in Ekiti, it is in order for me to actually say congratulations to you. And Tanya, I'd like to ask you, how was the election? The just concluded election in Ekiti, because I remembered that I was in Osun as at the day of that particular election. Of course, I was getting some feelers, which was last week Saturday. I didn't really hear much about PRP, and as a strong opposition, I'd like to know what happened in Ekiti before I bring you, into the main conversation. I'd like you to talk to me.
All right, thank you very much. I must say that thank you once again for bringing me here, and of course for congratulating me. I mean, either of the ways. Can you please hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
All right. I must also say that it is. We thank God for us in the PRP. We thank God for how He actually helped us during the last concluded election in Ekiti. Let me also say that to a very large extent, we were able to actually pull our own weight, although the results that we got at the end of the day didn't actually justify the work done. By that, I mean, we actually traversed the 16 local governments of Ekiti State. And then, of course, we actually spoke to the people, and I believe so much that they actually understood us. But one of the reasons why one cannot actually take away the results is, or should I say, better put, one of the reasons why I would say that the results didn't actually justify the work done is majorly because of one of the principles, cardinal principles of our founding fathers, which is the person of the late Aminu Kano, which of course frowns in its entirety against any form of corruption, including vote buying or any form of vote trading. And of course, we stood our ground. We spoke to the people, but you, of course, I believe as a journalist, you're well aware of some of the abnormalities, or shall I call it electoral malpractices now that actually affected the polls. So that might actually serve as one of why things actually went the way they did during the course of the last election, as far as PRP is concerned in Ekiti. From also another that characterized that particular election was voters' apathy. Now, how do I mean? We actually have more of the impoverished population out there trying to actually cast their vote. And of course, because people in that category, most of them, not all definitely, but most of them, I mean, poverty has been weaponized. You understand? Poverty has been weaponized by most of the so-called big ruling parties and all of that. So because of that, when the impoverished get there and then they get to say 1,000, 15,000 naira, I mean, they get so swept to vote for and end up voting for another party entirely. You understand? And then, of course, the elites who actually who can actually know the right thing to do, it's got that a lot of them would decide to actually sit back on the day of election. For some people, probably that's the day they decide to actually sit back and relax and rest from all the work they've been doing. So, to a very large extent, a lot of factors actually affected our result, our outcome at the election. Voter party, votes trading, that's buying and selling, as well as voters intimidation. You understand? There were a whole lot of ups and downs, but altogether, we thank God for a peaceful election. We thank God for a peaceful election, for how He actually helped us. I mean, talk about our Tunshi today, and everybody knows that you're
Tenny.
talking about the PRP.
Tenny,
Yes.
I understand that,
Yes.
of course, you're grateful to God, regardless of the situation that the PRP, is facing in Ekiti. I didn't really see a lot of activities from the PRP. I don't know if the state government didn't allow you or the APC didn't allow you. But I would like to look at the bigger picture now. Your national chairman, Baba Ahmed, he said it is only PRP that can fix Nigeria. Perhaps because PRP happens to be one of the oldest political party in the country. So I'd like to ask you, being a state chairman, you should share the same ideology with him. PRP was meant to be there for the talakas. PRP was meant to be for the very, very vulnerable. These are part of, what written in manifesto as regards to the party's ideology. And PRP has been contesting election for a long and able to provide a precedent. And your national chairman saying that your party is the only party that can fix the country, that fix the nation. I'd like you to give me clarity on this.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me say this very well, that I actually share the same school of thought with my national chairman, my amiable national chairman, Dr. Akim Baba Ahmed. The country as it is, and you want to ask me, I'm going to give you certain examples. Now, one of such instances is if you look at when we actually had the former governor of it, I'm talking about the late Abubakar Rimi. Now, if you look at Abubakar Rimi's tenure as governor of Khalid, to a very large extent, one of the things that distinguished his tenure is the fact that he actually had a people first policy, which were actually happened to be a ripple effect of the policies, or should I say manifestos, of the PRP as a party. So to a very large extent, I mean, one of such things that happened then was that the PRP-led government of Kano State, as at that time, was the first political party that actually made recognition in the year 1980 of the Workers' Day in Nigeria. And then 1981, the federal government took it up then and they made it a national thing. now. So, to a very large extent, one of the things that distinguishes our party is the fact that anything we're doing is actually people first. It's people centered. And that's the reason I'm going to take you back to during the last election in Ekiti. While we were running our campaigns, while some other parties, I'm not going to mention names, while some other parties were throwing bread to people, Ekiti people, like goats. I mean, I began to wonder that why would people be degraded this much while they were throwing breads and throwing what have you to people like that? What we did was we empowered our people in our own only two. And how did we do that? I mean, one of the things we did as at that time for a particular central district, I remember so well that we actually helped a lot of people with the registration of their NIN, NIN registration and all of that. As simple as that might look, it might surprise you to know that a place like Ekiti, people still, especially in this industry where we actually that people actually found it a bit difficult. So we made life easier, and I can tell you, that's what we did not imagine from the for the number of people, hundreds and thousands of people benefited from. They will forever remember it was during PR when PRP was contesting the Ekiti election. Daily was contested on the platform of PRP that they actually had that done.
Okay.
As compared to people that were putting rice, they putting money and all of that. So that's what we do.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Attorney. Quickly, before I to also talk about your party as opposition. Everybody basically that I've actually met that I bring on the show, PRP, they say they are the best, over every other opposition party. But do you think that your presidential candidate actually do better as regards to being a formidable, opposition over every other opposition? What do you guys have in stock for us? What is PRP going to, as regards to 2027?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much. That our party's candidate, I can tell you categorically, if of course, if you get to imagine, a whole lot of transformation is going to happen. If you check the records, his records as a former governor of Cross River State, if you check the records, he happens to be, if not the best, one of the best governors that has actually ruled that state. You understand? And of course, if you look at the plans that he actually has, the party is yet to officially release its manifesto, and of course, going to do that. You understand?
Okay.
Of course, but one of the things I can tell you categorically is if the PRP gets to power, if with the support of the Almighty God and of course with the votes of Nigerians, if the PRP gets to power, a whole lot of narrative is going to change. Because if you will agree with me, and I know you will agree with me, that mostly what we have currently is not really a people-centered governance. I mean, we're looking at a government that could actually help to transform Nigeria, especially in terms of security. You understand? If there's anything that should be so paramount when it comes to governance, before any other thing, is the security of lives of the people and, of course, properties. Looking at a PRP government that will actually help in terms of security, that will actually help in terms of transforming the economy of this country and provide solutions, long-lasting solutions to the needs of the common man in Nigeria. And that could only come on the platform of the PRP. I can say it very well. If the PRP, if the Almighty God could have helped us to actually be the longest standing political party in Nigeria of today, then you could also have that assurance that the ideologies of the party that could have made it to weather the storms, different storms over time, could actually help you to actually fix Nigeria as a country. And everybody feels the better lifestyle.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response. Let's bring it back to the studio and let's actually face another court situation. Of course, I will still have that of ADC, Mr. Dele Fanimo. I'll be coming back to you now. We still have the ADC's conversation, on the decks in the court. But now, another court in Lokoja, to be precise, has actually voided NDC's registration on logo disputes. Common are these particular constitutionally, a defective registration orders, because the other, is it the ADA party or something, Mr. Fadimo? I think something like that. And now, the restoring The status quo, that word again is another, issue. The status quo, and as regards to, a fresh hearing, may help the NDC. Does it help the NDC or just delay the inevitable?
You see, I was not expecting that NDC will be enmeshed in this kind of litigation because it's a new political party. And I think at some point, the issue of logo was challenged and it was resolved, And so where this one is coming from, suspects. Now, people go to various courts of coordinate jurisdiction and get conflicting. The essence of this, what this tells me is that we need to have a regime of digital robust technology that in real time, if there is a subsisting litigation in Ibadan and the court of coordinate jurisdiction is also handling that same case in whatever guise, the judges should be able to know. Sometimes these coordinate judges are not aware of an existing way. So by the time they give judgment, this one will support the litigant, will support the defendant, and it becomes a problem that they have to go and resolve at appeal court and then you to Supreme Court. This thing has to be harmonized at the earliest possible. And for me, beyond the legalese, if ADC is out of the ballot, NDC is out of the ballot, then in having it the way of the party, that means there is no contest. And I don't think it will be good for our democracy. And so, beyond the courtroom, I think there should be a political solution to some of these things for us to have a semblance of competition, healthy competition, come January 16, 2027. That is the only way to go. And I want to enjoin the political class, and particularly INEC, to look into this so that we don't have a chaotic situation that could precipitate something that may be injurious to our democratic experience going forward.
Now, the question that is disturbing the minds of Nigerians, is INEC now being used as a tool? Or is this about, legal, purely legal situation, as regards to, I think any little thing now, when once they want to go against any political parties, they route it through the court and compel INEC to follow suit.
You see, one thing that is clear about the situation of things in Nigeria, particularly among the political class, they have sold their birthright to the extent that INEC has suddenly become a means to an end and not the end itself. There is no, maybe it's as a result of distrust, mistrust, or some form of lack of confidence with the average Nigerian and this institution, and who is supposed to be an unbiased umpire, as the name is. But you now find out that no matter the outcome of results, people still challenge it in court. The court now becomes the final arbiter. Instead of INEC announcing results and everybody goes home satisfied that this election is credible enough and transparent enough for us to defeat. Now people head to court and you are making much for the waiting briefs, and then you now have to wait with bated breath that the court now decides who is victorious in any contest, both state and at national level. I think it doesn't speak well of our democracy, and it doesn't give us the opportunity to be able to further interrogate our democratic experience and say we are up. If Ghana could run a presidential election, and I stand to be corrected, there have been no litigations that man came in as president of Ghana. Why is it that is challenged in the court, even up to the Supreme Court? It shows that there's erosion of confidence in our democratic process as midwifed by INEC.
Okay, Tenny. All right, thank you so much, sir. Let me take it to Tenny so we can start running off because we're pressed for time now. Tenny, are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Tenny, let's talk about the situation in the country as we speak. And when we want to talk about the presidency, we now have the presidency, attacking a leading opposition figure, Peter Obi, while court threatens multiple, party as regards to deregistration. And of course, they have several litigations in the country as we speak. Should we call this a coincidence or coordinated pressure?
All right, thank you very much. Let me say that if you want me to give it, I would say it's a coordinated pressure. All right, I would say it's a coordinated pressure. If you want me to give an answer to that, only because I am in the opposition. See, the truth of the matter is and remains that whoever ruling party will definitely be looking out for the available pitfalls of the opposition, leading oppositions for that matter. You understand? Because, 2027 elections is just by the corner already, less than how many months to go. So, to a very large extent, it's one of the basic things the ruling party would definitely want to do is look for every available opportunity to bring down someone of obese stature, basically built around the kind of influence he commands as an opposition figure and as an opposition leader in Nigeria. Just like what your in-house analyst was saying earlier, that single-handedly, he raised a movement that almost changed the scope of things politically as far as Nigeria is concerned. So, how do you explain having 1 million point something votes during the last presidential election? So the next thing to do is definitely he would have done his homework. He would have done his assignment. And so the next thing they would probably come up with is, okay, what can they do to actually frustrate anything called opposition? If not, until you would agree with me that Nigeria was gradually sliding towards a one-party system, if not until recently, after there have been a form of some cries about it. It appears that actually went a little.
Okay.
So what are we saying? It's all coordinated coordinated efforts to actually frustrate anything with opposition in the build-up towards the 2027 elections.
All right, thank you so much, Tenny, for being part of the program. I'd just like to slide through with Mr. Delifanimo as regards in just 10 seconds. As regards to this court situation, that is happening in the country now, do you still think that Nigerians would trust that the votes would count, or the courtroom would decide?
It's not about Nigerians trusting in the electoral process. It's for the umpire, the INEC, to ensure that his job is done to the extent that it will be seen that the election is credible, transparent, and of what standard.
What should they do differently? Because Nigerians are actually saying that INEC is complicit.
Well, if somebody calls you a thief and you have an evidence contrary to being a thief, you show the evidence to the world that, look, there's always a way of shaming those who want to rubbish you.
Okay.
By performing beyond the expectation of and disappointing the
Thank you so much,
so let INEC disappoint us.
Okay, thank you so much. Let INEC disappoint us. I love that particular. I think that would just be the last statement here until we adjourn the case again till next time. Thank you so much, Mr. Delifanimo, for being part of the program. And thank you, Teniola Akande, for being part of the show, the acting state chairman, People's Redemption Party, PRP, Ekiti State. This is how far we can actually go on the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you know you love the world of football. I like to stay put to enjoy that particular World Cup is still around the corner. You should actually enjoy that particular one from my guys. Yes, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savio Udo. Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bond.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice.
A very big welcome to another very exciting episode of the Locker Room on Voice of People TV. It's my day 3 of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, as so many teams have been packing their luggage back home, and some others have advanced to the next round. We definitely will be seeing others who will be leaving today, as well as we'll be seeing those who will be staying as the competition gets more interesting. And a lot of stories as well making rounds in the world of transfer. I'm your host, Ikechukwu Ago. This is going to be a very interesting episode because Maiwa might join us before the show wrap up as we look into the conversations that we'll be having today. At the top of it, we'll be looking at one big story making rounds. I know this one story that Maiwa has always talk about. He really doesn't like this man. Talking about Tosin Adarabioyo, who eventually is saying he would like to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria and looking at the next AFCON to actually make his debut for the national team. This is a player who has actually on multiple occasions turned down the offer of the Federation to actually. The big question is, what happened? What changed now at 28? Why are you interested in playing for the Super Eagles? He's played for the Three Lions, the English national side on multiple occasions at under-8 level, but now he's actually looking at making that switch after missing out on the biggest showpiece for the Three Lions. He's not been part of the senior national team for England at any level. So he's looking at, making his international allegiance at this point. Yes, he's very much a Nigerian as you and I, but then the question is, why will you want to play for us now at 28? I mean, it's a time where Eric Chell is actually, trying to remodel his team around very young players, and, the likes of Emmanuel Fernandez, who's also, doing very good well for himself. Now talking about, the man who actually was part of the best 11 in the just concluded Scottish season. And of course, he's caught the eyes of, top European club sides, looking at him and, trying to actually bloody him in and bring him part of, some of the top club sides in Europe. But also not forgetting that, there's a certain Igor Ogbu who was also giving a very good account of himself. He did so well. He just concluded the Unity Cup. And, not to also forgetting the very, impressive, very young man, the man who actually caught the eyes of a lot of Nigerians. I mean, you look at him and then you ask yourself, is this, man, the next big thing in Super Eagles? Very calm on the ball and how he actually moves. We saw him talking about not other than Bellene. And also, we also have, a certain Calvin Bassey who has been a rock in the middle of the fence. I ask myself, yes, I mean, no doubt the quality is good. I think he's going to be a plus to the Super Eagles, but what and why is he actually looking, at the Super Eagles at this time? I mean, anyone who is actually looking at the Super Eagles as, a second choice or an option, or rather, after every other thing has actually failed, let me actually just give you a chance. It means that the person is not really dedicated. And for a team that is aspiring to become the best team in Africa and at large the best team in the world, I think the very first, at the core of it, it should be people who are really interested, in playing or being part of the squad. The very big question here is, if you look at the reason why in managers like Pep Guardiola, yes, that's the man on your screen. If you look at the reason why managers like Pep Guardiola has always, succeeded, at the top of it is the fact that they don't actually like to, bring in players who, aren't really willing to actually play or be part of their squad. And that's exactly what has really kept them, that's exactly what has made them, top managers, because every single player they've had at any point in time in their career are players who really want to be part of the team. And then, you get to see them, even when the team chemistry is not really aligning, even when the team seems to be, suffering, maybe some of the players are actually going through difficult time or mentally, or some of them are actually not having to experience deep in form, as it usually is with footballers. One thing is certain: when people want to put their hearts out, when people want to bleed for the jersey, they come all out, and then sometimes they manage to actually grab the result. But a man who has actually choosing, to actually be part of a system because he sees that system as a last resort, I don't really think it's a system that, we want to be part of. And that, for me, is where I actually have, issues with Tosin Adarabioyo. But regardless, he's a player who you cannot take away, his quality. He was part of the Chelsea side that actually won the Club World Cup, and he's been doing so well. I mean, he's a man who, if you've been following the English Premier League, you know that he's a man who actually did so. At some point, he got some minutes under Pep Guardiola in Manchester City. It says a lot about his quality. Maybe it's not at the top at the point where he actually broke into the ranks, but then he grew into, becoming a very good player. He moved to Brighton, where he actually showed that he's got quality, and then he was snapped up by Chelsea. And at Chelsea, he's also doing a very good job. Yes, you might want to say he might not be the top pick for the centre-back position in Chelsea, but for a man to actually be playing at Chelsea at this point, it shows that he's got quality, to be at the highest level. And that's, for me, I think it's one thing that he's got. But again, the big question is, at the age he's actually showing interest to actually be part of the Super Eagles, is where a lot of Nigerians will be drawing the line. And Marwas always talk about it. And that's one thing, so many Nigerians really do not like. I mean, Nigeria is a nation that is spoiled for talent. I mean, we've seen, quality players like Taribo West, Joseph Yobo. I mean, these guys are actually way bigger than him. And in terms of quality, they've played at a highest level as well. Uche Okechukwu, these guys are awesome defenders. So when we see players like this that will say, oh, this guy's got quality as well to represent the Super Eagles, and then he puts the Super Eagles, in a position where we have to really almost beg to actually have his signature. He definitely will be turning 29, come next year. And then, I mean, at then you'll be asking yourself, how many years does he have to actually really offer? For where the likes of Semi Ajayi actually joined in, jumped on the ship quite early. That's of Leon Balogun jumped on the ship quite early. So why can't he, or why, or was he being hesitant, to be part of the Super Eagles? I mean, these are the questions. And that's, for me, if I were the coach of the Super Eagles, I'm really going to sit down and think, it through before I actually give him the call up. Again, and that's a very serious conversation needs to be had with him. Are you really, really interested in playing for Nigeria? Are you really willing to actually bleed for the shirt, or you're just seeing this particular country as last resort? Nigeria is not a country where, you want to actually just come and pick up a jersey because you think you're actually good. We've actually seen the very best player. I mean, in the early mid-90s, when the Super Eagles actually rose to as high as the fourth best nation in the world in terms of football. So it says a lot about how well we've actually risen. And no African team at this point has actually gotten to that particular level. So it should send a very strong signal to people like Tosin Adarabioyo. But regardless, then I also like the fact that Eric Chell is a man who's shown that he's got some level of principle, and also if you look at the way he's actually building the team, you know that he's got eyes for young players to be a part of the team. But that's for the case of Tosin Adarabioyo. Hopefully, he might actually get what he wants, and let's see what he can actually do, for the Super Eagles. I mean, it's definitely going to be a very good addition to the squad. I'm not, going to take that away from him. And but then it's still very much the prerogative of the coach to actually decide if he wants him, in his team or not. But let's move on to another story still about the Super Eagles, and this one is concerning the young lad from Arsenal, of course, on loan at this point for Olympique Marseille. His name is Ethan Nwaneri, and he's a man who's been in the eyes of the storm at this point. Eric Chell, look at Ethan Nwaneri as the right man to actually, be at the center of the pitch for him. The man who is going to be the man who will be anchoring the Super Eagles, who's going to be dictating play, and of course, who is going to carry the creative burden of the Super Eagles when the likes of Alex will be eventually call time quit. So he's actually looking at bringing this man, to the Super Eagles as the new number 10 to actually take over, when the likes of Iwobi is out, like I said earlier on. And of course, we also saw the likes of, Tochukwu Nnadi, Akin Samiro as well. It says a lot about what Eric Chell is actually looking at. Again, Ethan Nwaneri is a very fantastic player. I'm quite pleased that Arteta actually looked at him and he understood the quality he's got. Yes, there's a problem. The likes of Martin Odegaard and Ebere Chieze, these guys are top talent, maybe way bigger than him at this point. But then he has to actually go somewhere to actually get a lot of minutes and then become better players. And this is exactly what happened to Martin Odegaard. Martin Odegaard also was at Madrid at some point. The likes of Luka Modric at the very, very top of their game. It was difficult for him to actually break into the ranks. And now he's with Arsenal. He's the captain of Arsenal, doing so well at Arsenal. So maybe this is exactly the same turn for Ethan Nwaneri to actually be one of the very elite player at this point. And this young man on your screen, if you see him, what an amazing left foot he's got. He is a player with immense quality. He moved to Olympique Marseille and he's been doing so well. De Zerbi actually brought him over there and he's really grown as a player. And now exactly why the coach of the Super Eagles is actually looking at him. And to also make this quite interesting, this man is also playing in the same club as Tochukwu Nnadi. So there's definitely going to be this sort of chemistry and this sort of brotherhood in that particular team. And then if you eventually make that switch to the Super Eagles, it's going to be huge for the Super Eagles. Because if you look at the Super Eagles at this point, we lack the creative edge. Aside Alex Iwobi at this point, we do not have anyone who's going to be stepping into that particular role. And the number 10 for everything is one of the most prized role in a team. And having a player like this, who's got quality, who has shown that he's got quality to do one of the very biggest things in the middle of the park. I tell you, is a player you really want to relish at every single time. I would really be pleased to have him join the Super Eagles. But then it's one of those very interesting incidents you do not want to actually miss out on. I wait to see what Eric Chell would definitely be doing. But then let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming prepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who's
champions of the world, and a nation will tango all night long.
Oh, welcome back to Locker Room, and now let's move on straight to transfer stories. I mean, lots of stories breaking up Of course, we know that it's the World Cup year, and the World Cup has showed every single thing that's going on around the world. But lots of big moves making around also in the transfer market, and big players actually, making move. I mean, the latest is the one concerning Elliot Anderson. The man Manchester City has been courting for the couple of months now. Eventually, they've landed that man £116 million without, additional fees, no add-ons to that particular one, and of course, subject to medicals that will be done in the United States of America. And the big question here is, what exactly does Manchester City want from this man? I mean, they have Rodri, they have, Nico Gonzalez. So why, Elliot Anderson at this point? Is it that Enzo Maresca is actually looking at moving away completely from Pep Guardiola's philosophy? Is he trying to actually build his own team and then create, a different engine that will run, at the post Pep Guardiola Manchester City? I mean, all of these questions are, begin to actually reshape up in people's mind, and a lot of questions are being asked. Again, another question is he even worthy to actually end that huge, transfer fee? Looking at Elliot Anderson, yes, he's playing for the Three Lions right there, at the World Cup. He's doing so well also at the World Cup. But I mean, Nottingham Forest, what exactly did Nottingham Forest really do this season? These are the questions. Yes, you might want to say they have a very good run, in the Europa League, but then they got to the semi-finals. But that's £160 million. I looked at him. Yes, I know he's a player who's got a lot of promise, but then for Manchester City to cop that huge amount, I mean, they've been chasing him for a while now. Eventually, Marinakis had to actually succumb and then, hand him over to Manchester City. Yes, this is exactly the man we've been talking about. And I hear that Maiwa is definitely with us this evening, and then we'll definitely be looking at, bringing him on board. But then let me first talk about this young man, because this man, I mean, before he actually went to the World Cup, he wasn't really the biggest, it wasn't even at the center of biggest, transfer conversations, right? He was just very much there. I mean, the person who was actually running, the biggest story in the transfer window in England at the point was none other, than, the man who, I'm still asking myself how he was actually, unable to actually make it to the World Cup. I mean, not other than, the Crystal Palace man, talking about Adam Wharton, who eventually didn't actually make it to the World Cup. But here, Maiwa, I mean, it's good to have you join me this evening, because the conversation here is about, Elliot Anderson eventually moving to Manchester City. I mean, I'm asking, the question, I mean, is Enzo Maresca trying to move as quick as possible away from the Pep Guardiola philosophy? Is it trying to actually change everything Pep Guardiola has, remove all Pep Guardiola's imprints right there in Manchester City's dressing room? And of course, if this move eventually happens and this guy, if he eventually passes the medical, which I want to believe he's going to pass it, if he definitely moves to Manchester City as we're looking at it now, what does this actually mean for, Rodri? Does it mean that Rodri will be heading back to Spain? Because a lot of conversations about him also returning to Madrid.
It's always amazing to be here. I mean, the thing is this. I think Enzo Maresca would definitely want to stamp his authority on the Man City side. Yes, a whole lot of people will say, he tutored under Guardiola and the rest of that. However, the big question is this: no two coaches are the same thing. And the biggest mistake Enzo Maresca will make is trying to become a Pep Guardiola. Guardiola is Guardiola. Enzo Maresca. We've seen coaches tutor under Guardiola. They've gone on to do their thing, and that is the reason why Enzo Maresca has started to bring in an Anderson. So I think it's a good move for him. He wants to create his own identity, separate from Guardiola. Because I mean, if he's trying to become a Guardiola, it will be an added pressure on him, and it's a wise move that is trying to to shift away from that narrative. That being said, I think Rodri, if we are being honest, Rodri has not been the same Rodri that won the Ballon d'Or, if we are being honest. I think Rodri has also stated that, that he would like to return to Spain. And I think the way, Enzo Maresca wants to set up, I don't think a Rodri will be able to fit into that setup. And that is the reason why, he's trying to phase out, the Guardiola player. It's going to take a bit of time, but it's a gradual process. For me, I think personally we'll see Rodri getting back to Spain, if not at the start of the season, probably in January. So I think it's a good move for Enzo Maresca, trying to distance himself from Guardiola and trying to create his own identity.
Okay, so in trying to distance himself from Pep Guardiola, now let's look at what his own identity will look like. Because now, if Rodri eventually moves to Madrid or move outside Manchester City, which is going to be the case eventually, but Maiwa, what exactly, how is he going to set up? Because we know Pep Guardiola as one man who likes to actually play one man, in the heart of the midfield that protects the defense, which is Rodri, or could be anybody, all right? That we've seen so many times in this season. It could be Rodri, it could also be Nico Gonzalez when Rodri, was not very available at the point. So now we're actually seeing, Enzo Maresca from Chelsea. We know he likes to actually play, Moise Caicedo side by side. He also play Enzo Fernandez. So are we going to be seeing, that sort of move from Manchester City? How do you see this particular, the Manchester City team play out? What's the identity like, knowing that, Bernardo Silva has already left Manchester City already? So what's the midfield going to be like? And do they even have what it takes to actually compete under Enzo Maresca next season?
To compete under, and Enzo Maresca, the players Guardiola, they are world-class players. Yes, Enzo Maresca want to create his own identity, and that is in the details of the players he's trying to sign. However, for the next season, definitely he cannot sign 11 players. I don't think anybody with the new fair play policy in place, I don't think he'll be able to sign 11 players. Definitely it's going to be a gradual process. However, the way he plays, if you look at a typical Enzo Maresca team, it's always a 4-2-3-1 formation that he always goes with, and I think it's going to do the same thing with Man City. However, the question is this: which of the personnel is he going to line up? Which of the personnel will be able to fit into what he wants to do? Another important thing is this: remember, under Guardiola, Nico O'Reilly is always going forward. Also, what's the name? Matheus Nunes is always going forward, or even if they Guardiola always going forward. However, under Enzo Maresca in Chelsea, he decided to move his games upward rather than playing, at that particular the right hand side of the fence. He tried to move his games forward, making him much more an integral part of the midfield. We might probably be seeing the same thing. We might probably be seeing the likes of a Nico O'Reilly moving forward. And I think that's the way you want to set up based on what he has at the moment.
Well, let's also look at another, interesting transfer stories making around. It's the case of Nico Paz, the man who actually took Serie A by storm this season. And of course, their coach was Sir. I said Sir. I'm talking about none other than Cesc Fabregas, who actually was the manager of this young man, last season. And they did so well. They actually, gave a very good fight, in the Serie A. At some point, a lot of persons were even looking at them, possibly also winning La Liga. Winning Serie A. But eventually, they got down to to Europe in the Champions League. Of course, not the Champions League, but of course they'll be playing European football this season. So for the very first time, and now this is the man. Officially, reports coming in is that this man has officially signed a permanent deal with Como. Real Madrid and Como has actually shaken hands, and of course allowed the young man to actually move, going forward. Now, let's look at this young man, and of course, that he's part of the Argentine team right there, doing business, in North America. What exactly are we expecting to see another Martin Odegaard, miss for Real Madrid? Because this is exactly how Martin Odegaard was actually frozen out of Real Madrid and then went on to actually do big things. Is it the same thing? And what does it really look like? Is every single top player that Real Madrid or young players that leaves Real Madrid become so big? Why is it difficult for Real Madrid to actually find a way to actually model to keep these guys, in the ranks?
Well, the thing is, I think the Madrid model, they need to look at it. And the big question is this: how many Madrid players, how many of them come from the academy and do so well? It's very few. They usually assemble stars. And the last time you have any stars of who come from the academy and doing very well was under Vicente Del Bosque. And that's been more than 21 years. Since then, it's more of assembling stars. Even under Del Bosque, there was an assembly of stars. However, it was not as much as we see now. All the players, majority, about 60-70% of the players that play in Real Madrid at the moment, they are superstars that come from other leagues. So for me, I think Nico Paz is making the right move in terms of staying put in Como. First of all, Fabregas understands how to use a Nico Paz. He is making a Nico Paz very, very useful, and is very, very efficient under a Nico Paz. That's number two. He is also flourishing as a very young player. Remember, even in the Argentine squad, Nico Paz does not have a starting shirt. He's still learning the rope. He's just 21. He's still learning the rope. He has, a more established stars in front of him. I think the Como project is an avenue for him to grow, and it's a great deal that he has been able to sign for Como permanently, and he'll be part of Europe the next season. If I'm not mistaken, they qualify for the Champions League. They finish fourth. They qualify for the Champions League. They'll be playing in Europe next season under a Fabregas that has been able to entrust him with being the engine room of Como, and Nico Paz has been able to deliver. So I think it's a good move for him. If he decides to go back to Madrid, he's going to be frustrated. He has a lot of people ahead of him. I think the best thing for him is signing for Como, and also there will be a whole lot of eyes on him because they'll be playing in Europe, and that will boost. So I think it's a good move for Madrid. They need to do something about the academy. They're not producing players, and the players will go and do so well for other clubs. Why, you that are producing players, you do not reap the benefit of your investment in those players.
It's a very, very tough decision for Real Madrid hierarchy to actually look into. But then that's why they call themselves the Galacticos. They like to actually bring in and assemble stars. And Madrid is a club that is known to actually have little patience when it comes to stuff like this. But let's look at another interesting transfer stories. And this one concerns Nigerian superstar striker Victor Osimhen. As reports coming in Turkey says that an European club side is actually one of the European giants is actually looking at the services of this young man. And of course, they actually have been